So you think it's only stuck to my head, yeah? What now, dude? What now? Peaky, boost me. I want to try this boost. Come here.
Are you fucking
Yo! Losable!
Wait, what?
You're gonna go. Bone him on! Dude!
I think we can all get behind that one.
Hi, Mom. Dude! What the fuck?
Started watching it this year. It's not bad.
Yo, says I don't need to know what you're into right now.
What are you watching hentai?
Yeah, it's not bad. I used to think the same thing my whole life until you actually watch it.
Says he, what is hentai?
What is hentai?
I thought I killed him.
Do it again, coward.
Oh! Oh my god, no way!
That nade did, bro!
Oh, yes!
Stop!
Yes! One already crossed that side. Okay.
Where are they?
Oh, they're there! Holy shit! Bro! What the shit?
Just not right. Just not right.
What do you mean just snoring? Watch yourself. Watch yourself! What do you mean just snoring?
I knew it.
Killed one trying to push you. Another one? No, I am cheating.
Why are there so many big cocks everywhere?
All right.
Suspect is down but breathing.
This looks like a Gotham.
He was breathing?
Yeah, see, well, now he's not anymore, I guess. Now he's dead. Look away, look away.
3, 2, 1, look away.
So quick. Look at it. Do not look away.
Oh, dark hallway here for Tucker. Oh, what the? Oh my! Oh. Tucker, you okay?
Plum?
Hey.
Come on out here. Come out here. I got something to
Here's what I want to do. Bean can, freaking Eric, bean can.
What the fuck is bean can? What the fuck is bean can?
What the fuck, man? How do you not know that?
Bean can!
The boost, bro!
I'm gonna plant the bomb up here. He's cat.
What? 1 HP? Yes! Dude, here's the pop.
Oh, he's in lower! He's in lower!
Oh my god.
Behind the plant, behind the plant.
Yeah! What? No way! This guy, bro.
Oh, is that it? Oh, so bright.
Wait, you can die?
Let's go! There's no way it's dynamic. What is happening? He's going through the wall. Wait! What? Yeah, we're gonna part of these guys. Get your knives out. Come here. Fuck, one more long. Coming out.
Long? 38 days. You got banned.
That is what you
Eric.
fuckers reported me! Almost missed him. Wait, that's a flop! That's a flop song! Hello? Hello. I was trying to make the breakfast in 6 minutes during the intro. I failed. Luckily, I think Nori loves me a little bit. So she might be able to. I was trying. I tried to I was in a race against time right there. You have no idea, okay? Oh shit. Okay. I know it's a black screen. If you guys are new here, just give me a sec. Just almost there. Yeah, I guess I could show my screen. Fuck it, whatever. Yeah. Hey. How we doing? Is my headset on?
Feels late, man.
All right. Calm's video. Me and Sicko had a theory that maybe it got buried yesterday because it was during Blast. So we're gonna upload the Calm's video after Blast is done today, okay? On clips and highlights. Okay. Let's move face real quick over here. Best Sniper, thanks for the 45-month reset, thank you. Thurbs, thanks for the 4-month primer, thank you. Asian South, thanks for the 50-month primer. Jordan, thanks for the 53. I don't know. Happy birthday from the arena. Tony, it's not my birthday. You know this. Enjoy the games today. We will be looking for you. All right. What was I doing here? Closing this. I was still reading subs. Steezy, thanks for the 3-month primer. GG breakfast indeed. Double D, thanks for the 10-month primer. For Sports, thanks for the 32-month primer. Thank you. Inspiration, thanks to 25. MacBook, thanks for the tier 2 59. It's not my birthday. Plum looks good for 40, not gonna lie. Fuck you, YouTube chat. All right. Did you see Linvision forfeit a match against Radam to keep DRS standing? I did not. That's actually kind of crazy. What the fuck? Luffy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Can we get some nice ones? Chat, I'm matching all gifted. I'm matching all girthy gifters, all Twitch tuggers, and all member mommies on both platforms. It's 35% off on 5 gifted or more right now on Twitch. Okay, whew. Got that all out there. All right, where's my shoe?
Okay, let's get some reactions in the chat.
Did we get... Oh, vetoes are up. Perfect timing. Fuck yeah, I'm good at this. Professional
Too
even.
big of a surprise, and I kind of like that, you know. No big surprise right here. No Ancient as well. Doesn't make a big surprise. We know Mouse loves to play it, so far so good for Yif.
And Mouse are going to slot into their
Nuke. Base crowd cheering for Nuke.
They have such a wealth of plays. Eternal Fire. They usually been going for Inferno when they can't get that Anubis.
Dust 2,
but this time around they go for the Dust 2. So
Mythic's
I
fucking map pool. This might actually be Mythic's map pool.
No Inferno.
Holy shit.
Mouse takes it out, which again makes sense. I think Mirage could be up for the taking. There we go. No
Ancient?
Train as well. That makes, to me at least, the perfect.
Is that Ancient? I missed the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, Mirage. Oh wait, no, Ancient was banned first.
For me between these two, don't see any other place that it could have gone. I'm a little surprised, I guess, at the end of that Eternal Fire went into Dust 2 instead of Inferno. I've liked their Inferno lately. I feel like the thing is that Maus are scary on that map, so I understand it. Maybe it's a little bit more of a punish to go for the Dust 2 there.
All right, so
but all in all, I mean, first pick there for Maus. This is just the map where Brolin has actually proved in such a short span of time that he is a significantly stronger mid-rounder than I would have expected.
But it's so important for Mouse to be able to just remove Anubis from the map pool, right? Had that been in the mix, you know EF would pick it. I think we'll label EF as perhaps the best team in the world on the specific map of Anubis. That's getting taken away from you. And I would argue EF's map pool is good.
15 minutes on the prediction.
World-class map they have. The only map where you can feel 100% guaranteed
what
that
about Girthy Gifters? All the subs are being matched, is what I was saying.
Anubis, and that's not part of this video. So
Gronder, I got your profile sign in 69 business months, and Pufferfish thanks for 60-month reset. Thank you.
Still remains. That is to welcome the teams out on stage here in Lisbon. Our first semi-final going down. It's Eternal Fire versus Mouse after a short break.
I'm gonna run an ad now while they're doing shit while we have a break. Okay, heads up, heads up. Ayo, thanks for 38-month reset. Thank you.
Asking if you're going to call him back. What gives?
If Flom checks my message once, I'm in shambles. I think every single one is about gambling. It's all good, man. Let's see, messages. Gamba, 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 Gamba. Love you, Flom. M80 will win train. M80 got this, right? Gamba, Gamba, let's go. He's doing... His favorite combo is power up L, baby rage, power up R. And then he puts Gamba. Bro's a degenerate. That's his favorite combo, dude.
FL0.
Lord Richie, thanks for 29-month primer, thank you. Jency, thanks for the 15. Oh, hell yeah, man.
Right before CS2 launched. Got my premier rank on launch of 4K. I broke 15K 2 nights ago by watching your games and videos. WFL0M.
Who do I got winning? I think Mal's got to be the favorite here, but I'm like, dude, EF, I feel like they need to get a trophy somewhere, man. Like, I'm pulling a little bit more for Mal's because Xerxin, and I want Xerxin to do well. But being honest with you, like, it's a bit hard to cheer against EF as well. It's a tricky one. What about second game? I think it's Vitality until Vitality is not in the tournament. Right? Enjoy your meal? I will. Alright, I'll you 5 gifted, chat. Oh, yeah! Carrot Bandit, thank you very much for your 1 gifted. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Carrot Bandit, were you trying to do that during the scam stream? If you were, I'll match it.
The teams are waiting, and they are ready. But Lisbon,
oh, dude, I love this guy.
Are you ready?
Let's go.
Now I need them to do something special in order to make these teams come out here.
Oh, that's interesting, because I know the players are waiting. They're about to walk on stage.
All right, I'll
so
gift one for you.
Carrot
Bandit, I got you.
They need to feel what you can bring, Lisbon. Yesterday, we did a little bit of jumping. Shall we do a little bit of clapping today? We ready? Okay. I have a microphone, so this is gonna be hard. You have to follow my lead, okay? Because I can't do that at the same time. Hands to the side. Hands to the side. Come on.
Everyone, hands to the side.
Come on. If you want to stand up, just stand up. It's easier. Okay, hands to the side. And when I do it and I clap at the top, you say the who. Ready? Okay, let's do a test of who, okay? That's a good test. Now it's the real thing. Chat, follow us. Let's go. We warmed up.
Warmed up and ready to go. So, one final
I'm not
time.
clapping or hooing. No, I'm not. I'm eating. It's 9:30 in the morning. I just did deadlifts. Let me be.
The first one, semi-final. It is Mouse versus Eternal Flame.
Bomb eating, surprise, dude.
Reaching the playoffs, I think, is a success. We have a lot of momentum right now. Everybody on this level doing a mistakes, personally and also tactical wise. You need to win early. It's about reading your opponent in the right timing. We changed a lot and we improved a lot.
Spinks on the warpath, using that corner smoke to just swang.
I really want to play in the arena. They're a good team, of course, but I think we can handle it. We will give everything for this event.
I feel like Xanterra's been a little quiet, right? Not like bad, just like a little quiet this event for EF. What if he just fucking goes nuclear this game, dude? Holy shit. Yeah, I think Wicadia has actually been the highest rated player for EF this tournament, I think. Which it's like, damn.
They are flying the flag for Turkey with tremendous pride in their hearts. But it has been on the stage that they've struggled to do their best work. With each
Narwhal, thanks for 62-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Experience. It's time to put it all together today. This is Eternal Fire!
I'm telling you, dude, the mouse colors set them up perfect for the villain, though. I do love it. I'm just waiting for Darth Vader to fucking come out of this shit. Rolling with the lighting, low-key. Imagine he had the fucking mask. Oh, shit. Darth Brolin, dude. Turn to the dark side to eliminate Shue. Oh, shit. I'm pretty sure the YouTube algo is mad at you. Why is that?
Looking to make their third
Chat, I was watching the intros and Nori was standing behind me and now she walked away with the yogurt.
Keep up the great form.
I gotta go chase down my yogurt one sec.
Spinks. The stage fright is not showing and the quality and class is truly there. This is
It's been a season of stamina for Eternal Fire, but only securing silver so far. They're gunning for gold this weekend. That mission begins today versus Mouse, a team who somehow, Jacob, they haven't faced since August last year.
No, it's going to be a new matchup. We haven't seen these two iterations of the lineup go toe-to-toe with each other. Obviously, the addition of Spinks changes a little bit. Brolan being the in-game leader. Psychro not behind Mouse. Again, assistant coach in Sipnix. To those of you who didn't watch the game yesterday, that was also the case. So it is a new matchup, and a matchup that I'm very, very excited to watch.
And of course, on the Eternal Fire side, the addition of Jota in the stead of Calyx is going to change things up in their stance. I feel like this one could really go either way. Both of these teams have shown so much great form throughout the season. This is going to be a real fight to see who's up there with the big dogs.
What's your read on
Stream
Wicadia
doesn't
when
show up
Eternal
for
Fire
recommended
do
for
make
you
it to
anymore.
these
It
big
might be
stages?
because we
He
haven't
was a
uploaded on
prospect
the
that we
main
were
channel
always
this week.
talking about last year.
But
Does
that's
he
why I
always
always say to
deliver
subscribe
when it comes to playoffs?
and make
I
sure you
feel
have the
like
bell
that's his
set
one
to
next
all
step.
and not
that's
just
what he's got to do for this team,
personalized.
because when he's in that high fidelity studio mode, Wykadia's decision making is fast, it's quick, and it's on point. But you know, sometimes these big moments, it can get to these newer players. Wykadia's been on a couple stages at this point, but still really feeling out these kinds of moments. If he can think and rotate as quick as he did in the studio, then Eternal Fire do have a chance here.
And I think that's a fair point to raise because he's had a fantastic tournament so far.
Strawberries and blueberries.
Just before, one of the best tournaments from Wykadia in a very long time. You said to yourself, very assertive on the server. Santaris haven't had the best showing. He hasn't been up to his usual par where he's the sole star player, of Eternal Fire. So fact of the matter is that when you have Wykadia then stepping up to this level where he's been able to put up a 1.27 rating and almost 90 ADR on average, that's definitely covering for some of that absence of Santaris. However, as we said already, I am looking towards Santaris to be the main difference maker. If you want to take down Mouse and the way they played yesterday, which was world-class Counter-Strike, you need your best project in Santaris to play and be on all cylinders.
And the thing is with Santaris, I mean, he's got to be the tip of the spear. He's got to be the first point of entry on these kinds of rounds. If he falls, all the dominoes will fall. On a map like Nuke especially, you lose that outside yard control that he's maintaining for the team, and I don't care how fast Wykadia rotates. I don't care how many nice little multi-frags Mouse trade too efficiently. They execute too well, and they finish onto bomb sites with such ferocity that it doesn't matter if he can get one, he needs 3, and that's not happening.
We had 2 very one-sided quarterfinals yesterday. Do you think this is going to deliver? Is this going to be a close one?
Can we skip this match and get to the Vitality one already?
I think EF have done enough to convince me that they can remain competitive versus Mouse, but I'm going to be completely honest, and I maybe be a bit biased as to what I saw yesterday. Every single member from Mouse played good Counter-Strike. Roland in particular, as an individual, on Inferno, fantastic.
Yeah, most pros don't play with shoes on, because who the fuck is playing with shoes on at home?
Dismantling G2 as well. I think the way Mouse played yesterday makes them the favorites for me in this matchup, but I do expect EF to put up a fight.
Take your shoes off in the house, you fucking demons.
Because right now, it's a little bit scary if you're Eternal Fire. Mouse, Spirit, Vitality, it feels like it's them 3, and then everybody's just the rest. Eternal Fire have to show to the world that they aren't in that 4th spot, that they really do deserve
I imagine
a
it depends
finish here in Lisbon.
Which is crazy, just considering just how much we were doubting Roland coming into this new position, right? We're already having this conversation of could they be in the top 3 teams in the world?
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think Roland have done a lot to convince
house
us,
slippers
everyone
and stuff like that are totally acceptable. I'm talking about people that like
I'm not necessarily sure he's
walk into the house and bros just walk to their desk.
Too soon. He has so much to learn, but I think he's surrounded by great teammates who are helping out a lot.
Well, it's time for a fresh duel in our first semi-final here in Lisbon. It's Eternal Fire taking on Mouse.
And it's semi-final Saturday. I'm excited for this one. I am really excited. I'm intrigued. I'm curious. I'm not sure what to expect from this one.
It's like we haven't seen before, understandably so. All we know is Mouse made G2 look like a bunch of bots yesterday. That was a matchup to be, well, not remembered if you're a G2 fan.
I'm down.
But we're going to talk about the elephant in the room, Eternal Fire in the hunt this year for an arena win. Not a trophy, just a win inside a house like this. You've got newer players, you've got an elite level team, but they are not a title contender yet. Today would be one way to prove it. Mouse stand on the other side, looking for their 3rd consecutive grand final since the addition of Spinks.
I think, Jack, with both these teams, they were always teams that were somewhat like outside looking in, though. Not bad teams, just like not expected to do it, right?
First map will be Nuke. EF starting on the defense, Mouse on the attack. Rollins, bright start to leadership. Faces a silverware-hungry side.
Oh, dude, I love me some Nuke games. Let's go. You trade, thanks for the Twitch primer, thank you, and chat is still U5, by the way. Ooh, they missed mini smoke. And they killed him. What? And now they're going lower.
Oh, the bomb! Tail end of the assault nearly got clipped there by the dual Berettas. It's Madra that rotates in, looking to catch the headshot, can't do it. Spinks in the meantime getting busy. Jota puts him down, a headshot available for Madra. He partners up now with Woxic in pursuit of her retake. Doable. With the time available, it gets awkward now. Sertians looks like he's hitting every shot he takes. Can't stabilize. It's what? On the P2K, EF take it.
You want to talk about Eternal Fire, Zantares, he's the super soldier, but Woxic, he's the man who's done the best under the bright lights. You're going back years and years and years ago when he was in the Mouse jersey. And this man we're going to keep our eyes on today.
Oh, that second onto Torji was absolutely beautiful.
Oh my God.
Mouse.
That's a very, very good they kind of tossed that one. Scorpic thanks to the 53. Hoff thanks to the tier 3. 60-month resub. Tier 3.
Map choice against Eternal Fire. They have not played Nuke since EPL over 2 weeks ago.
Like and subscribe. Goddamn right, YouTube chat. Like and subscribe. Somebody said the stream didn't pop up at the top of their homepage. So chop chop.
Brought home by Torji. That combination was absolutely.
Yeah, see what happens when you guys take me for granted. That's crazy.
Patrolling yard with the scout in hand.
Up already? I mean, yeah, he got 4. No head armor though. That's a little spooky, but
need is 4 kills in the first.
He can literally get one shot by like every gun in the game right now. It's always the like Xerxes with his Galil is oh, well done.
That's one way to put a leash on the opener.
Dream start. Xerxes, he was having his complete.
Xerxes, I don't think died like that a single time yesterday on Nuke.
Immediately, he's told that won't be happening today. Interesting forward position.
Party vote, thanks for the 28-month reset. Thank you.
Rather close quarters engagement will have to back away as the smoke does start to fade.
It feels like the potency of this is petered out because the outside prong was unable to apply any pressure across the secret.
It's a little quieter today.
I still have to be aware that there is the possibility for the slip. It's been tended to by Zentaris, who's rotated down. Adja on the top side with Wakadia. Woxic to rotate up the ladder. Jota to potentially push through lobby. Top execute being lined up now. There's a smoke for main. A molly for top hut and flashes for the go.
Well timed on the incendiary. Drops off. Magic gets nothing done. Spinks with the entry into the site. Wakadia, they're asking questions of him.
Coming.
A lot of bodies. It's Jota that steps up, delivers a double, but there's Brawl and response in kind. Okay, 1v1. Zentares, as the bomb goes down. Torji just steps into the line of fire. Zentares caught sleeping.
I like that out of him.
How have they rectified?
Smart. You don't want to let that MP9 close the gap and take the fight that it wants.
Simple little execution. Magic needed to kill Wakadia.
I could be a little nerve-wracking as the T to like want to go for a peek in that scenario, but like it's smart.
The hero of the moment rotates in.
Not letting that fucking MP9 also that op. Goodbye.
Clear and a big find for Woxic.
He set himself up for an opener and it's still not enough.
This is the problem, right? The fact that your top defenders get absolutely nothing.
Holy wrestler, dude!
And EF could have really used that to stabilize themselves on the stage early. This is the mountain they've been unable to conquer.
I don't know, Fames, theoretically, if you wanted to do it, then
good counter strike.
Yeah, if not, then no.
Woxic dead at range.
Yeah.
Okay.
10.
All right.
He was way back glue.
Yeah, he was silo.
He died credit card with
the
the
long-range duel to be taken there for Spinks.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Helmets, guys.
This force bite.
Wrestler, thank you so much for the 5, 10 gifted. Can we get some nice ones in chat for Wrestler, boys?
They're just one man towards lobby, and well, he's on the roof.
Dude, I literally hate second round ops. I'm gonna be honest, but that's just me.
Lobby entrance push as everybody else will start.
I feel like they just
into yard.
They're so uncomfortable to use.
Be extremely strong for the finish.
The classic cursor, I got it.
They're out all those nooks and crannies. It could be a late activation.
Scout better? No, I'd rather just have an M4, honestly.
Nice shot. Insertion finds Wakadia.
And Woxic especially is no slouch with a rifle, you know?
This round is fallen into disarray. Nothing for Eternal Fire here other than misery. 5 still alive. That could change with Madja. You know, a little consolation prize. A headshot on something. Ooh. Avoids the nade. That would have been the end.
Impressive reset out of Mouse, dude. That pistol round for Woxic was nice. And then the op and then the pick from Xerxes. Hey, man. Glad you had a good time. Thanks to 26 with Primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
The next, but some positive signs that you're looking for EF is just a couple of kills in these early stages.
Fluke pistol. Well, it was one of those pistols where Mouse kind of tossed it, honestly. They weren't trying to ego, but they went aggressive because they had like numbers with Glocks close range, and Woxic hit some nice shots. And
here in Lisbon,
then Woxic immediately opts your entry outside, who had tons of success yesterday. And they immediately man down, threw the pistol, converted the next round. It's impressive.
Does seem like it's a big ask, especially when deep runs seem quite consistent. This is that spin skill.
I think for EF, it's the long game.
Yeah.
But you're in the now right in this moment. So sure, every step, every piece of experience you can get in the journey to Austin, the last TV major coming up at the end of the season, that's great. That's what they're looking for too.
Congrats on the win yesterday. Way to bounce back from the rough Mirage. Thank you.
But you'd love to have a breakthrough moment.
Yesterday, that Mirage game, you don't even know what happened. But let's just say
2 against Liquid, 2 against Na'Vi. That got them the auto berth.
I didn't speak for 15 minutes after the first map. Probably like just under 10 minutes if I'm being real.
But a nice steady start. Mouse are very good at controlling the tempo on the T side of Nuke.
But the good news was we were legitimately able to just kind of like reset and run it back.
Rushed. They don't feel stressed. That was the main threat. Now neutralized. Magic towards the secret stairs and well handled.
Bomb crash out. Well, it's
Jimmy getting a little something there, but the rifle's about to come out.
There was bickering and people upset at each other, and then they didn't tell me things, and then I fucking died.
They get to arena matches from the Clues.
You know what I mean? Like
demolishing G2 yesterday.
You know, yeah, two teammates that were like that currently are pissed at each other, and then I didn't get info that I needed because of it. Then I fucking died. Now I got brought. Oh, dude, I was about to flip.
There's a change in environment.
There's a learning curve.
Donk perhaps the exception. Certain names have managed to kind of hit the ground running in these kind of places, but
yeah. But the good news is, like I said, say that sounds like NA all you want.
Pressure already applied.
We 13-4 the next two maps and kept it clean. And I think we all just kind of knew it was fucking stupid.
Open runway, another clear. This time, no AWP.
So,
second wave of smoke. It's those layers. Now's love to talk about.
Talk your shit all you want, but we absolutely actually did reset that. That was pretty good.
That will allow Xantares to make the rotation.
It actually felt pretty good to do that too, if I'm being honest.
Still with MP9 in hand.
Well, the match on YouTube? Yeah, but we're trying not to upload it during Blast because yesterday the views were so bad on the first comms video we uploaded.
Haven't applied pressure down secret. Flashing to May in the drop.
Lovely layers to this, but it's actually Xantares that removes the lobby lurk. Woxic, audible, Spinks aggressing towards this hell position. Woxic seems prepared, stays quiet, and Spinks just crouches in. Woxic had a golden opportunity.
I'm uploading them probably after these games today.
And so the 4v4. Spinks mantles up. Pivot towards...
I was farming last night, though. Stoke 6 for the 25, thank you.
30 seconds. Nobody's rotated down to B for Eternal Fire yet. They're waiting for a sound cue.
This round's over.
Smash a door to open.
This round's over unless
the circumstances.
Mao's like doesn't have pace.
I mean, he shouldn't. He certainly shouldn't. Match is ready for him. Good crosshair placement. So here we go. 15 seconds. The sound cue makes it clear.
They'll get it down for free. Now it's
the fact that they got. I'm surprised Spinks went for upper though, because they weren't going to come back up either way. I guess maybe they thought they would. I guess they weren't sure. Holy fuck, 4 ramp is crazy.
Speedy trade into the site, starting to aggress, but Brolin gets away with murder. And now Maja overlooking the angle. Torchy will connect as well. It's up to Jota. It's all up to Jota.
The nade!
Oh my god. He's getting spanged out. He's in trouble. He's a dead man. Well handled by Mouse. From a numbers disadvantage, they just keep clawing their way back in.
A couple of confidence breakers early. Losing the second round force. Let's put them in this poor position in this rifle round. They get the opening kill. Here it is from Xantares' perspective. Flashed off the line, able to take out the squeaky lurk. It's Woxic who really should have killed Spinks.
Yeah, you're right.
But they still had nobody down towards the lower deck. Could have been operating with a 5v3 number advantage. Now into another partial.
Are better, guys? Yeah, I don't know. They changed their volume too, so it's a little weird for me.
Yet to get on the board, the highest flyer throughout the group stage for Eternal Fire. Yet to announce his presence. Exertion, Parving in front of their smoke, playing for a duel out towards Unbreakable.
He plays with such confidence these days. Xantares must as well.
A whole lot able to get down behind that, but 2 players lying in wait. A bit of a trap set up for Mouse. Do they molly this?
Finals tomorrow? Yep.
Yes, they will.
Have to fight. Or back off.
Read. Okay, well, they still don't have info on numbers. They know the door was opened. They know Jota resides. Can he bait them in? Xertion's got a weird feeling. He doesn't like it. Pathing towards the single door instead. That will put pressure on Jota, force him away. 50 seconds.
Oh my god, this jiggle peek is insane. Oh my god, there's 3 right here. They're going to wide swing on a timing. He's going to have to react. Okay, they're walking.
Occupation of the vent. Xertion aggressing. Down now. Good angle. Torchy removes the head of Maja. God, they just seem so calm under this scrutiny. They piece together another round, Miles, making it a 5-1. This is T-side Nuke we're talking about.
This could be another blowout.
It's got makings of it. I think this is, you know, MR12, we talk about not losing that second round conversion. It's just haunted at EF for a while now.
Yeah. Amazing casting.
They're
Yeah, I
going
got
to
you
get
guys.
max loss bonus into the next, so we can
right now, dude, Miles is actually...
to get back into the AWP.
Miles is playing perfect Nuke right now.
Squandered their opportunity to a strong start.
I guess I could explain to you why.
Your second door because of that 4 pistol.
To challenging them are red.
Bang. Oh, God.
I don't know. Well, bro, saying Vitality.
Won't get many more of those. Yeah,
Aaron already.
Jumpers
Let's
attack
see.
gets
Let's
his.
wait.
Might be a timeout from Faber called here as well.
We went
Just
from
to screw
like
heads on. Right,
nobody's
boys,
gonna have an era to like
game.
wow Navi looks
Has been
insane
called.
last year to wow Navi's
30
ass to
seconds
now
just
that
to try
Vitality
and
made this one
find your
roster move
footing.
and they look really good.
And this is unfamiliar territory for this team.
Let's calm
Sure,
down.
It's their third playoff in an arena this year, but
Can we talk about the
not
Negev
able to
buys
find a
last
victory
night?
in this
If you
environment
think
just
I was
yet.
putting a leash
So
on
what's the
that, you're out of
secret
your
to that
mind.
success? Who needs to be the
Unironically,
spark? Who's
Feeney,
the
I've seen them
talisman? Who's
use
the
it in
driving
scrims.
force?
So.
What are they lacking? Are the comms a mess? Are they just nervous? Are they a bit jittery? You look out, see thousands of people staring back at you. They're here to watch you perform. But right now, you're yet to get
I
going.
saw your comment in
Not only
Floofy's
that,
chat
you've got
feed,
your
and I was
thousands of
not
fans
mad.
back in Turkey. We know that some of the loudest in world of Counter-Strike. They want to see you succeed as well.
You said like you thought that would be mad.
It's a mental game, Counter-Strike. Your mechanics, your comms, your teamwork, it can all be on point.
What's working really well
But
right
if you
now
head
for
into
Mal is
right
the short
place,
version.
You're going to have a tough time delivering.
EF has been unable to obtain
Not
any
taking it
info
into
of
the
actually
buy.
when they're getting lower.
Boxing to be tested.
They're not sure when they're
Tara's left
lower,
him a HG
and then when
as
they're
well, so
when
we'll
they
have
think
two
they might
HGs
be
for the
lower, they
breaks.
have no idea of numbers. So they're flying blind right now, and they're just guessing.
Get any information he can.
Make it 3.
There's going to be a second wave. Another clear
No,
exertion.
that
Hasn't
is
played
really
ahead,
actually
been
what's
caught
happening.
once,
Like
but
that's
it.
it's the
Now looking
oversimplified
to pass
version, but
forward. Timing could be good.
Or not. Different fight, different flavor. There's Wogzik finding Spinks and gets away from the response from Exertion. An opening kill. EF must convert this one.
A little bit more of a
Bacardi's
brawly
extended their
round.
advantage as
On the
well.
board as well. First kill.
you know what's funny is
There
this
it
would
is.
piss me off so much if I was Mouse right now.
Jimmy went looking. The headshot
So
from Antares.
if I were Mouse right now, I'd be like, these guys are so fucking dumb. We've gone lower every
this is the
round,
two
and they're
heavy
playing
hitters, so no
5
reason to
outs
rule them
or
out.
5 upper. They don't even know for
Still on their
lower.
side, about 40
They didn't
seconds,
actually
and,
know.
Yeah, maybe a reason to rule them out now. Madja up and over. Double kill.
Xerxen actually hit the timing where he could have gone lower, and EF wouldn't have known. They didn't even know that Xerxen crossed Big Garage.
Straight up the ladder, straight in the back of the head.
Oh, that's actually going to be so tilting when it's like, that's crazy.
Oh, and that's a cheeky one there, isn't it? So you'll take that one every day of the week.
Here it is. Clean with
Like,
it.
surely.
Zip not liking the way that one fell. He's immediately going to take a tactical timeout. Must have enjoyed the way the head coach yesterday felt when they picked up a huge victory. A walk in the park. Had the best seat in the house. Xerxen praised him.
Oh
Some
man,
nice
that
calls
would
up
actually
against G2.
that
We'll
was
see what the
this is a
adjustment is. They've still
classic
got plenty of money
Mouse
for the buy.
trying to stay
Even
ahead
enough
of
going
what
into the
EF is
next for a
doing, except
residual.
EF just hasn't fucking
Lose
changed
this
what they're
rifle
doing.
round,
They're
not
just
end of the world
cycling
for Mouse.
3
They're able
days
to battle
from
back in
hell
and try and get on
at
top of the
Zywoo
CT
to try
economy.
to block Xerxen from getting lower. Xerxen actually hit the timing last round, and they didn't know.
AK's almost across the board. Just Joda working with the A4. Fought for Woxic. Couple of defuse kits, everything they need
You've
to
never
start
seen
being
Xantares
competitive now.
pop
Eternal
off.
Fire.
How's that even? I mean, he's had a quiet event
Consecutive
this
rounds
one in
compulsory.
comparison, but normally he's.
They want to have a shot here at Nuke.
He must just not watch a lot of their games or something. Wasn't Woxic on Mouse in the past? Yeah, a long time ago.
That's an aggressive orb line adopted by Wogzik straight off of Hut into the line. Deep lobby. Puts the pressure onto Xantares. He's actually shoulder baited there. Torji's orb spotted. Audible steps from Xerxen, but away from the spray. Wakadia unable to convert. Oh, that's a fight. That's a big fight from
Dude,
Spinks.
I got a piece of blueberry
He ain't
stuck
playing
in my
scared,
goddamn
and
mouth.
Xerxen isn't either on the reload. He's in
Oh,
there.
yep, there he goes.
Spinks farms up a double.
I can't
Look at him
get it.
talking. He knows exactly what he wants the rest of the pieces to do. Does he intend to ask questions of this Woxic AWP?
stuck,
Magic
bro. It's
does
annoying
intend to ask questions of the young Finn.
He's the player in the most pressure position right now is Madja. They can wrap, they can come heaven, they can come main, they can be lobby.
Oh, this is such a good angle from Roland, though. You're so procedural, you're clearing it out, you're looking for Jimmy, and it's the Swede up top. And then Jimmy activates. You're looking for one.
That's
the other
disgusting.
will find you.
That's so,
Beautifully
dude,
put
so
together from
tilt.
Mouse. The re-aggressions from the CTs seal their fate.
2,900 into the next. If Woxic could have held on to that, it could have been a big boon. They can buy short. Centaurus might have to drop that AWP or Madra if they want to get it back in the hands of Woxic.
Oh my god, I got it.
The purchase, it's possible.
Sweet Jesus.
And they will work it out.
That was criminal. Sorry, that was way more intense than this round of Counter-Strike. That was...
Woxic, sorry, it was Wakadia, desperate to find a trade back after Centaurus' death. Runs out of ammo, gets caught in a corner, simple kill. Spinx is not scared.
That wasn't. It wasn't even in my tooth, Feeny. It was like...
Hang on a second.
It was like in my gums.
This
like
is a different flavor straight out of the gate.
Completely flush. Blueberry skin moment, dude.
Jota's going to be right in front
for the
of
break.
Luckily, I got a water
Turns
pick,
it.
but I got it
Second
anyway.
one's too good. He's got a full white screen, but as vision's restored, he unloads his mag, gets nothing done. Woxic, however, can. A double kill from the Turkish sniper.
It's just been the Mouse show, yeah, so far, Dima. There's been the 2 rounds that EF have had are basically Woxic had a really sick pistol round, then they got eco'd. And then Mouse tried to go for a different approach in one of their rounds, and EF has not adjusted the game plan much, and they just kind of brawled, and EF won.
Centaurus and Madra now clearing for him, making sure he
Those are the 2 rounds for EF. And that same kind of thing, Mouse changing it up here. They're going away from outside. Go for a little bit of a ramp piece.
Still at ramp.
Go for this brawl. They lose out on the exchange.
Squeaky blocked 45 seconds. Brolin now going to apply some pressure. How skittish is the rotation? Do they bite hard on this? Well, maybe not now. Great kill for Wakadia and a huge flank from Madra. This man's been around the world and then some so far in Nuke.
Yeah, staying active. Couple of very successful double kills on the flank, but look at the timing. Just as he looks away, he's put in a grave by Madra's flank. Spinx is still the unknown. But a guarantee
I don't know to
for
be annoyed
3.
or upset to that. Well, the big thing is like
taking a game out of this.
It's not to even shit on Brolin. It's that these type of moves.
Frag, 5 seconds for Spinx to either get out.
It's going to be interesting to see where it goes in
I'll take another one with him. We'll opt for the
a few months from now, right?
Okay, well, a bit of damage done. 2 kills. Jota gets tested on ramp, but it's the rotation of Woxic the double. He's been responsible,
Like that's like,
or at least a driving force of all 3 rounds that they've
I'm
been
not
able
saying
to
he's
post
not
so
IGLing, but a lot of
Catch
what
from
Mouse
his
is still
POV.
doing, I imagine, isn't much different to what a shot.
Pixel to work with there.
It's not much different than what they were already doing, right?
From Wakadia.
Thank you, Whipped Cream.
Guns can be dropped. Have the timeout. Well, Zip just called one of these moments ago, and then they converted.
There's
so
kind of like a
what's he calling
standardized
this time?
monitor for events, so that's why I always
How
see
many
the
rounds do
Ben
they want
queue.
in this T-half? Are they being a little bit greedy? I'll have to walk away with the 9 that is still possible. 3 rounds left before we head into the halftime break. Fight now being shown from Eternal Fire. It's not too late. They can still tie things up 6-6. But they need to go 4 on the trot to the halftime break. Conscious choice for no Torji AWP in this T round. Is it something a little bit poppier? A bit more direct?
Upper pop looks like maybe. What do you think's wrong with Navi? I think a Navi that had no superstar but 3 incredibly good riflers that were all top 20 last year aren't playing like top 20 riflers anymore.
2 left, and there's another.
And when that happens,
can't quite find the mark. You can see the layering of the smokes.
Your team looks a lot worse.
And he'll be across.
Someone naked in the crowd? No, I think they're doing the wave.
2 players down. Wakadia, joined by Centaurus. As we can see, it's only 1 man, and he hasn't even committed. There is a lot of
like
pressure
JL
on his
and Emma
shoulders.
are
Rotation
hella
point is
inconsistent.
Woxic up
And
the
then, of
ladder.
course, the one time I've been mentioning that, Bitpost is worst career tournament ever. Like,
an opportunity for
that's not
Woxic. Now
good.
Madja's
Oh
got
man,
so
they have
much
2
to
in
deliver
secret
on
as well.
this
This
side.
is not good. It's just
Torji
major.
isolated. Can he adjust? It's good from Spinx.
Oh, Jota has to get one. And then, oh, Xerxin.
Snappy aim.
Oh.
From Exertion. What What a well-structured round from Mouse, manipulating the rotation and overcommitment towards the B site. And Woxic holding onto his AWP as best he can.
As well hunt him. Why not? You got money to work with. Take this away. Remove the threat. Wow, Spinks is going to come from a unexpected angle, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, bro, I might even flash him. You cheeky boy. Draws attention. Will Spinks get there in time?
You just spotted him.
And from behind, they strike. AWP gone.
Man. Well,
awkward
looking
now.
like we're not getting a close series again today.
No consecutive rounds, Chad. You said compulsory.
It's the CT side, right? You're looking to get the lion's share. And you didn't get many opportunities in that round if you're Woxic. There was the one, and you missed. Imagine did well to get his one on the side, but I love this from Exertion. Right, he comes back out of secret. He's playing an angle that is really difficult for them to have to fight. He's not caught in no man's land. He knows what he has to focus on, and
such a
very,
bane for
very
them
well
right
done
now.
from
Like,
Exertion there. Looking at home on the stages now. Spinks with 12, Exertion with 10. Nobody in double digits for Eternal Fire just yet. Second tactical timeout called for the Turks, and they're just going to shove. They know they need rounds.
Jumper, you talking about NASCAR again? Thanks for the 500 bits. Sliant, welcome back, you beautiful bastard. Thanks for the 7 months. What do you mean wasted?
Both teams burning
Also,
2
Sliant, with how many
tactical
you've
timeouts for the first
gifted,
half of
you've
play.
wasted
Map
way
one.
more.
First semi-final.
Don't sell yourself short, bud.
Vitality versus Spirit coming up next.
The first time we've seen this head-to-head this year.
So, like, let's talk about this again, right? They don't know when Xertion's getting down. Xertion crosses loudly. They don't really know if more get down because they don't have a protocol for, like, what happens in that scenario. Then they are in the middle of the round deciding to push through, and they leave Major alone.
Ooh, Woxic's going to try something a bit different here. Might have an angle over the first wave.
Mouse finally gets that upper hit that they've been looking for. Ooh, that's a big find.
Woxic's definitely present on the stage.
He has been the opening kill force for Eternal Fire. That's going to be his 4th. He's been involved in 6.
IO, thanks for the gift of sub to Flom is fat. True. Thank you, IO.
So comfortable. So don't overstay your welcome.
Oh.
Good information backs
right now. Oh, for sure, but like...
Mollied out of position regardless. Now they can retool.
I'm not saying people can't shoot harder for EF, but you have to, like, dude, they've been in all the wrong spots for an entire half.
Wicadia, oh, he was overlooked and he can't get it. 98, agonizing.
Struggling. Only 2 kills for him so far.
That's so frustrating, man. He didn't even, like, whiff. That's like dude, that's just like an MP9.
It's a very all-in.
One of the rare MP9 takeaways, you know?
I'm heading back to lobby. EF have just cleared this, so they're going to be thinking they're elsewhere.
I think, you know what it is? I think he literally pulled down too hard.
Madja, he pops his head in. Now, how
I'm
far does he go? You would think
Doctor, thanks for the 11-month primer. Thank you.
He's going to play back to the side.
Whoa.
Joda, audible.
Why?
They're not believing it. This rotation late is huge.
It's because they don't know where they are again, dude. They don't know where they are. They're just...
Zantares' moment in the sun.
Yeah,
why would you just give lobby?
Woxic and Zantares.
Don't even look the right way.
The pride of Turkey.
This is what I mean. It's like, how is Zantares supposed to shoot people when he's about to just get this? Like,
Zantares down. Woxic, wake up! Good God!
Why did he leave lobby?
Positionally outplayed, outmaneuvered.
What are they doing?
And they're left looking foolish in front of those stage lights.
I'll talk about bad information. That's exactly what that was. They made an assumption off of seeing nothing. And then a moment later, they waltz into that space that you thought was all yours. Another round slips through the fingertips, and we might be having Mouse in back-to-back days with absolute domination. It's always going to be, can EF show up in a stage environment? There's no question about the counter-strike they can play within the group stages.
Sure.
5th event, 5th playoffs.
Sure. But you're up against a Mouse that the only team they can't seem to beat is Vitality. Spirit, no problem. EF, apparently the same.
But, like, why would he rotate to ramp? Like, what is he going to hold?
Very likely to be 9. You have to force in again with something that's extremely similar in the buy department.
Like, I don't even...
They're having a good time.
What?
Extremely comfortable
workers. 29 seconds.
Clear. They're so worried about all the players down secret.
Major's in lower.
They waltz on now. You're not expecting anybody to come through lobby whatsoever. Woxie's worried about the ladder.
But, like, what are you going to do at ramp if they are lower anyway when you have full...
You picked Dust 2 coming up next. Is that a punish, or do you now think that's one of your best maps in the pool?
Had no one watching Under Heaven, so that maybe that you're not rotating lobby to Under Heaven. Also, fucking Woxic's holding it.
The angle is so sly. He can't even be flashed off of the line. Jota does well to find Jimmy.
They just panicked. That was actually just pure panic. I can't.
Get something out of his aggressions.
Imagine knowing he has to make a play, having to step up to the mark. Some of his pieces just not delivering so far. He's been doing this for the longest in the server. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, we definitely respect our elders in Counter.
Yeah, but even if they did that route, there's not. If we're sprinting to it at 30 seconds left, Bear's just gonna get you. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not even that he just rotated, guys. It's that he's running.
A lot of time to work with. It
Why are you running?
Round time somehow.
It does.
Like, what? Yeah.
Just now, like at 50 seconds, the wall's erected. Break present, trying to delay, but they won't be able to stop him again. Moxic immediately starts to relocate.
Well, they don't know. Oh my God! And we've resorted to this. Yep.
And at the same time, they drop in.
You know what that play says, Chad? That play says.
The 2 W's down.
I'm gonna take a look here.
Centaurus one.
I'm gonna take a gander.
And it's a headshot. Insufficient rotation from Mata, covered by Torji, and a 9-3 half.
They don't know what to do.
Nuke. EF left wanting.
EF doesn't know what to do to deal with the. I don't even mean to sound condescending, but this literally makes it look like they've never played Nuke before. I'm running that, which is crazy.
Major of the year. Seeing Cobble again feels good too.
I feel like I'm just shitting on him, but it's so fucking
smoking
rough.
so I can get up top of it if I wanted to. Playing underneath the smoke. And we were playing as Fnatic here, who were a top team. Yeah, I think I just like that third kill. It's like that second to third kill was really nice. And honestly, it's just kind of like a nostalgic clip for me as well. Super long time ago, we were playing as Fnatic, who were a top team back then. I don't know, it's just like one of like my first like good memories from the majors. I don't know if Cobble would be good for CS2. What they did to it afterward kind of killed the map. Definitely didn't want to really play it after they made their changes to it. But I don't know if like you would have the same feelings that like it was a good map back then. Because even when we were playing it, it was kind of a B simulator where the best option was kind of just go.
It was a little bit of a fluffy map.
Stop. But you know, everyone has improved. So things
So
might
much wasted
change, and I
space.
always try to think of it that way, where it could be good. I'd have to really play it to know. When Dust 2 came back for CS2, I remember I was so bored of it at the end of CSGO. And the fact that CS2 is a new game, new mechanics, it can make any map good that was previously not as good. Bam.
100 ads is crazy. Holy based. You got 100 ads.
Bam.
Semi-final, you're doing this. You should have big balls. I think if I would be on the stage like a viewer, I would scream crazy. Well, Zara got. That's all.
If we had like a force buy or half buy, I could score like 4-0, I guess. Here we just knew that Frozen will stay here, or I don't remember how we got this information, but I'm just raising my mates. There are juicy headshot, and here I just heard how he stepped under heaven, so I knew it will be K for rank. But I picked this highlight because it was the final of the major, and just this round was very important. There wasn't some special thoughts about like how I will destroy them, or like I just was confident that we can win this round easily, and we did great, so we won.
We're back live from Lisbon, the Mayo Arena. And watching a rather one-sided affair in our first map. Chad, what do you make of that first half?
Another non-starter. All you can do is really praise Mouse for how poised they look in all of these situations. Cool, calm, collected, everything covered.
Look at that crowd. Let's
the game at their own pace, players hitting shots, making their opponents look like fools.
The pistol was so exciting.
Well, Eternal Fire looked like they had that fire in the belly, and then you lose a force buy, and well, there you go.
I was going to
There
gift
it
one
goes.
person
3
a
rounds,
sub earlier,
CT half,
too.
Nuke, your bonus map choice.
Oh, Centaurus playtime cancelled by Torji. There's an important response out of Jota, but pushing down the vent.
They're trying to go down the vent now, too. What the fuck?
But there's no help. Wait, tell a lie now. Woxic gets himself down. Wicardia kept humble. Will be forced into that lobby smoke. Bomb goes lower. No one immediately responding. Brolin and Jimmy now tending to it. Exertion well aware that Wicardia may be lingering. In fact, Spinks as well is on the hunt as that bomb does go down. Wicardia should be dead. Comfortable.
Oh, and he hurt him. He hurt Major.
Next one.
Oh.
Nice find. Dips down the vents. Brolin already takes a heavy blow. Goosh down to 19 HP. And Woxic will finish the job. Long range Glock, not ideal. Woxic again. He had 4 kills in the previous. This time it's 2. Make it 3 if he can hunt him down.
Woxic's still hitting for him.
Gets the job done.
I'm going to keep turning off
Necessary
the cam.
if you want to have any
Drugs.
sort of conversation about
Mostly
the second half.
food, though.
It's a long way back up this
Nice to
mountain.
eat off cam. It's nice. Hey,
We see
BK,
the
thanks for
CT
3 month
force
primer.
buy. That
Thank
has
you.
to be the question that Mounds are asking themselves in this moment. Now, because you have such a big lead, you don't have to. You give it over, and then you can start your rifle rounds. But it looks like
Dude, is my drug same?
strongly believe they are without a doubt the better team in this one.
What?
With a force buy, just with the MP9s.
Interesting.
No U-tilt to block. So do they want to do something aggressive? Just run into lobby, use the crowd against the F.
That is aggression. That is a lobby crunch. And Madge's not looking. This would be a disaster to let it slip. Wicardia tries to save him. An important triple.
Oh, my lord.
Stems the bleed and gives him something to celebrate.
Well, it turns out Wicardia is in the
Not
server.
bad.
That is the most important set of kills that he has had so far.
Triple kill on the force by little lobby
And you
rush
can
right
see
there from the boys.
expectation. They're like, okay, guess
4K?
what? We know you don't play in these environments. We know that ambient noise can be
All right,
an
let's
issue.
see.
It's a new classic. It's almost as old as the map itself. In an environment where there's so much sound, you push in,
Lobby
you catch them
crunch?
off
Who
guard.
doesn't love a
and that's
nice
exactly
lobby
what
crunch?
Mouse did. Faber's got to be happy that
He didn't have the
Wicardia
flash
stepped
for
up
it,
and
though.
had this level of impact.
Really, really crucial third as well. Instant headshot onto Brolan.
That's a stunning trick. I understand that it is only with the Mac 10 against a force fight, but the level of importance of those kills and how poised he looked for all of them. Massive work. It forces them onto an eco now. Waiting for that that breakthrough
What am I
moment.
eating? Greek
Is
yogurt?
that it? Has Wicardia now started to believe? Well, an
Hot
opener
honey,
and some
strawberry,
aggression in towards
blueberry.
A. That's sure a telling point.
From non-starter to Wicardia fire starter. Reminds himself that he's capable.
The information now that EF have is there was another player up ladder and Wicardia was low. He took some resistance on A. He dropped that smoke. Has forced Mouse into a situation where, okay, they can go down the vent, but you're on an eco. You're on a light investment with just these pistols. You'd have to take a stack. You have to take a gamble. You're not going to rotate traditionally in these scenarios, so sticking to their guns, their initial gambit of 3 players towards ramp, and they're in towards A. So this is
All right.
an easy finish now for Eternal Fire. Just need to get that bomb.
Oh, wait, they left the bomb, though.
No stress. Oh.
Bit of stress.
Little stress.
bit of
Roland
stress.
just won the Xantares. That's a little bit of stress.
A moment of stress.
Don't fuck this up, please. Please, EF, don't fuck this up.
That's an AK available on yard that Brawler might be able to get his hands on. And you want to do damage right now if you're Mouse anyway. You're buying into the next. Save the AK, yes. Try and get a couple more kills.
Ooh, a lovely
Don't be
T-side
surprised if
volley as well. A valuable
EF win
asset to
Nuke
a
on
defensive
T-side.
round.
I would
just wanna
expect
look.
them to play
I'm
better
not
on
really the
T-side.
issue.
And I don't even mean this to flame. That CT side just
just
looked
pull
like
back.
a team that was...
You also, right, if you can limit giving kills over to the Mac 10s to farm
Their
a little bit of
entire
extra
game
cash,
plan
that's
to deal with
also
Xertion outside
big on
revolved just
positive.
dropping 3 nades to Woxic at Zyber, which is just like...
That's not the AK.
To me,
Ron's gone the
that
safest
seems
route back towards
insane,
CT
but
spawn. Bodyguarded by his 2 players teaming out
maybe they
heaven,
felt
and
really
while they are
confident
done,
doing
they are
that, but that
dusted.
seemed insane to me.
It's a big bomb.
There you
They
have
were relying
3
on one man to
consecutive
basically just
rounds out the
continuously
gate.
HE
That is
strokes
exactly
outside to
what
make sure they
Eternal
never
Fire
cross.
hoped for in
It's
the
like...
first half.
It's not a bad one, like, but
But
to
is it too
have
late
it
to
like
get
they
this
did it
party
3 times or
started?
something, I was like, bruh.
Oji will be given his AWP. Dropped across by Jimmy.
I made an avocado toast.
All we've
with egg
seen
and
is some
chili. I
stunning
got
death
to taste some meat.
POVs
So
from Centaurus.
Wicardia's had his moment against the Force.
Yeah.
Now it's Centaurus' turn to have his moment against the Rifles.
Yes.
That guy was giving me Bonamont vibes.
For your
Anybody
yard
else?
control player to be finding opening incisions or space. We'll take one or the other.
Let's
Now
see,
which one
anybody
Centaurus
not named
wants, though?
Carter need a gifted sub? Hold on. Oh, let's get Ginger. Let's go. I owed 1 sub from earlier.
Sig just doing some.
Where's the fuck Flom sign? Tony's in the.
The hands of Madja.
He's in the crowd, but I don't think they're showing him with the fuck Flom sign. I'll be honest.
You've got Exertion in main, Spinks side, Brolin playing on the silos in the side. Ramp, Torji rotating between everything. Intuition as well as information. That's what your rotator needs. Here's the top pressure. It's all a ruse though. Well, he missed. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, Brolin gets to stick around. Oh, the angle's perfect. Centaurus does deliver.
Space and a kill. Perfect work. Springing into action now.
Bit of an over-rotation here. Jimmy and Torji loud towards the lower side.
We can see exactly where that bomb is headed, so duped right now. What's the finish? Tapping down on ramp, Jimmy up to bat.
Jimmy pokes his nose back out, but from both angles, and Wakadi will find him.
Tony on
This is
stream, but
lovely
not with
play
the
for
sign.
Eternal Fire.
Stack on lower though.
Yeah, you're right. Torji's AWP is here, but it's only going to be that first shot onto Madja before the
no, he's
penny
going to get to
drops.
hold control.
The info flows. Torji looking for more. Oh, he's got another. Centaurus
Oh my god.
Torji racking him up.
Oh my sweet baby Jesus.
Stunning from Torji's AWP.
All right.
Hit down hard on the rotation. Looked like the wrong call. Eternal Fire walks straight into that, and we know Torji has the hot hand.
So quick with it. Centaurus looks like a complete fool.
Man. Absolutely fucking
finish.
work,
The pièce de resistance.
That's the type of plays that'll make you a fan favorite on stage.
They want B, and he says nay.
That's real tough for Eternal Fire after those first two shots. Zantara's onto Exertion in main. Wakadia onto Jimmy looking the wrong way at ramp.
Hey, fuck it, we take it. We take it, we take it.
I got excited. That's my mistake.
I do love this crowd, bro. I'm not gonna
Just
lie.
when I thought EF might be, proving how T-sided
Please,
TS2 is.
Blast, just keep making this
They
a
fumble that
mainstay for
lovely
you guys.
4v5 manufactured by Zentares.
That's a 5v3.
Okay. The war drum calls for Mouse to take this scout.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, if there's a flash as well, it'd be perfect, but he's just going to edge around the smoke. But good awareness from Centaurus, back to back in the feed first. Exertion tumbles down the secret
Exertion
stairs.
said
It's pressure onto Jimmy.
Oh wait, no, Xantares said I've been waiting
Young
for you.
gun.
Sorry, I'm so
That's
used to
my
saying
fading. Jimmy
Exertion right now
pivots
because
back more
Xantares has been so
Looks like
ass
he can
this
take
map.
information and get away.
Oh, good flashes, yep. Ward him off. Molotov forced to be respected, so ramp is under their control.
Well, how do you rotate now? You know you've
Nah,
lost
I mean,
Secret.
well,
You
he's
don't wanna
only
drop
had
down
2
the
fights
vents.
outside, but
So some
yes,
real
he's lost
problems
both,
if
chat,
Mouse want to
yes.
respond towards that B side.
Zipnix is an
standoff
assistant
for that
coach for
control.
Mouse. Cyclone
Between
is
Towers
at
and
his
They
brother's
get past
wedding.
him. Torji, he's going to
So
get down
Zipnix
before
is
this,
holding
so
it down.
Never mind, I take back what I said.
Yeah. Valuable.
That buffer means the rotation will be in the right place again.
No AWP for Woxic to take this head-on duel.
Walked above him.
Dancing. Watch position noted. Zentares is taking his sweet time with this. Spinks has actually ended up going looking for him.
He's still in A right now.
This is bizarre. The flash forces Torji back.
It's got to be a save at
Third
this
in the
point.
fence.
There's no.
Time
Wow.
ticking in EF's
They're
favor.
sticking around to see if Brolin maybe
Zentares
gets
is making
one,
a
but
rifle. This is such a crazy standoff. Spinks. Torji spotted by Wakadia. Nice headshot from another. They're going to take everything away here. A real golden opportunity to reset Mouse, but Torji fighting his way out. Up the vent, the only avenue. Sticking around for more, sticking around for damage.
yeah, he knows he
Torji
can't
will
get
take
out.
as many as he can with him.
That's smart.
Woxic accepts his fate. But EF quickly
He
returns to
knew he
their
was
winning
fucked. He
ways.
just.
Biggest issue there is
He
Mouse
didn't
don't
think
retain that
he could get up
AWP.
the vent,
Torji
so,
can buy one.
yeah.
Drops are available as well to help out Exertion, and Spinks has enough of his own money. Torji can easily operate with the rifle.
Good job from EF though, man.
Important
Like,
fight there.
Exertion just keeps giving
It's like
fights
a
to
late yard
Xantares
control.
outside.
They
I
drop that
feel I'm
close
kind
note
of
towards
surprised.
red on a
Like,
second tempo and timing.
you don't want Xertion
Exertion
playing
trying to be
scared,
cheeky with it, gets
but
caught.
Dude, Mao's just looks
Quick
like
bounce
7
first
steps
thrown out
ahead on
from
their T side, and now Mao's on the CT side. I can't even tell if they're playing the map poorly or not because they kind of just keep bleeding kills early. You know what I mean? It's like they haven't made EF play like around yet. They just kind of keep rolling with the pick and then slow ending, and which is not like bad. It's just Mouse hasn't made EF like work for a round yet, I feel.
Zertian getting information towards Yard. He just poked up his head ever slightly. Didn't catch anything. Rolling on A. Support of Sphinx.
Isn't Nuke...
Torji can rotate
Nuke
up the
isn't
ladder.
a CT side anymore? No, it's not, but it's still CT sided, but it's just not as CT sided. It's like a nice 7-5 for CT.
Still nothing out of the heart. Distracted now up the vent. They come into the side. Comes the
Nice. Oh, he missed. He missed. You can't hear him. Oh, Mercadia, that's huge.
2 versus 2.
They expect another in heaven, though. Jimmy, is he nading? Does he have one? Oh, wow. How did that do, like, nothing? What the fuck?
1v2. This is a very hard clutch for Wakadia to piece together. Single misplaced bullet. Throws out the Molotov. Makes it awkward for Spinks. He's burning down to 12. Finishes the job.
Wow.
Where's the trade?
Great patience. Wait, did he hear him? He had to have heard him.
On the floor. Wakadia. Doesn't panic. Doesn't let the clock get in his head. He holds his nerve, holds his line, nails his headshot.
All right, there is some fight in EF after
okay,
all. Wakadia with another massive round. He was absolutely silent within the first half of play. But his presence is being felt. In that moment right there, when he's taking the duel with Sphinx, he looks to ladder. Jimmy doesn't swing ladder, that's where he was. He pieces it together. He's got to be coming from main. And that right there is going to break the finances of Mouse. A lighter buy. Some MP9s, a P250, a couple of smokes. Wakadia's going to break
I know.
this.
I'm just saying. He seems so sure of it that he was in heaven. You know what I mean? It was just such a good gamble from him.
Scoreboard alongside of Woxic. Now the most impactful
like,
piece so far.
I understand how he got to the conclusion, but damn, bro. Oh my god. Wakadia, #1 rated player for EF, starting to show it, dude.
Gets cheeky with it. Does what Wakadia couldn't around that smoke in that first half, equalizing with his MP9. Just this half investment, this would be real.
Zenter's arriving in the server. Who knows, man? But they got Wakadia and Woxic, and right now,
as soon as Zentaris clears this,
it's making it interesting. And Zertian is not having a good time right now.
More bodies could join him up the ladder. They can play from the higher elevation
seeing
power position against the
Zenter's
SMGs.
in heaven at 1 minute definitely at least suggests to me that he's not
tech from Zentaris. He's unnoted.
Super scared right now. Like,
this is an angle. Spinks
if anything, he might be frustrated.
Somehow, but there's the
like,
frag. Seals the
like
deal.
he still wants it, you know what I mean? Like, oh my god, oh my god, wait. Okay, just your average Woxic shot, okay.
The imagination, but a necessary one. Bronner looked like he was about to do everything there. Spotted.
That would have been fucking criminal, dude. If he got that, that could have maybe set up Torji to come up heaven. That could have been so bad.
Now, don't forget they are low, but time. With no kit available, he'll take the upgrade. And he'll get out of there.
Can Magic get an upgrade? He's got a Mac 10 right now. We'll be able to get his hands on an AK. Woxic, you better run for the hills to hold on to that AWP. But we now have a 1-round game. 3 rounds, nothing consecutive in the first half.
Yeah, that's a nice sight.
They're in this to win this,
Is this a big cookie or an average cookie or a small cookie? This is huge, right?
That was just the partial.
That's huge, right? Damn, this is hot.
Needed that.
Yeah.
No, guys, that's huge, right? What do you mean this is small? Wait.
It's the close nature.
Guys?
Last few, EF haven't been able to build much of a bank on this
Hell
T side.
no, I'm not. I'm about to just devour. I'm about to
put
one-light
them
this thing.
in a tough spot if they are to lose one round. We're talking bottom of the barrel
She
loss
thinks I'm going
bonus.
to split this thing in half, chat.
Both teams have expended all timeouts. They were aware of the financial situation. Zivek's
Okay, wait,
the same
that's
on
really
the other
hot.
side. This is the first time with Zivek's behind them they felt any pressure whatsoever.
Holy shit.
Yesterday was a walk in the park. The first half of this was looking like the continuation of exactly that.
Oh no, this thing's huge. I can barely get all of this in my mouth.
If you lose
Hold
this
on,
one or
wait.
you lose a site early, you can save. You can keep by. You
God,
can
I got
stay
the
threatening
camera
on the
off right
CT
now.
side down the stretch. But you've been losing a lot of opening kills towards yard. So do you want to put a leash on exertion? Do you want him to just start secret straight away, play a little bit more passive, maybe get red pole side of warehouse? Not taking that heads up duel with Zentaris. She's been quieter in that department today.
Yeah, he's been kept humble. Stark contrast to yesterday. Oh, that is aggression! Oh dear! Well, you talked about them potentially saving to extend their longevity.
Yeah,
That's if
the
they
peanut
allow
butter batter
them
was
2
the best thing,
frags in favor of EF in the opening 5 seconds.
Yeah,
normally Nori's just making pastry for everyone else, but now she's actually making it for me, or like cookies and baked goods and
set
shit.
up with their intricate moves. Ready to play heads up
Now I'm
Counter-Strike.
thriving
The two young
again.
guns, Joda and Wakandia, both deliver important kills.
I don't
Now
think
it's
Mouse
about
has kept
connecting
5 alive
and
past
finishing
like
the
30
round together,
seconds,
not giving
except
away
for that
a
upper
free
round.
kill back.
And then they had a man advantage, and
Lining
then
up the
they lost
multis.
the clutch, right?
Time to work with.
They're
Zentara's
just
already
giving
crossed
EF
towards
these
Secret.
duels that they're not even making EF like play a mid round right now.
To join
Like,
Brolin to see if they can find an isolated fight towards Jan.
obviously
Well,
this
he'll be
is a mid
smoked
round
up for
before
now.
somebody's really condescending. What I mean is like they're not like 5v5 having to piece it together, like figure it out.
Oh God! He has his bell rung.
He has to get away. As that smoke starts to fade, there's more problems.
And he's missed another. Still lucky to be alive. 3rd time's the charm. Exertion
And
removed.
credit to EF. I'm not trying to take away. I'm just surprised that
Sees
like
the opportunity, the distraction.
Mouse, who looked as good as they did on that T side, is now kind of like
Woxic still holding for a reaggress.
seemingly just kind of playing
What a
like
shot here
5
from Woxic.
individuals instead of like a team.
Safety first. Couple of smokes. Bomb goes down. 40 seconds on the clock, and now looking for that save. But looking for the AWP as a possibility.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the rest of this
looking the
cookie
wrong
right
way.
here in my fucking hands. Let's go, baby.
This could be the loss of the AWP.
Hell
A
yeah.
treat for Torji in the next.
Turned the right way in a second.
Oh, wow, the awareness. He's gone away with murder that round.
All right, and all 5 staying alive. Just as I was discussing the financial woes, they've been able to pick up 7 rounds now on the T-Hall of their opponent's map pick, and they might lose everything. Wakandia and Zentara are starting to hunt Jimmy.
This is crazy. Utter madness. They know what it means as well to take everything away. They will. Tied up 10-10. Money.
Wow.
Up for debate. Forced a 5-man rebuy.
Men.
Cheers.
Right, I afforded a couple of liberties to this partial investment. Spinks able to get himself out an M4, so we'll see if he can find some heroics with that. MP9's 5-7, couple of smokes. These are some of the tougher rounds to win.
Okay, so they're going for like an MP9 half.
A smoke wall or no, just no first smoke. So they cross looking for the jewel. And a change this time, not just 1 player, not 2, 4 players to take this yard control.
He has that smoke though.
I wonder if Zipnix is saving the
delay
timeout
them.
for next round, to be fair.
Gets it down.
Calling it here when the MP9 buy is coming out could feel a little weird.
Spinks well positioned.
Getting on the mic before their next full gun round feels a lot more valuable.
Blocking
Oh,
each
he's already
other.
used 3? I thought they just
Slight
used 2,
fumble.
no?
Will it cost him?
Oh, fuck. They're flapping in the wind? They're free balling?
Heads on swivels, working their way through Yarn.
Oh, shit. I thought there was 1
Common
left on
position, but
Mouse.
Will it be overlooked this time? Yep, Zentares caught sleeping.
Just live now.
Oh,
Opening
shit.
kill from Spinks, 45 seconds.
That avenue's very treacherous. They're going to have to change the plan.
Oh, Spinks another. The only M4 in the mix is getting very uncomfortable, getting toasty. Wakandia, Woxic need to work a way in, but the back is turned, the bomb is lost. Spinks delivers for Mouse in a large
MP9.
capacity. Torji another, and
Yep.
that's 11. That's how they
It's
find
incredible what it looks like for Mouse when they literally just don't
Outrageous.
die in the
4
first
kills
45
out of Spinks.
seconds.
He grabs the AWP as well for his compatriot Torji.
Nah, but like, dude, I'm not kidding. Like,
Rough.
I hate beating
This
a
is the
dead horse
comfort
here,
of
but
having
like,
such
dude,
a
they just
massive lead in
fucking
the
got
first half
picked
of play and being on the
relentlessly
CT
on
side.
every fucking gun. Like, they
Lost bonus will be
weren't.
playing in your favor down the stretch.
They
You
were
only need
just
a handful
running
of
at
rounds.
them. Like, and
So
EF
when you're
can
able to get a
fucking
hero
shoot,
M4,
dude. Like,
think about it, round after round, Eternal Fire are always going up against something.
He's played that so well.
And just that barb, he was here, there, everywhere.
you think Brolin gave them the 15-second speech? Well, they need to give like the
bonus
the
it
Flom
stings.
15-second speech on train. Close.
Exertion, how
In this level of game with this pacing, they need to live for like 45 seconds.
He might get magic for free.
He certainly might.
Hi, Floofies.
Oh, spots you throwing nades. Back of the head, doesn't choose to engage. That's a big one though from Madja.
Did you see that shit? What the
Torgy in
fuck
heaven,
was
that
it? What,
flank
that
is
ran
coming.
target
Torgy does pick
machine?
off one. Held at bay by the smoke. Nade
I don't
launcher,
even
but
think he
Jota
realized what
Watson's
happened.
found the flank. A massive foot delivery. Releases the pressure.
That. Oh my god, I'd be so mad. I'd be so upset.
You just have to save again. I get a kill here. Now it's a 3v3. There's a chance to go for this still. I'm not halfway gone just yet.
Talking about it. Conservative approach seems likely here as he's backing away.
Everybody else so passive.
Yeah,
Was the only one
after
really in
getting
actionable
picked apart
position.
last
Jimmy
round, immediately goes for a pace
towards
change
CT
into a
box
nice
and play down
upper hit.
secret
I
as
like
well.
the call out of
And
Major.
that
I
push
won't
looked
lie, they
masterful.
maybe got a little
If
blessed.
more of the information was actually Woxic on the roof that was throwing the next. It was Madja. No, I'll go in. I'll find the entry. In-game leader breaks open the site.
EF has the Counter-Strike gods on their side for that round. That blind 90-degree flick out of Major of all people to one-tap the guy Tetris to get the entries, pretty crazy.
Might actually impact whether he goes into an AK or a Galil right now. Oof. 2 drops are going to be necessary for his teammates.
That's sick.
Multiple bodies staying alive on the CT
Hell
side.
yeah,
They can
dude.
drop it again, stay threatening. So here it is, the util just being piped through.
We love Blast Lisbon. Let's go, dude.
Madja just coming in.
No!
Oh, that's dirty.
Fully blind. And that's the frag. Exertion, yeah, visible frustration. It's been a while now. It's been a while.
This could be fast.
It is. Okay, testing straight into the top side. No,
Oh, they're going for more
Down he
pace.
goes. Rollin and Jimmy holding fire.
Oh, but Mouse holding it this
Holding
time.
that side. Jota does respond.
3v2.
Nice wall-bang smoke spam.
Jimmy low.
It's exertion, and things will slow down.
They know ramp is
Crazy
open. They know
pounds of
ramp is
metal into
weak.
the top side. Bronlin and Jimmy unfazed.
Ooh, but they missed the gap.
Ops responded to ramp here in time.
Georgia got here too quick. Why do they know this, guys? Jimmy
One
got the
flash
kill on upper,
available.
right?
They're not gonna use
And they're
it,
gonna.
Madja.
They didn't go past the
Just
smoke because they were
crouch
worried
into the
about it.
upper.
Gives Torgy time to go pick that
Round
up.
soon to follow. Should be theirs.
That's why they like ramp
That's
is like the
Jota.
place you want to walk there anyway most of the time, but for sure in that scenario, that's what set that up.
To find 3.
Surely Jimmy's won the round with this push.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Unless he has that 6th sense like Woxic did in the previous, but it's not looking good for him. From behind, Jimmy will strike. 12 first for Mouse. The final round of regulation. We've got this far. After a non-starter in the first half.
The final round money is just the problem. Madja's actually going to buy in an AK and drop that so that they can focus on firepower. Because the Madja, the best he can buy is a P250.
Not the fake comeback. Well, this wasn't a fake comeback.
Maybe
They literally had the lead
Glock so he can
for a
get
second
an
there.
extra nade.
Or did they just tie it?
Been given a P250 against a flash. The utility right now is so limited. We're talking 3 smokes, a flash, 2 mollies, and a HE.
Everyone's going to be singing from the same hymn sheet here. Any mistake.
Are they rushing ramp now?
Oh
my God,
He has fumbled his
Torgy!
movement and will lose ramp as a product of it. That's really awkward for Torgy. But
Looking like Cooper out there, bro.
All the round.
Bro, I wonder if
Jimmy,
you guys got to
feeling
see
a
how
lot
many
of pressure
times Cooper
towards help,
fucking
throws out
thudded
the
around
flames.
yesterday on the map.
Important poise from
Dude, it
Zentaros
was
in
too
that
funny.
moment. They got all this space so early. Quite truly a ramp
Coop's
rush.
movement
Aggressive into the
yesterday
AWP.
was
They
so
get the
ass.
information. They forced Jimmy back.
The amount of times
Zentaros,
I
if
heard
he really wanted to make that duel, he could have pushed through, looked for the fight. It would have
Tetris on
fallen on deaf
Mirage.
ears.
Bro was
Give away
trying.
an opening kill. Now they can regather and work within this mid-round.
He fell off like the little seesaw thing in the window.
His captain called upon him to deliver. Just a P250.
I tuned in for 1 minute and saw Coop miss the easiest molly.
to deliver. What can they get done? No stress for Jimmy. Stress now. Wicardia does deliver. Solid hold though from the
Oh,
CT.
man.
They rack him up.
Oh,
Sending
and
the
he's up the
down.
fence.
Looking
Whoa!
good. Woxic changes the dial.
Okay, that's a way to fucking close it and stop. Torgy might
They
be.
finish it. Miles take their map pick in
Bro,
this semi-final.
he is
They were
absolute
tested.
cinema,
Eternal Fire
dude.
showed they're here to fight, but Mouse, they get across the line.
He is
How dare
absolute
you seal
cinema.
the map like that? Eternal
Bro, it's
Fire,
prime
they are put under
time.
pressure, but Maus withstand it, almost crumbling under the force of their T side. But man, that was the most competitive map we've had so far here in the playoffs, and I love it.
Yeah, it finally delivers inside the arena right here. Maus obviously off to a great start, playing good Counter-Strike. Impressive comeback coming in from Eternal Fire, applying some real pressure. At a point, you may even thought to yourself, hey, they're going to win this map. They're going to steal it away from Maus. And then once again, we see that individual brilliance, that individual class coming in.
I said this before, and I've said this for a while, and I feel even more strongly about this.
They were ready and waiting for it.
Blast needs to make like Lisbon their Cologne.
The way Torzi's ready down there, that is so ridiculous. Like, I haven't seen
They
people
need
do
to
something
do
like
it,
that. Like Brokey, Simple, Torzi. Am I adding his name to that kind of list now? Because he's doing things that are just making other teams squirm.
I mean, he had some incredible individual moments throughout the duration of this map. It's been a name that we've been talking about time and time again for Maus. I love that he withstands the biggest test that Maus have seen so far here.
I very much agree, and I think that's the whole conversation we can have about the entirety of the Maus lineup. I think every single member in this game were pressured at certain aspects in the game. We had Exertion getting off to a good start, then he slowed down. We have Torsi coming in with a lot of impact later stages. Roland could be said the same. Good start to the game, then he falls out of it. So it felt like all the Maus players were feeling the pressure coming in from EF.
No doubt, and EF tried to keep applying that pressure. The A hits, the way that Madger goes for one full A rush, so close in that one. Maus barely withstand it, and the final A hit on top of that. I just got to give credit to Maus in how they kind of worked around those mid-late round situations because they were so aware of what EF wanted to do. I think Spinks in general was also just phenomenal. The way that he was able to just pick them apart one by one by one. It was like that A1S silencer, it actually had an impact because they didn't even know where they're getting shot from.
I feel like we need to, you know, take a breather, let our heart rate decrease a little bit and go back to the beginning of this map because Eternal Fire, they kick things off with a great pistol moment. How do Maus immediately answer back?
Well, they win the second round, and that was the one thing they could not allow to happen. I think one of the win conditions for me for EF coming into the game was getting off to a good start, getting some of those nerves that we spoke about in the arena days shot off. Voxit even finds the first kill. Maus stays in it. They play the time. A little bit unlucky right here for Madger. Probably should have had a kill against Spinks with the Hero AK. Gets the job done, and he's leaving YKD all by himself right here, getting shot down. Again, Jota coming in with a nice trade sequence, then Roland with a sick Tech 9 round. It gets down to a 1v1, but at this point, it's already out of control for you.
Unfortunately, it is, and I think Wycadia probably is the one guy there who really needed his kill. Madger too from the hut, but he was mollied off of his position. I think Wycadia, he came into this one, he had some good moments, but the beginning for him was very slow to start.
And the problem was the Maus won this round, and then they converted the following 3 or 4 rounds, getting off to a 5-1 lead on that T side on Nuke. So had EF not done this, had they gotten off to a good start, one can only imagine what would happen.
And then we switch on over to the second half. And, you know, Eternal Fire start to bolster some firepower. They start to get some rounds on the board. And in round 16, they have the man advantage. I think it was Alex or Chad said, but Torzi, look at him. He's in the perfect position, and he completely makes this one magical.
Yeah, classic Torsi moment. You know, again, in a 5v3 at this point, he plays it to perfection. Opens the door, gets the first kill, plays a little bit balanced right here, plays a bit passive, forces a reaction out from Voxic, and then he's just going in for it. That second shot right there in window is stellar. The third one right here as well from Torsi, it's world-class Counter-Strike opening.
The kill that he gets on the guy that's in the valley right there, this last shot, man, that is precision on stage. That the flick shot to hit the head right there. I love the peek after the molly throw. Knows that Xantares is vulnerable for that little millisecond there as he's pulling his gun back out. Yeah, Torzi, good rotations in the right position. That's really what we've been saying about him for such a long time on Maus. He's really become a huge package for them.
No, obviously the story was kind of complicated from the side of Eternal Fire, particularly in that first half. Wycadia off to a slow start, but in that second half, ultimately this moment was in vain, but he really came into his own in an impressive clutch in round 18.
I mean, we were ready to tell the story that Wycadia couldn't stand the pressure in the arena once more. Didn't have any impact in the first half, couldn't get anything done. You see the kill distribution below me right here. First half, not looking great for Wycadia. Round 14, he comes alive, and then round 18 is where he explodes onto the server, where we got a feeling that maybe, just maybe, Eternal Fire can win this map. Again, you see Roland under a lot of pressure on the inner bomb side right here. I love the explosiveness coming out from EF. again, Wycadia left in a very tough position. He's finding kills left, right, and center, and then he shows that he can clutch as well.
What's crazy is he's one of the entry players on top of that, but this shot that he gets onto Yimpat after dispatching the Spinks right there, knows Yimpat's going to be coming from Garage, but look at this. His HP, he's at 8 HP. He has to hit the headshot, so doing that in a big pressure moment like that,
Infamous thanks to 11, Shadow Walker thanks to the 4-month primer, and the other primers, Prime
It's not
Forgetters.
easy to bounce back like that when you're having a first half where you
This
are
Prime thing,
part of
it's
the
where you
reason
link
as
your
to
Amazon
why
Prime
your team is
account
not
to your
even
Twitch
in the
account
game.
for no additional
Then coming
cost. You
into
can
the second
subscribe
one,
to your
he's the
favorite
one
streamer, which
exploding
probably
round
isn't
14
me,
at
but I'm
kill,
really
round
obnoxious and
18,
remind you to
kept
use
EF
it.
alive.
And one of the main reasons why
every
Eternal
single
were
month.
able to eventually equalize
YouTube
the
chat, that
scoreline,
goes
the
for you
score
as
sits
well.
at
I know
10-10.
some of you fuckers are
Then
sitting
what
on some
happens in
primes
round
over
three,
there.
Logic?
I mean, I feel like that's the death punch. I feel that's where Mouse are coming in and saying, listen, we're going to come back, we're going to win this round. Unfortunately for EF, they couldn't really withstand the,
games are
I guess, the
getting rescheduled for
response coming in
weekend.
from
Oh,
Mouse.
really?
Spinks with the M4A1S. You said it yourself, Maui, they have no idea what hit him right here. He wins the first duel, he stays alive, he plays it to perfection, and I think a little bit of indecisiveness from EF as well. Not sure if they want to contest
fucked
him.
up, JJ.
And then
You just
can
want
see right
Bezos
here,
to
it's
buy
just
another
falling
yacht?
apart.
Like,
They're
what
getting
the
picked
fuck?
apart by Spinks, one after another, and the trade fight coming in from Torsi in a second with
I never
MP9.
use my Prime,
Seems
never
to
will.
do-
Twitch sucks. You
Really,
do
I mean,
realize
this round
you're
was,
just
feels
you,
like it was
if you
all
don't like
Spinks, just
Twitch,
good
that using
angle
your Prime
awareness,
is
just
actually
making
the
sure
best
that
way
he's
to
able
get one
isolate
over
these
on
fights
Twitch.
really well.
Like actually,
I feel like he was the win
That's
condition
crazy.
in this round. It was kind of a scrappy
Motherfuckers
fight for
in
the
YouTube
rest of the
chat be
round.
like, I hate
And if
Twitch,
not for
but then they
him,
also
this
don't use
could
their
have been
Prime.
EF. So
You're just
great
letting
on
them hold
Spinks
on to
to
more
really
money,
come through
man.
in this kind of moment because
Bale, thanks
he
for the Prime,
has been
thank
a
you.
difference maker on this match.
King,
He
thanks
has
for the
really
10
brought
months.
the
Oh my.
power for them. And in my eyes, he's also brought some stability. He's not always having these kind of 4K rounds. It's usually 1 kill here, 2 kills there.
It's kind of the first time that we've brought his name up really in a highlight moment so far. Obviously, didn't really require him in the quarterfinals just yesterday. They dispatched of G2 pretty handedly. But the fact that he shows up in these high pressure situations, that's what we want to see from Spinks.
It's that arena experience, and I think Spinks even said it himself. He wants to bring that experience in towards the Mouse camp. He's well aware that he's been there many, many times with Vitality. He's well aware that some of the conversations that has been surrounding Mouse is that arena inexperience. So for him to address that himself, for him to bring a certain calmness, and I guess for him to show the rest of the team that you can trust me. In these moments, trust me, I will get the job done, and so far he's been doing well.
I'm not even sure necessarily if it's that Spinks is instilling people like Exertion with more confidence or they're growing on their own. I have to think it's both at this point. When you're playing with a guy that's so much more seasoned, a major winner, like let's not forget that Spinks really does have a good cabinet of trophies behind him, then you're going to gain a little bit of faith in that. So all in all, this Mouse project, once again, getting the job done with a map victory here on their pick. Didn't really even think that EF was going to come back in that sort of fashion, but still able to hold on.
Yeah, it took the full 24 rounds, but Miles just about get their map pick over the line. And I'm curious as to how Zipnik is feeling after map 1.
Zip, it looks very good on your map pick to start off with, but they start to fight back. They were managing to barrage their way through your CT side. You were obviously talking a lot during those timeouts as well, so tell me what you were trying to say to the guys, what you're trying to change up, because it took some heroic rounds in order to win this one.
Honestly, I think we had the right reads. We knew where they were. We just didn't win the duels. That's it. For me, our T side was fantastic. Yeah. So something positive. But I think we need to close it out. Like I think we need to have a better CT side. That's it.
What were you saying to them during the timeouts? Can you give me some insight?
I mean, that we were doing the right things. That's one thing. But obviously also, what should we expect from them? And I think we most of the time knew what they were doing, or at least had a good setup for it. They are crazy good aimers. Respect to that. That's it.
Are you expecting now a kind of similar tough battle when it comes to Dust 2, where the aimers are really going to shine? And what are you going to say to the boys in between?
Yeah, I mean, they're explosive team on Dust 2. I won't reveal too much, but we have a good game plan.
Yeah, obviously one of the more stressful maps that Mouse have had to get over the line here. It's kind of nice that we get that comparison from just yesterday when James was checking in with him mid-series. You could see he's a bit more tempered, you know, he's having a bit less of a giggle. Understandably so, because that was a high-pressure one.
I think in the context of the tournament as well, for those of you who perhaps didn't watch the group stage or wasn't aware, when they played Vitality, they were having the same issues, right, where they couldn't close out these close games. When Mouse were winning, it was looking good. They're closing out the games. Everything feels nice.
Well,
Against Vitality, they had 2 maps where arguably they should have won both maps, but they couldn't close them out. So I think from a mental point of view, for them to feel that, listen, we can withstand the pressure, we can apply pressure towards our opponents, and they can apply it back, but at the end of the day, we can close out the games. I think mentally, that could be a big victory for Mouse.
I think like mentally that Zipnix has had to flip a switch
Oh,
too, because yesterday yesterday
good.
it feels like they just ran over G2. This time he's still a competitor at the end of the day. You know, as an assistant coach, even then, now standing in as the head coach, he's trying to think out,
gifted if
how
you're
do I
Girthy
eke
Gifter or
out that
Twitch
extra
Tugger
5% from these
Mommy.
players? So you can see the stress on his face.
Gifted on Twitch.
From yesterday,
Not
he was
big.
like, yeah, I'm
Actually,
having fun. Today it's like, we have a really good game
Bait,
plan,
but not
and
big.
I don't want to reveal it. It's like totally different.
Where does that leave Eternal Fire for your money after this one being so close to pulling off an incredible
Dust
comeback?
2 will definitely
Some
favor them.
incredible individuals showing
If they
off,
can
but
get
it's just not
Xanter's
being enough to
just
steal
playing
away the pick
10%
from
better.
I'm glad it was Mouse's map pick because I think they can find comfort in that, knowing we're going into Dust 2, a map they obviously prepared well coming into the series. As they
Wikidia
knew they were
flipping
going
the
to
script
pick it.
entirely in one
However,
half
it
is
must give
insane,
them a bit
though.
of a feeling that, listen, there's arena doubt that is crippling into their mind, the fact that we can't perform inside
Yo,
the
Wicked
arena.
Woodchuck takes
Maybe
for
it's
tier
starting to
3,
grow within them. I will say that the quality of
29
Counter-Strike they play on
months.
Nuke, I know it's hard to believe that yourself
Welcome
when you just
back,
lost
beautiful.
the map, but it was good from EF. And if they can
Still
just
not my birthday,
find
though.
5-10 extra% on their own map pick, I
Xerxes
think they
knows
can
the
remain
fucking
competitive.
banana tech.
At the end of the day, they gotta win a map.
Totally agree. I feel like this
Depends
could
on the
easily
combo
go
and
3 with the quality
difficulty
that they
of
played on
opponent
Nuke.
and
They didn't
prize
show
pool.
up for, I would say, the first 8-9 rounds of that map, and then they still brought it to 13-11. That's
Oh,
gotta
Gilly
instill
gave
a
us an
lot of
update on his
faith- a lot of
blender, guys.
faith,
He
and
said, I
also
need you to know
doing
I
it on
made
the
a
T
banana
side of
peach
Nuke,
smoothie and
usually
it was
the harder
divine.
side there. Dust 2,
Thank you,
I
Gilly.
think Madger has a
well.
lot of ideas of how they want to play this one. I feel like they're going to feel a lot more comfortable moving into this, and like you said, I mean, it's thankfully Mouse's pick, so they can at least live with the fact that we made it extremely competitive on what I would say is Mouse's best map.
Yeah, close but no cigar for the side of Eternal Fire, but hope does lay on the horizon. Their map pick of Dust 2 awaits on the other side of this break.
Oh, you broke it, Woodchuck. You're absolutely beautiful. Thanks so much for the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 gifted subs. Thank you, Matt. Cicero, thank you very much for the Twitch Primer chat. Are you 30 gifted on Twitch? Alright. One ad incoming, boys, before the game starts, so we should be good to go. Ice Rosen, thank you very much for the 100 bits. You look fantastic. When am I getting cat ear headphones? Soon. Which version of the new mouse pad do you use? I use the Speed. That's the one I've been using for a while. Dude, Wicked Woodchuck, thank you again, man. If there's any other girthy gifters or Twitch tuggers, I'll be matching those as well. Also, chat, eat more fiber. Dude, who doesn't love some good fiber, bro? Do you know that there's a shoe on your head? I did, yeah. Stewie coming back to wildcard. Floam, is it true? Yeah, he's standing in, though. I think it's temporary. Captain Red with a 30-month resub, thank you. They tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Damn! They've subscribed for 30 months, currently on a 26-month streak. Damn, that's a whole lot of yapping from the Twitch alert. Getting more fiber would require me to eat vegetables. Vegetables are not hamburgers. You could also eat more fruit and not be terrified of sugar like, you know, some people. Motherfuckers all be like, damn, dude, that sugar be crazy. It's actually insane how stupid people are, bro. I blame that one dude that fucking walks around in stores that contradicts himself all the time, telling you not to buy certain things, but to buy products that he endorses, that he also owns in the background. Fuck, I forget that guy's name.
Dust 2, the pick
I blame him for all of it.
into the semi-final
He's like the Liver King
series
type,
for Mouse.
but like he's not the buff version. He's like
sweat
the
off their brow after just about getting their map pick of Nuke over
suburban
the line. They'll be
dude
starting
version.
on the CT side of Dust 2, which Zipnik
Bobby,
said,
yeah, Bobby.
we've got a plan. We're
Yeah.
not sharing it with you, but we've
Bro
got a plan.
literally
We know
tells you
how
not to eat all this shit,
Something for
contradicts
you.
himself,
We
and
had
he
the
promotes all of his
conversation
own
around
products
Dust
and
2
doesn't
Mouse's
disclose it.
Dust
I don't
2
know
in
how he's
particular
not in
after
jail.
The Pro League final, it didn't look great. You know, Jim Fed were not having a great
It's
time on that
actually
B-bomb
fucking
side, and Mouse were not
crazy.
looking good in that game. Then fast forward, when they played Vitality, they should have won that map. They should have beaten
I
Vitality
like it as
in
a
Dust 2,
change-up,
and I think
Colin.
everyone agrees right now that Vitality is the best team in the world in Dust 2. So if you're Mouse right now, I think you're coming into this game with an awful lot of confidence.
Am I streaming with the
If Dust
1.4
2 is the
rating on
worst you can
HLTV
bring up
yesterday?
against us, if you're EF,
Yeah, they
I
let
think
me
if you're
play
Mouse,
Dust
you're
2,
happy about
man.
that. I think the performance they had against
I think
Vitality
somebody
in
in
the group
Floofy's
stage was
chat
at a
said
very high level. They struggled
something
closing
like
out the game, but
Flom
in the
double
contest,
entering
they
out
made
long
good
on Dust
counts, right?
2 because he's been playing
And that's
this
something
map
where
since
I feel
Vietnam
like
or some
closing out
shit.
in a series like this, you're going to have the edge if you're Mouse. You're the more seasoned team in terms
fuck.
of stage experience, but I also am still very curious about that
I
Zipnik's game
don't know,
plan
it sounded
because
goofy like
Eternal
that.
Fire are one of the rare teams where I see them go out long late a lot. Like they really like coming out long A, regardless of if they get
Alon,
the
did you
spawn
stick around to the
or
energy
not.
stuff?
I
I
want to
didn't.
see
Me,
does Mouse
Austin, and
keep
Luca talked
two
about
defenders
vetoes
in
for
that
today,
position late
and then
in the
I went and
round,
had dinner with
or do
Ray.
they just get aggressive with it? Do they try to get disruptive?
What do you think is going to be the best solution?
Why didn't
to
you have pick
what
Anubis? It's hard to
Eternal
pick a
Fire
map that's
inevitably
banned.
going to throw at Mouse in that area?
Just keep a couple guys there. I want to see Brolin there. I want to see maybe even Exertion moving over there
All
sometimes.
right, Shadow, you 30
Just keep
gifted
Torzy on the
subs,
line
hold
as
on.
well. I just want to see more bodies in that side of the map because worst case scenario, you just push it. You just push
Please
long
hold,
to try to
please.
flank them if they're trying to go for a mid to B or something later.
One of the biggest strengths of EF's T
Who's
side
playing
though
today?
on Dust
Yeah.
2 is Santaris,
Yeah.
and when he's being gifted
feel really
space
bad
in the
'cause
mid
it's
portion
fucking
of the
up
map.
his
Whenever they're doing a B
schedule, but-
split, whenever he gets to walk out middle, he has the aim, he has the
Wait, do we
ability to
just
make the
we'll do
difference.
10
I
at a
would love
time
to see
because
Toshi
we
shut him
only have
down.
a
I would
10
love to see Mouse
animation.
contest towards middle. You don't have to push lower, you don't have to push middle, but make sure that you don't give Santaris too much space in order to execute those B splits.
The 10
because they do
animation
that to a
is
high
so
level.
sick.
We do call Dust 2 an Orpus Paradise, though. We know Toolsy's already showed up on map number 1. What's the situation with Woxic coming into this?
Freya, I'll raise you a third. What about Wycadia? Wycadia was actually a great secondary offer for them when they played against Na'Vi to get through the seeding game to get the semifinals berth. It was not something I expected to see because Woxic, you know, he's the usual suspect. He's great at Dust 2 opping, no doubt about it. But Wycadia on that mid to B op, just another factor, another guy that you're going to have to worry about if you're Mouse. So in some ways, I feel like Mouse have to get a lot of their work done on that CT side here.
Let's just get the game on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are we ready?
I'm ready.
I think we're ready to do it. This is Dust 2. This is the map
All right,
pick
Dust
of
2, let's
Eternal
get
Fire
it.
to
Let's
see
see
if
what's
they can
going
keep
on
their
here.
life in the semi-finals.
Perpetually in pursuit of that trophy, and it does feel a little too far away here in Lisbon after that performance on Nuke. Sure, they clawed it back in that second half. We thought it was just going to be a whitewash like
that,
yesterday,
Kyle.
but they did show
Sorry, man.
some tenacity. Perhaps there is ground for a conversation about a third, or is it all said and done?
If we just look at the numbers, 5 straight
did they
losses on this map
show
for Mouse, 5 straight wins
Rez
for
in the
Eternal
crowd
Fire.
again,
So
aka
if we
Rez's
just want to
brother?
take that into the consideration, maybe, just maybe, they can push us to Mirage, but it's still this stage experience, the victory, the series win, not just a map.
Yeah.
Wycadia started to look comfortable in that second half, but Torji shut him down.
Let's go
And they
up,
bring
yeah.
that fire, and they topple Mouse.
There's only one way to find out. Lisbon, let me hear you! Dust 2! Is it the last map we see from EF? Can they force us to a third? They'll have to break the Mouse defense.
Zipnix has always been the assistant coach. Cyclone's
You were
brother.
just
He's
remarking
at,
to me
Cyclone's
off
at his
air
brother's
about the
wedding.
nades, and look at Madja fully equipped again.
Yeah, he's always throwing them. Just in the gun rounds, donate to the boss man. He'll get you sorted. Something to note very early
not
within
always,
the
but
piece
for
is
a
the
while
position of
he's been the
Spinks.
assistant coach, you know.
It's not going to cost them anything.
You know what I'm
Unless
saying.
Exertion comes over and has a Piron in and gets a kill. But Spinks has been boosted towards CT immediately. This is prep for a mid to B. He'll be able to play over this smoke if they run towards window.
Cheeky.
Okay, maybe a few more threats. That's the man with the
It
YouTube
might
down to 15
threaten.
points
I
of
think
health.
they're trying to see. I don't think this is a set end from
Cat,
EF.
Spinks
I think
off
they're.
the boost.
Well, Wykadia's outside long.
Alongside Torji and
Never mind.
Brolin. They've given
It's
up long
just an AM.
completely.
Block smoke's tough, and the nade could do a lot of damage if they time this right. Has the flash ready.
Big
Oh, that nade.
Elects for the HE, and that's the end of matchup.
Oh, well. That's
Strong
also
case
the
for an
audible
opening
from the
pistol
crowd.
here.
That
And look,
might.
Exertion's gotten off to. Huge push. A real way back.
Yeah, you're boxed in here. And actually, a little bit of friction. He falls back.
Zentaro's just trying to chase him down. Trying to give them some space. 30 seconds. Time's going to be an issue.
He's trying to push them away so they can hopefully open something up and not just have like fucking 5 here, but I don't think it's going to matter that much. They're just waiting.
Still has that flashbang. They're going to be doing the flashbang dance, and Spinks, he's got the aim to back it up. Here it goes. Nice from Wakadia. Bomb's dead. Awkward
Ooh,
now.
Wakadia out long though. Wakadia out long.
Still hitting shots from Wakadia on long.
Oh my god, Brolin pushed him. The USP. Wait.
They can get the bomb in time.
Oh, that's
There's just
it.
no time for this.
Wow, the bomb.
An absolute wait.
Oh, wait.
I don't think he got it. Miles will take the pistol.
Oh.
Brutal.
Oh, my.
That's tough. Some nice kills
Man.
coming out late long there. Help get them in towards the side, but you need that package.
Hey, Art,
Nice
you look
there
good
to get
today, bro.
delayed by that smoke, and that nade comes in. Bang. Magic goes down. Wakadi does a great job here.
Been holding it down since day one in 2024, Art. You love to see it. Let's go.
To get that bomb punched in.
And the pistols
I'm trying to build up an intrigue. No, I dead ass thought like there wasn't. Like I thought it was cooked, and then I was kind of surprised that he
And can't be said now
got
for
it even
Dust
that
too.
close.
His exertion, he's just feeling confident, isn't he?
Okay, wait. Which float is this, dude?
Unfortunately for him, because he went
Is that a
down after
souvenir? Is
time.
that why? Do souvenirs have different float? Wait, can that even be a
With limited
souvenir?
cash going forward, so they are
No, that's
taking
not a
the eco.
souvenir.
They will buy
I'm
into the next.
stupid.
They'd love to be able to get a plan.
Bro,
or a
why did
couple
I
of
not
kills
see a
to try and
scratch on
help
that hot
Joker a
rod?
little
What float
bit.
is that?
There's a kill.
That's something.
Which pattern is it? I know it's a hot rod, but they have like certain ones. Right? Do you
Sessions
see one?
back. Spinks are going to aggress as an MP9 falls into
Who
enemy
has
hands.
it? I think
Should've-
Xershin has it.
Should have been the end of Jota there. Nah, Jimmy. He sees to it.
And Brolin's pushed long as well. So
I need to, bro. I'm trying to find. Like, I don't see a scratch on
We'll
that.
start 2-0 now into the guns.
Only pixel cosplay. It's 'cause I'm trying, if you guys don't know, I'm like trying to figure out. I want to get a hot rod. I've made the decision, but I'm trying to like.
Much worse.
They all have a
What's
scratch.
the call going to be first rifle round?
Is it actually Claymore? .0063?
Decent long spawns for Zentaro's Jota to work with, but they're just
Okay,
going to call into a
relax. I don't.
standard
You ever
approach.
shit talk to me again? I'll simply just eat the competition, Mr. President. Watch
Magic
yourself,
takes
buddy.
the Mac 10 from Jota, so he'll be working with the SMG. Rolling the exertion, starting too long. Torch to help set them up with flashes. There's 3 players in the tunnels. Zentaro's in through lower, Wakadia, Jota, and now the rotation of Magic coming back over. This is looking like they want to test this B site quite early. Rolling very close long doors. Now he was bringing up these late long pops from EF. That's a good position
And
to
the
negate
Gamba,
them.
is it actually still open?
Xershin
Mod
Chin over
check!
to help it to B, and Torji playing the ramp. So
These guys are scumming the
two
Gamba.
players
Where are the
open towards
mods?
B
The B
to
hit's about to
deny
come
this
in. I can't
execute
close it.
being lined up now.
Jimmy typically handles.
Hell no,
himself with
Narcissus.
poise
I
here.
opened that Vaporwave.
Spots them. What's his reaction? Cycling through his nades. Gets out on incendiary. They get flashed off as well. Spinks.
Oh, Mouse leads the B-pop perfectly, dude.
The headshots on the FAMAS. Sure, Jimmy
Read that
wounded.
absolutely perfectly. Insertion stuck.
He's locked in
Oh,
a
wait, that's
box.
Insertion
Insertion
Zentara. Sorry,
slams it shut.
wrong X alias.
Nothing here for EF. Walks it,
Wait,
changes
what?
the dialogue. Possession
Oh.
there. For Mouse winning victorious with 3 alive in the first gun.
It's going to feel very good.
One,
for the
I
B
don't look
defensive
at my
Spinks and Jimmy there
crosshair.
to be able to deny them.
I'm
They
looking
tested your
past my
style in the
crosshair
first rifle
too.
round. You've made sure
Bro,
there's
if you
absolutely
see,
no way
the-
in.
dude,
Another
you
little
can't be
thing that I
having
want to keep
scratches.
track
Grow
of
up.
as well is how eager Brolin is going to be on the long pushes.
Okay,
Is it
so
because
it's
the SMG that he had that he went for the push in this round? He also did against the eco. But Spinks' impact is being felt in this Mouse jersey. There's no doubt about that. Since the
7-4-1.
debut.
Okay. I'm gonna see if there's one
The
that I
grand
can
finals
trade
look
into
for their
that.
third. Might get in there damn fast. There's just a quick little tech has already been sorted, so we'll be getting things straight underway. No issues. Will have to be a partial investment. Max loss bonus into the next for EF. Going into round 4, you've already got 3 AKs in the AWP and residual cash and a couple of your members. So sitting pretty, looking to break that streak of... Whoa! Whew. Okay, well that's a B defender down.
That's a gift.
All right.
He's got a bit more to go alongside of
Jimmy.
this. It wasn't just the scout.
Wicadia scouter now?
9s, Mac 10. This is a very winnable round now.
Oh, does he get Torji too? No way, right?
Once more, top tip of the head spotted.
Ormus,
Torji
thanks for the
unable to punish
105
that.
fucking months, you beautiful
He will
human.
potentially be scrutinized on that mid doors by the Tech 9s. He doesn't even break it.
Oh, he has no idea.
Bit of misplay. Flustered.
More people in the arena. It's good to see. Oh, they had a shot of the arena earlier mid-game.
Spinks likely over that side of the map.
From like behind the stage, that place is fucking packed.
Well, it's tough.
Yeah, it was a little. It looked a little barren at the start, but that's just because like people filing in at the start of the day.
Everybody's going to pipe their way out.
Oh, this is uncomfortable now.
The only places where it's not packed are like the edges, but that's because I don't think they try to sell those tickets as hard. It could be a bad view of the screens and shit.
He can win this round.
2v2, man.
Yeah, he's poised to collect.
I mean, this is perfect. This is
coming in from
insane scenario here for EF. But Katie have been. This has got to be his best tournament ever, right?
Game does not want to run into this AWP, and Woxic just dismounts.
Kids for this.
They'll start to crawl.
Retakes on.
I don't even foofies. You should have twitched out. You know that was gonna happen.
Through the doors, but Xerxen low on notice. Macardia, he plays an active angle. He's ready to fight. He's ready to brawl. A massive round from Macardia.
What a
kill
sick
to put
round
him on
out
the
of him.
board.
Okay, he woke up in the second
Starts
half of
with
Nuke,
the
and he's here
scout.
to play on Dust 2. Highest rated player for EF on this very map. He will be instrumental, especially on this T side.
No, he's actually. Dude, that's,
thing
oh
of
yeah,
absolute
that's nice.
beauty right there. Just catches the noggin, flick of the wrist. Jimmy sat on his ass. Do you start using
Damn, bro, that
H0
little
smoke
micro
now
adjustment
to
for
be
the
concerned
headshot
with
was
those crosses?
Wow.
Turkey's got talent.
4 players starting long to lock this down.
Oh, this could be the wrong time to be calling what they have.
Oh, delay long pop. He's in front of it. Xerxen spammed him.
there to pick up the pieces.
Oh,
maintain
man.
that man advantage.
Mouse read that
Another
perfectly.
homework, Mouse.
Yeah, that was a hard anti-chat.
Cardi the man to grab the space off the back of this.
You guys see how they played that? Do you see how many were long? And Xerxen front blue just hitting the lineup on the. They were so ready.
Torji's still here alongside of Brolin.
They know. Oh my.
Torji. Dispatches of Madge up. Hope they'd relocated, fallen away. Woxic even reveals his location with the AWP shot on the
Brolin
flash.
IGL. Yeah, but CT sides, it might not be him calling as much. It could be. It might not be though.
Spinks, he's done very well.
Giving him something to
CT
work
sides
with,
are a lot
turn
more
their attention
fluid.
towards
Like
B. Woxic could rotate all the way back. There's still a minute on the clock.
your CT side IGLs are the people in high like, traffic areas.
Some space away from them. So looking to regather with Wacardia. 2 players posted on short.
Excuse me. So like the person that's like playing rotator, for example, on A, usually with the rifle is like the one that calls the most, along with the mid B player.
Big kill for Brolin.
What a headshot.
Still don't know where Woxic is. You know where he was? Oh, and the sound cues now.
No, they do.
Ah, okay, yeah, that's what I was saying, Hans, is I've been trying to find like the right pattern float combination on the hot rod because I know there's not one without a scratch.
Beautiful start
but,
to
like,
the round for Mouse. They immediately put
I just want to have the scratch somewhere where it's like not on the end of the gun, you know?
The fact that they did
And
win
last
the
game
line
CT
to
timeouts,
buy
you
to get
can
on
see
the board
Torji talk
does
more,
put
which
them
makes
in
a lot of
situation
sense
where they
because
can still stay threatening.
the Torji and Xerxen on Nuke should be absolutely non-stop communicating.
Right, you want to be in anti-flash ult positions where you can
Those
tuck
two
into
should be the
angles.
ones talking the most on CT side Nuke.
Lucadia jumping into his demise. He was trying to buy them a way out. Zentaras and Magi yet to get activated with a kill.
You just
on
because
this
it
T
doesn't
side.
make like you can't you can't call from certain positions. You don't have the information.
10 AKs and a Deagle, but limited utility. At the long control now. They
It's also why I do feel like maybe it's not to discredit Shuey, but I wonder
Can he win it out this time?
with how successful
Head-to-head with
Xerxen
Bacardi,
is
they're
and with
both
how much
limping.
Torji I think has grown as an opera, I wonder if they just like felt comfortable
How safe for how long?
having Brolin kind of be the voice of the team, but then they're doing so much already on like it's not like a Nico situation, right? Where like Nico left and did the whole CT side where
left A, heading towards
Shuey
CT
left
spot
and
to
like
help
you
this
do
out.
need to
Brolin
replace your
leading
T side caller, but like
support
just like
Torji.
in you know, I'm not saying we're Mouse,
Try,
but
surely.
I don't call a lot of the time. Like I'm having Austin call a lot because of the positions he goes to on T side. And I'm sure it's the same for Brolin and for Mouse with Xerxen.
Puts him onto notice.
Xerxen's getting all the information on outside Nuke. He's relaying what they should and shouldn't do, what EF is showing. And Brolin is basically keeping tabs on the whole situation and making sure that like the team is following the game plan
He hasn't nailed that smoke.
that you set up before. And ooh.
Pressure onto Spinks and Jimmy. Don't forget about the low HP.
I don't think there's no
So it's, and this isn't like I said, this isn't to discredit Shuey, but it's also to kind of prove that maybe just the structure was in a really good spot for them to make this swap in general.
Good angle for this on top of the car. Spinks waiting, biding his time, starts to activate just the one long range
Oh.
Mag 10 out of Madge.
Oh.
Needed that from Woxic.
The trades back were very nice right there.
Goes down B, and Torji doesn't even look like he's going to give it a look.
Okay, nice little back and forth to start off, Dust 2. This is what you want to see. Competitive affair starting to take
But
shape.
I see you have way better calls than Austin. Respectfully, you do a better job 90% of the time. It's not really better or worse calls most of the time. You have to understand, like, Austin's going to be calling things, and sometimes it's going to fall flat, especially when he's entering. And
very much.
I'm stepping in every time I know there's like a gap.
EF side, they can dip on
Right?
out. Really, that AWP is the main point you want to be holding on to here. But
it's both. You can't.
Imagine get himself into something better than
If
an
Austin's
MP9.
calling most of the time, like outside on Nuke, for example, and I know when it's the right time to pace change and when they're open inside because I'm working there, that doesn't make me better at calling necessarily.
That one saved. Still nothing consecutive to boast for EF.
And they go hand in hand.
So first it was Wakadi's quad kill.
You should watch Mouse's CS,
Time
newest
team
CS
effort,
video.
yeah,
It really
no,
shows
sure.
what you're
Oh,
talking
HP,
about.
but still a
Oh, really?
necessary
Yeah? Do you
adjustment.
see Xerxin and Torji yapping a lot, or is it
The
more
SMG
Brohan?
at range. Well, forced by in behind the save guns. Two Famouses and an MP9 greet the saved AK and AWP. Walks it down to Suicide to take the
No,
duel.
exactly,
And
James.
heavy
Well,
style of
that's
plays
what I
here.
mean
They
is
can
like
push.
people like
Oh, he's taken the head off of Madja. Torji opens up the account for Mouse.
people really struggle with the concept of like somebody not necessarily being the problem in scenarios, but also not being the solution.
He's not looking. What a
The human brain and
Big
people,
adjustment.
especially on the internet, that haven't been in these
adjustment to the
environments
face.
cannot comprehend that a lot of the time.
Back away from the flame.
Dude, that was
didn't land perfectly.
Oh, the break.
all right.
They break the skull of Centaurus.
Damn, look
off
at
the
this
back of it. Good
timing
shot.
on Jota though. Look at this timing. Look at this
He's got the
timing.
timing. They're not looking. They're not looking. Composes himself.
Oh.
Torji
Wait,
gets
oh
on
my-
the Spinks asleep.
Oh, they are
At the
not.
wheel.
Oh my
No
god.
adjustment. Didn't tuck.
Jota just timing the.
Tucks
Oh,
on
okay.
Torji to finish. It's a Jota round. World class from Jota.
Was it Mouse that made that gamble yesterday, chat? Who did that? Somebody. Was it Mouse?
How often do you see a tier 1 team get that bamboozled, that caught off?
Yeah, so focused on middle. That was even with the opening kill for the
That was
Torji
like,
AWP into Suicide.
Dude, who did that? Yesterday, somebody played around similarly on CT side, and it worked so well. Giving long when they didn't know it. Was it Navi or Spirit? It was Spirit. Spirit did it to Navi. Spirit did it to Navi.
Spinks just not aware that he was open to that. So
That's so interesting to see across multiple games because, like, to me, I've only seen that a couple times, but I wonder how many times they've done this in practice. If we're seeing a couple different teams have similar scenarios, and we're now seeing an individual player capitalizing on it.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big kill to make.
Interesting.
So he gets this, spots Spinks, tags up Torji, decides he's got the HE to finish the job. Look how far away he was.
They've broken the money. Has to be the eco now for Mouse. Think about how tough
Great
it was
pullback out
when
of
they
EF,
were
man.
on
Yeah.
the T side of Nuke coming back.
Xantair is still completely fucking missing, though, man. Holy shit.
Breaks your heart. Well, now you've got them down to just pistols. Need to be converting around like this and as cleanly as possible. But right now, Mouse have gambled correctly. All 5 pieces in the right place. No flash, no upgrades. They're out long. They do have the weapon and utility advantage. It's hard to see this
Did you
one
guys
going
win
wrong for
yesterday?
EF.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, the only advantage is their positioning. Isolates one. A lot more where that came from. Great work from Spinks. How's he found that double ding? Gonzalez could spam away from short side. They just get boxed in. Just the one casualty for EF.
You'll take that. Nice little mop and bucket round.
That's wild.
But a Goldie.
That's wild.
You know what that sound means. Tactical timeout called by Mouse.
Oh,
you and
man.
I have the perfect position.
That's the haircut
to look
of all
straight into
time,
that
for
booth.
sure.
Catch all 5 players and the body language of Zip as he unloads.
No way,
30
Chad. No
seconds of
way. You guys.
adjustments
That's
necessary.
crazy.
This is a
Phil,
map
thanks for
where
the 91-month reset. Thank you.
on the trot. EF have won 5 on the trot, and right now they are competitive. We're all tied up.
Did you see the Lin Vision Rare Adam shit yesterday? You mean how they
Opting to
forfeited
start on
because
the
it was
CT
more
side.
effective to not play the game at all?
Well, the pistol is a great way to kick off their campaign. Now they've been broken. Now we're into the thick of the rifles.
Yeah, that's definitely a flaw. Well, another flaw spotted.
Extremely limited right now. So don't expect to see them go out off the first timings. Mission of the Torji AWP. Statement piece of their nuke will be lacking on the CT side.
What is this from Zantares? Straight down, straight up the guts.
Here it is.
There, jumps up. Chance squandered. Doesn't choose to engage. Oh, and he's punished.
Cookie, thanks for the gift of sub. R9 is better than Ronaldo. Thank you, Cookie. Thank you.
Commitment to the spam with Cardia
Thank you,
gone.
thank you, thank you.
The 5v3 early
Why do they forfeit? I don't get it.
Jota,
Lose
he's
less
gone
points
very
because of
brave
it.
there. Straight through the smoke. Claws one back.
Spinks. The B defenders.
He's here early.
Protected.
I think saying 6 months is very
So he
grand.
catches the jump
Pickle.
spot. Rolling long push.
This is massive. They're not looking. It's Jota's turn to have his back turned. Watsick spins on a dime. Awareness at an all-time high.
Well, Jimmy and Spinks B defenders both still alive. Torji A AWPer.
Mossy over that. Maybe he can if he elevates. Just under the smoke.
This round can still go wrong. Madja has the bomb and he's in upper tunnels.
They've got 45 seconds. They need to piece this together soon.
But the duels are all going to feel like 1v1s.
Yeah. They're just taking his sweet time. This is getting uncomfortable. They're trying to make a play for Ray. Molly the CT push, 30 seconds. Trying to keep the boots
They're not
planted.
seeing anything. Madja's going to come back.
He can't now. Jimmy's coming from behind. Woxic, how aware are you? Are you ready for this? Yes, he is, but Jimmy hits the shot. Down goes Jota, wide open on B. This was all a bait. They
All right, the
set him up
1v3.
to come up
The
clutch.
1v3
Can
for
Madja
Major.
deliver? He's called himself into
All
a
right,
clutch
here we
on
go.
the B bomb site.
He said, boys, sell it for me. I got this.
It's to isolate Jules. 3 players advancing to his position. Jimmy from the tons. Madja, timing is everything on his engagement. Pre-aim. Spots a barrel, isolates the Jewel, can't finish off Torji. Molly available, using every tool in his arsenal. Aggressing now, they're going to triple swing him. How can he isolate these Jewels? He simply can't.
He said, boys,
Spinks
I don't
will
got
wrap
it.
up. That was avant-garde, that was unusual, that is hard to explain.
That's tough.
He said,
I
my
don't
bad,
think that
my
that's
bad.
what they wanted to call. It was just so risky to be going back for
Yeah,
Madja
they
in
were
that
just kind of in a
situation
pickle.
because, yeah, they had the short control.
In a pickle
They weren't
there. That was a
connected
pickle.
This is the initial exchange. Opening kills keep going against EF. They've only been able to find 2 opening incisions so far.
How many gifted for me to rock that
Could have been
haircut?
different had Woxic found Jimmy
no.
on the flank, could have opened up some avenues for pivots. So good shooting from Jimmy. Active on that B anchor roll. Timeout called.
Oh, they get their all back in their hands on this CT side. So going to start 4 long to deal with these late long pops. Let's take a look again. What are the spawns? Well,
they're pretty good, Chad.
There's a couple available, but so far we haven't seen them take them out the gates. It would be Zantares alongside of Wakadia. And the way that they're currently postured doesn't look like that's going to be the case at all. So just going to play out another standard round. And when they went all in on Nuke with the top rushes late, it did come back to bite them. So a heads-up Counter-Strike is something Mouse can definitely deal with. Back into another default standard round of play.
Is Lisbon giving them the wave goodbye. Or is it hello to Mirage?
What do you guys
And
think? I feel like Dusty's actually more T-sided these days, personally. What have you guys been feeling in Tier 1? In Tier 1, not in your games. By the way, Phil, thank you again for your 91.
Smoke erected on doors.
What's the best cinema in the finals? Best cinema is probably Mao's Vitality, but like if it's EF is what like I think Mao's gives a better game versus Vitality. Counter argument. Fucking A, dude. I want EF to just win one S tier tournament. So like it's hard.
He knows short now occupied. He's hoping to catch something on the fade of his smoke. Woxic
Last time wasn't so cinematic though. It wasn't, but it's tricky, man. It's just
the NOA.
Boss Money, thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
Crisscross
It's just
implies
tough right
mid
now, man.
fight.
Thanks for
Torji now
taking care
rotating
of
back to A to support
taking
this.
advantage of that 35% off gifted
He'll be there in
subs. We love
time.
to see it.
Zashin does want to aggress doors at some point. It's getting a bit time sensitive now. A smokes. Torji, will he have the chance of the shot? They're ahead of the smokes. Jota down. Orb connects. Wakadia's patience does prevail. Onto Zertian fast flank. Jimmy onto Wakadia back. Bomb should go down. Zantara's staring at the floor. Does not want to get picked off by that Torji orb. Clock extended.
Couple of mollies, you need some space. You can't just play from sight. They need to take this short control. Spinks and Jimmy are going to come on through. Late long will be Brolin and Torji in this retake setup.
How do they fight this?
No
Woxic
audio.
tempted to peek over
No, he
those
hasn't.
flames. It's held by
Ooh.
Jimmy. Pressure. Zantara's looking the wrong way at the same time. Woxic does dispatch of one. Gets away. Spinks position noted. There's Brolan. There's Madja back.
Damn.
Takes down the Swede. Torji from
2v2.
long. Spinks on short. This is the fight. He gets it done. Solid work for the 5th round.
Well
the
held,
EFT
well
side
held.
is cooking. Torji gets away with his AWP. A consolation prize, but a job well done.
They got the absolute most out of those Molotovs towards short. Really stalled the retake. Ricardia getting traded by Jimmy and mid. I felt like that was enough to make that possible, but the fact they opted for short as well as long. Nobody coming up through CT. They were constricted. No smoke, no flashes. Easy as you like for Torji, but it's Orps finding impact on either side of the server.
Our team is banning Anubis versus EF now.
Drop a
Well,
rifle,
Miles literally doesn't play Anubis, by
Yeah,
the
there
way.
you go. So
That's
rifle's
why.
been bought in.
It's a nice matchup,
Not a full
map pool wise
force.
for Miles. Beef,
And they've
thanks for
given
the
it to
5-month
Spinks.
primer. Thank
He was
you.
the hero
Appreciate you.
last time rounds.
Yeah, the heartbreaking round for EF. Double smoke start. Molly short.
Big push early from Torji. Brave stuff, but huge information. Exertion now playing close short. Was Spinks to jump up with that M4.
I was watching Valorant, and why did they intentionally run into the bomb blast to kill themselves? Bro, you think I know what the fuck's going on in that game?
That's big.
Bro, they got like little
Ricardia finds the
critters
frag
planting
necessary.
bombs in that
Just
game and
Brolan's
shooting
dig on the
bazookas and
site.
shit.
Times it well, but instant headshot from Zantara. Just his fourth frag. In a whole half of play.
Now 40 seconds on the clock to save, and you've been noted immediately. So they spring to life to hunt you.
Another one for EF, 6-5.
2400 into the next.
Crazy
How badly
to
do you
think they're in
want
the
it?
lead now with how this game started. Mouse looked like they were full fucking running with it. Block, thank you very much for the primer. Thank you, beautiful. Appreciate
Spawn. I
you.
don't know, man. He's so far away. Just Ricardia that gets the green light to go looking, but already hitting that walk here. Looks like Torji will be bringing it through
I don't want
into
to
the
give the
final
other team
round.
alt charges, and there's no penalty to dying to
second
bomb
map's
them out.
first half.
Oh, okay.
Late to this. Let's return the ult. Chance.
Your favorite artist?
Halftime break for a total 5 to find 7.
Say, it kind of goes in like.
Forward frags. That's the most high intensity moment of the round right there. First kill going against them, but they do batter their way through. And Zantara's is going to be
I
instrumental
mean,
once they get over to the
artist
CT
I
side.
probably have
A
the most
rotating right
time
front.
listening to is probably Mac Miller, I guess.
A big job on
But
his
that guy
hands.
just.
Oh, they
that's
missed
a
the
bad
smoke.
I listen to a lot of shit though.
Flashes out, Jota out, and about. Zantara's unable to lend a hand. He has to extinguish just to be there. Jota doesn't play scared.
But also, like, anytime before
Only
10
Carl,
a.m.,
CT's respond
Lana
with the
Del Rey
smoke. Do you
blasting
play
in the
ahead of
house
it?
while
You
making
boost
breakfast
over it.
is a vibe.
All flashed off the line. Crouch key hit. Missed shot from the AWP. Oh, sitting duck for him, but it's only a tag. Woxic put on notice. Brolan the same.
Exertion has to do with his cat pusher with Cardia.
Interesting to see this head-to-head again. Oh, what? Xerxin pulls the trigger first, but with Cardia, an amazing adjustment. Need to break. Roland is low. Zantara's right in front of him in the smoke, touching distance, can practically
No,
smell
well,
it.
you're not.
Gets across. Mantles up. Torchy's up on the edge of that smoke. Zantara's is looking for him, looking for a window of opportunity. There is a flank on its way. Good catch from Jota into the site. Roland's gone. Finishes what Zantara started, and a missed shot from the AWP will be punished. It spins his flank faster than he anticipated. Woxic will fall.
This would be a crazy
Zantara's
2v5.
down as well. Hang on, are they piecing this together? Not the 2v5.
Ah, no way.
Okay.
No way.
All good in the hood to make it a 7-5 half. It's only Spinks
Yeah,
position.
Mouse
noted.
came roaring out of the gate and then just completely fizzled the
Giving
fuck
this one
out.
away.
EF doing a
Ricardia's
good
gonna
job,
seal the
man.
deal from behind as well. Base the shots, trying to get
Arcadia
across.
still hitting.
Matchup
Jota popping
secures
off
it.
this map. Had a
Trying
that
as hard as they
round.
might to secure a third
I feel like
map
that
in
round
this
when Jota
semifinal.
hit that long lurk and killed, was it 3 or 4 of them? I think that really put Mouse's mental a little bit. They started
He's one shot,
questioning
he's
a little
one
bit what they were doing.
How are we losing that? What
At incoming heads up.
How? Ah! Ah! Where are my bullets going?
Well, well, well. Looks like another victim of a crappy chair. If you're like this guy, performance isn't your problem. Your chair is.
How are you in my...
Shh. See, here at Blacklight, we
happening?
know what the key to victory is. It's comfort. And you're looking at it.
What is this, bro?
Dynamic, adjustable lumbar support, specifically designed to benefit users of all heights. Loosen up. We've got you back with just the right amount of support. Racing-inspired Embrace design. Feel the grip of pure victory embracing your body, keeping you at the apex of the action. The magnetic head pillow, because why should you ever have to fumble with straps? Dual roller PU silent wheels. Stay both silent and deadly in and out of the server. Integrated condensed foam technology for that floating on a cloud experience. It's superior comfort for extended seating.
I'm gonna rank up.
You win. Come on!
My chair's just better.
And that is
It's the better
power
gaming chair, boys.
of Kraken.
Just like the
Let
people
us
in
carry
Premiere,
you
right?
While you carry your team.
Terms and conditions apply. Sitting required. Chair will not function properly if you refuse to sit. No rage quits. Chair is not responsible for damage caused by flipping, throwing, or aggressive reclining. May increase gaming skills, or at least make you feel like a pro. No refunds if you still lose. Zero gravity not included. Chair may feel like a spaceship, but won't actually fly. Cup holders not included. Your energy drink is your own responsibility. Spills are on you. Literally. Assembly required. Allen key provided. Sanity not. Comfort levels may vary, especially if used as a cat throne. Do not attempt 360 spins unless prepared for consequences. Nausea,
Holy
dizziness,
shit,
or
it's
unexpected
still
spell
going.
boosts. Warranty void if used as a ladder, weapon, or dance partner. Game on responsibly. Chair does not guarantee wins, but it does guarantee style.
Jesus. Alright, I gotta use the restroom real quick. Hold on.
Second half does too. The Mayo Arena loud. Whether or not they see 3 in their first semi-final, that we're about to find out. Solid haul from EF. Every round of regulation, map 1.
A stack on the pistol round for EF. You can see the call starting to take shape from Brolin and Co. Here's the molly destined for back plat. These flashes. Lurk smoke lands. It's going to give them the buffer to get the molly nice and deep if they'd like. Adja also cheating over. There's going to be all 5 players of Eternal Fire to respond to this.
Holy shit. Well, this is an anti and a half.
Seem well suited to the task, but masked by the first. Bacardia drops off, does deliver onto Spinks. Nice from Zentares onto
The whole
Exertion, and
team's
again
here,
the
bro.
pistols.
They're
are
stream
flowing
sniping,
nicely
dude.
for Eternal Fire.
Me and my pug.
Jimmy down.
What the hell?
Convincing counter strike.
3 out of the 4 pistols in this series so far
Check
going in
the
the favor
delay,
of EF,
check
but
the
that one there
delay.
is booked. You read them. You had the great rotation. You started with 4 over towards B. Magic
Damn,
says
bro,
there's
they
nothing
called
wrong.
that
Nobody
one.
up cat. I'll rotate over, and he'll even get himself a kill in this one. No bomb going down means the force by threat is much more limited, and Wakadia basket in the glory of that one, finding themselves 8-5 in the lead. Just this scout they have to worry about. Like you note, if you go through, you look at the rifle rounds for EF, they very rarely
How
are
do you feel
playing
about
into lower
facing
tunnels.
using Premier rating to
Just a sprinkle of
baseline new
rounds over there
accounts? Probably not a bad idea.
for Rays.
Because they
on
can't
this
go above
very
level
Dust
7 or
2.
some shit, right?
Just starting with just a P250 in this one. It's going to try and facilitate the AWP pretty early if possible.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing. Why, if you have a little bit of information on players, would you not use it?
Boxer can farm some cash for his own. Ooh, damn. Headshot found
Like,
by Xertion. Fair play.
I think it's
away,
good.
and they're going to rotate back. And
I imagine it's also their
Nice one there
face its
from
way of
Torgy.
enticing
Team
players
break.
that aren't
Some synergy
making
there,
the
and now
jump to
that
come
all
play
falls
on
into
Face It
another
as
man's
well.
hands. Found man spots 2.
People also like really underestimate how little people actually play Faceit compared to the overall player base too. So smart from them, probably.
Right there, just highlighted the CT setup to expect. Jota and Wakadia over towards the B side. Jota is the anchor, Wakadia is the contributor.
It's echoing badly, brother. You just got multiple tabs open or something. I don't know what to tell you.
The primary AWP. Traditionally going to be starting over towards A, setting up Madja and Zentares to fight for the early long control. And then Zentares, with a lot on his play, is the A rotating rifler. AWP afforded. It's going to be a scout again for Torji.
Trouser days for 2 years. Thank you, beautiful. Appreciate you.
Wanting to negate this option early, even the safety smoke. For instance, that would bridge with the T corner smoke, get you the safe haven and pit.
Yeah, just like your personality, Trouser. That's why we match well.
I just said B defender.
Okay, Brolin going straight for this pace on Cat. This is cheeky.
Right now, Mouse
might not be expected.
Exertion, Torji the tail end, Spinks in tunnels, and Jimmy also joining them.
This is really good timing of Cat. You see, Zentares thinks they might just like they know it might be open.
Gets his jewels, spots out Brolin.
Oh, never mind. They're ready. I lied. I fucking lied.
No one committed.
They're ready for that Cat hit. I'm just a lying sack of shit.
The nade in. Very light chip damage. Nothing really to boast. If it is mid to B, it's all on Wakadia.
Zentares decides he wants to be involved, and it costs
him
his
we
life. Another opening
the
death for Zentares.
Jota's pushing long.
Awkward.
How far does he go? And what's the timing on this? Block towards short for now.
Salons, I think you're just cooking way too much meth right now, bro.
Brolin going looking for answers on long.
Does that force you into a B play?
Easy opportunity, but he isn't able to hit the headshot with Cardia. You can't go down. Stay stalwart on B as this.
Also, if you could stop doing it in my YouTube chat, that'd be great. Thank you. Only MP9 though.
Woxic swings nothing.
Oh, he needed to get one.
He does.
That's a fast one, though.
Started. Does he keep to force the issue ahead of the util? Spinks and Xertion pull the trigger.
Damn, Xertion again.
The leader. Audible from Wakadia, spots him out, sprays him down. Good from Spinks, and it's not looking good.
That was
for
ambitious
Jota.
out of Wakadia.
Seen top mid.
Got the AK, likely just to hold on to this. A little bit disconnected there, Eternal Fire, and some of those jewels. Woxic definitely needed one frag, but a lot of pressure. Jota trying to contribute from mid-long with an MP9, not the weapon for the job.
Holy caramba. Crazy commit. It's away with his life.
15 kills for Jota right now. Next round's only going to be 1,400 loss bonus. Important they hold on to this AK-47. Wakadia will be able to by himself. Jota will be able to drop one. Woxic can facilitate with a scout and then Magic
flop in playoffs. Yeah.
Or maybe a 5-7.
Yeah, Silence. I wasn't born yesterday, brother. Read your first
grounds for
message. Come on. It's all good. Just, yeah. Let's leave it there, yeah? That ground shake, that was actually not them, that was me.
Wanting to play ahead as well, because they knew they just had
Sorry, I had to shift my weight a little bit. Trouser with the
gift
gifted sub to Spartan Jack. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Doesn't want to give them the mid
Appreciate
to be for free.
You're absolutely stunning. Trouser, thanks for the 5 gifted. You look absolutely incredible. Thank you.
Across.
Yeah,
Please a nice one from chat for Trouser.
Zara's yet to provide an opening. Conceded 3.
Don't let this distract you from the fact that Flom pre-watches the matches to seem smart and true and true.
Scout on scout action.
Yeah, Torji just completely best Woxic in that opener. Let's see that again. Bang!
God damn.
Woxic with a drive-by. Death.
The scout battle mid is crazy.
It's on Zentares or and 4. There's 2 in the mix, mind you.
Is the turning point? Well, there's been quite the rally from EF.
So there's still 3 rifles to try and get the job done.
I think I prefer T-side dust too. Oh, that's gonna hit the beehive.
He's gonna go for it. Oh, he baits him with the barrel. Nothing.
He actually got a dink. Oh,
HG, little bit of damage. Better from the spray of Zentares.
Hang
on, he's having a moment. Delivers a double, keeps this round interesting.
He's lurking B.
Yeah, Jota's just had his attention drawn away as well. Will he poke his nose back out? Jota looks distracted. A free frag ready. Perfect pre-aim.
Well
Spinks delivers. Pulls them away.
Somebody knows somebody's tendency.
Of Torji, but backs in. Pressure applied onto that B side. Jimmy will be getting that bomb down, no problem. No questions asked. With no kit and no teammates, and Zentares is miles away, so it's just Wakadia giving it a look. Gets one, back in the plateau, missed fumble from Spinks. It's now a 1v1, essentially. Torji's miles away, if only he could find the headshot. USP could do it. Looking for an upgrade, can't do it. Trying to
He
pick up
wants
the
the
weapon.
AK, he can't
Ends up
fucking
on the
do it because the bomb.
Spinks goes down.
Oh my
Vicario's
god,
so
no
around.
way!
He's on his own completely. Now he knows Torgy's closing the gap. He can do this.
Oh my
Vicario
god, he's so
essentially a
far,
1v3.
Zentez
His
is so
teammates
far
doing
away,
nothing.
bro.
Zentez is just there for moral support. Vicario
Oh
down.
my god,
No time
Zentez.
now, and he had the kick this
Zentez,
whole
bro,
time.
the bomb's down at B!
Vicario trying everything he can. That's crazy.
YouTube chat, no more meth. Can we
Even
talk
under the
about
frustrations
why you
of
guys
trying
haven't
to
liked
pick
the
up the
stream
other
yet?
gun,
And
you
maybe
keep
like
faking the bomb
unicorns or
by
some shit?
accident. Spinks the hero gets them in, but fumbles the kill.
What
You
a
see
fumble
right
from
there, whiffs the
Zentez.
shot.
Yeah,
This
actually,
is such an awkward
Zentez, the
duel,
reason why
but
they're in this
Vicario
round,
gets the reload
Wicadia
in.
almost gets it done, and then
Zentaro is
Zentez
still
just was
worried
nowhere
about that Torgy,
to
who
be
showed
found,
his
man.
precious cat. He did so much there, but it was not enough. 2-round game, that was the forced buy. They should be down to an eco now with
He's
this
playing that
saved
move
AK.
right now. He just thought the lurk was still
That was
around,
a chance
man.
at double digits.
He thought he was in an isolated fight. He was 20 HP. He didn't want to just give it up for free. And then once he realized that Torgy wasn't around anymore, he was just late to the party.
But Jack was in
One player staying alive, just want to talk.
And he
through the
also
options
didn't
going
predict
forward.
Wicadia being in that situation.
Trying to calm them. Position to draw this one round closer.
I mean,
a multi-kill from Zentaras in that round. It stopped
That's
them
why
towards
it
short, but
happened.
Really,
I think if you're
that's
Zentez,
about
like,
Wicadia's heroics. What can they get done with one rifle?
that's tough, man. Because in his head, he's
Short.
just like worried about his
Zentaras is gonna
isolated
peek his
fight
nose
because
out.
he doesn't like. Wicadia to actually make that good at that situation, dude, that's insane. He hit a full reload in the B bomb site when a guy was plat and then killed the guy plat. After tapping the bomb twice, unable to switch out guns.
Someone mantling up
In Xanter's defense in this situation, it's kind of insane that he was actually doing.
The problem for this is
like
with the execution available.
So that's why I think it was a little odd. Like
flash to help you.
It was a very odd situation.
How are you meant to find impact? Oh, smoke missed.
Yeah, not bad. You have to hurry across now. Or just take the jewels as they come. Zentaras has got an opportunity.
Still got to start moving though. At least I don't understand. Well,
need more.
If Wicadia doesn't get those kills, Torgy doesn't move,
You're not getting out
right?
of here with your lives.
And then when Wicadia finally got
certainly
the
try.
kills, especially the second one, then it's like, oh shit, Torgy's probably not here. But
Zentaras the switch.
that's all.
Another upgrade taken.
Should he have gambled it? Probably, but it's hard to make that choice when you don't know he's going to be that successful in the site.
Zentaras will be able to drop an AWP.
It's a bit of hindsight from us, is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, should he have gambled it? Yeah, but making that choice in the moment from his perspective is really hard.
Most out of a bad situation.
Three consecutive one-round game.
Triv, thanks for the 20-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
CT side pistols and conversions.
Wait, is that the host too? Now he's on the chicken. Let's go.
You have time to talk things through. All can be dropped. Taras has enough money to do so. I suppose it's more about what does the opening move look like in this situation.
Good, man. UCOA Spirit could beat Vitality today. Absolutely, yeah.
They don't really
yeah, I
push
do.
the lower tunnels that often.
I think Shiro's posting one of his best tournaments. I mean, Shiro's always getting his, but like Shiro's been looking really on point. This one extra sharp. I think the team that actually is giving Spirit the most trouble is
has the best long spawn, but as a B defender, unless
so,
they're going to play 4 long,
I don't.
unlikely to see him starting there.
Vitality. Let me see.
He said he's trying to block it. I didn't know.
No, I said he blocked it.
Yeah, I heard he's trying to block it as well. It's okay. We won the round. It was a bit weird, but we won the round.
Oh, well, miscomms in the stage environment.
It will happen.
Joda is going to be starting over towards
Their
long.
current matchup is last time they played. Let's see. Oh yeah, it was Kato, and yeah, that. Oh yeah, I remember they dismantled him. Holy shit, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Activate with the default with the late control.
Oh yeah, that was rough. Oof, I'm looking at it right now, but then
Onto
Spirit.
motions, Xbox smoke, lower tunnels, Molly.
Yeah, they actually, wait, it was that long.
Be applying pressure towards short.
It's a smoke break.
Oh wait, no, that's what I remember now. That was with the stand-in.
There's a short execute. You'd love to have Woxic over towards car. has been able to lock down long and now rotate the long way back over to support
It's
Wakadia on B.
They're pretty tight, but Vitality did dismantle Spirit last time they played.
To a key position for the AWP. Enough utility for a standard execute.
That was Magic's like really bad tournament, right? Like where he made that really fucking emo tweet or post.
Could be a good nade onto Xerxon.
They're going.
Chunky. Incendiary.
Yeah, Zontix is like the individual form across Spirit's been very like a lot stronger than people will give credit or recognize. I think at the moment.
Pulling the sideline. Molly distracts. Brolin delivers. Woxic noted on long. A flash could book him. How about a flank?
Oh, Jimmy.
Jimmy, a double in the backside. Job done. Round 1, 9-9.
Is Major just not holding him? I need to see that replay.
It's not going wrong. The second player dropping down the spawn catches
the
Zentaris
perfect
off the trade.
timing?
Not possible. Woxy doesn't want to peer out. Doesn't know how far they've scaled towards Gandalf. And then Jimmy just deletes 2 of them. Says thank you very much. We'll be tying things up. The same buffer EF as what.
The fact that Jimmy didn't take a single point of damage, either he one bullet in Major or Major wasn't looking, I feel like.
Next. They can drop some rifles. They can make the buy work. They're all tied up, and neither team at double digits just yet. I was looking for their 3rd consecutive grand final. This is the 2nd in an arena. They won Cluj. Blown out of the water. EPL by Vitality. Now back again in full force. Oh. Just caught a jump scare moment from Zip there, tripping over his cable. And Zentaris has such limited options, right? The molly, the way that the palming opens up the angles, and a beautiful little double there from Jimmy.
Please explain
when they
Gandalf call out for those who don't understand. Oh, people call Gandalf like the boxes / the corner because it's like where the opera always posts, like you shall not pass type vibe. So that's why I got the Gandalf call out. Yeah, that elbow in the quad area is like Gandalf. If somebody's calling it like when they're crossing, it's like that elbow. If they're calling it like post plant, they're at the box. It's kind of like
dismounts.
Most of the time, though, it's just the box.
Can't overstay your welcome. You're worried about a walk
But
up.
yeah, it's because I mean, historically, it's where the opera always gets his.
Now
You know what I mean?
Controlling tempo on the T
First
sides.
guy never gets across right there. You're always dead.
To the map control on a 2nd tempo. More tunnels.
Yeah, Ninja's a good one, yeah.
Pressuring short. To be smoke locked down. Zentaris has choices to make. Last round they took short. They just exploded out A. This time, they're hinting at the mid to B as a possibility. And just starting to take some room long. So removing
Trill,
that
don't
linchpin
talk in.
piece of Jimmy coming
Hey, Kill, I'm not
late.
holding tab right now. It's actually
Information,
YouTube.
but
It'll
here's where
actually
you
be
likely draw
fine.
the line. A push would be very risky.
It's just too much pressure.
Can't even do it as a joke. Twitch does it, but YouTube, we will scroll through the comments.
There's still time to put pressure to make it look like the short execute and then pivot back to the mid to B into Wakadia and Jota. Crisscross smokes down. Brolin taking space. He can weave through those and go through CT spawn.
Oh, that would be so sly with 30 seconds, though it is coming to the
All he
culmination.
is, he's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Digits first. Woxic Orb in the feed to start. Exertion cut down out of the round. Brolin is in CT, but Wakadia makes it so. Jimmy jumps down to trade.
That's so insane how that just went down.
Oh! Damage inflicted
Oh,
to
but that-
Torres. He must hit double. It's EF into 10 first.
Right now, just staying on Zentaris. He was hightailing it to get that AWP for Woxic. It wouldn't have been available
that was a
into this
cluster.
round
Dude,
otherwise. And he got
the
the opening
walk
incision
through
onto
lurk
Exertion
into
right
CT,
there.
the drop down
So they
into
boxed
CT,
them in,
the
a really
re-walk
important
through
kill down
CT.
from Wakadia coming through spawn,
The
but flanks
double on
flanks,
cat.
and they locked them out.
No, my God, it's going crazy, dude.
Last one for Zip on the mic, unless
We're in too deep. There's
Faber
like 7
offers
layers.
the opportunity.
I just love the way that these have been
And of
responded.
course
Okay, we're
I'm
losing
thinking
round,
about
it's not money for a
Kate
pilot
now,
second
son of a
time. Let's
bitch.
talk about it. Let's give us this 30 seconds. Let's actually take this time to maximize, because if we lose this, well, we're down the bottom of the barrel as far as the loss bonus is concerned. We just had 4 straight. We lost our first. Money's now touch and go. We can buy short. Towards you can get an AWP, but we lose this. It's only 1,900. So it is important to go tit for tat down the stretch. There's that opener from Woxic. There's the find from Wakadia, and there's Zentaris from the site. He's definitely delivering now. He has such an important role on this CT side defense. Up to 14 kills. This is where the game can get away from you, Mouse. You need to respond with a round of your own.
It looks like they're asking Xerxon to try and do what he does best. Crack open a bomb site.
It's a late long pop trying to isolate Madja. Wakati is here.
Flashes are good. Both of them blind. He starts to accelerate, turning the flashes as he progresses, but the break of the smoke, he lights them up. Knocked down one.
Oh, that looked like he was going to get
information. That's a B
a
defender.
lot, right? Like, that looked like
Spinks
such
can't
high
really force the
value,
work
and
on
then
his
it
own.
didn't.
Nobody else can react off the information he gets. Jota now coming down to deal with mid. So staying active. You're likely to get the likes of Zentaris, Woxic, Jota in some form of a combination
Stevie,
playing
we've
together.
just
As the
talked about it a
Longo smoke's
billion
just been thrown
times.
out to block that choke point, but
Ain't
rolling
no
out
way
towards
you're
the blue bin.
molding a chat for not answering and being your Google service when you could just look up
that's
an
not Longo
answer.
smoke at all.
The irony in your post is hilarious. He's at his brother's wedding, but holy fuck, have some self-awareness, brother.
Zentares throws his smoke,
Twitch
cheats
chat being
away,
stupid
joins Jota
spamming.
on
I
B.
need them to
Woxic
answer
stands as a
my
giant
question
presence in mid,
now.
which is Madja on
I
this
just got
A
him here.
side.
Well,
They've just given him
you know,
smokes to
don't
keep
be
that
bad
block.
at Twitch chat for
How
being
far does
Twitch
Roland
chat
go?
when you
Does he
can
test
look
the
up
waters?
answers
He gets
yourself.
information for his team. Well, right now he's
Like,
gonna make
that's
this
just
look like
not
a fake.
stupid.
Smoke to
Your
land at the
expectations
crossover.
are not set in reality.
Does Madja believe this?
I mean, that's his intuition.
They just head through lower tunnels.
Yeah, they're going back.
How are they going to poke their head up short? If they do, there's a way in. It's really just Madja.
Yeah, Woxic's going to try.
Rotation's coming now. The race is on.
Oh, but
Yeah, the only person that gets to use Twitch chat as a personal assistant is me. Thank you.
Madja one. Shut down by Jimmy.
the nade.
Woxic forced back by the flame. 20 seconds
Good
and
nade.
advancing.
I'm surprised
Jimmy
you looked
responsible
at Jimmy.
for
You
this
look down
bomb
there with the
plant. We'll
bomb
get it
like that?
down.
You're fucking
A 2
crazy,
versus 2
dude.
with such epic ramifications.
Dude, if anybody was there, he just died.
Nade looks good for damage. Chips away at Woxic. Retake on. Orp
The hell,
poised
Jordan?
for that quick scope. Spots out by Jimmy. Tara's smoked for now. Has the kit. Jimmy and Spinks are holding for it. He's not ready.
Oh,
he is not
nice
ready.
move.
Unprepared.
No kit. How do you win this?
You don't.
You don't.
just
You
don't.
save.
You gotta get out of here. You gotta save
You
this
don't.
AWP. You gotta
You
carry
go, well,
something going forward. They might just
you
jump
say,
down,
and-
try and find the 5 steps to hurt. Jimmy jumps. He
Oh!
wants the kill.
Holding on to it all valiantly as Woxic. One more to go.
Oh!
No! Spinks too precise. Zip knows what that means. We go 10 and 10.
And they were perfectly they were heading towards the stack. It looked like the gamble was
Which
bang on.
X
Woxic
is
was
the
mid.
Flom
Zentaris has joined the
subversion?
B defense. Madja blocking A.
He got
Joski,
his.
thanks for the 21-month
This was a
timer.
great catch
Thank you,
from
thank you,
Torji
thank
on their
you.
rotation back, but Kitara's just not ready. And a good shot from Spinks to remove that AWP. Damn. 10-10, inseparable. Deep into Dust 2. This looks longy.
Yeah, they're going to stretch their legs right now because of the financial situation. Has to only be this partial.
Oh, damn, they're
Scouts
just going
upgraded
straight
pistols
for it.
And long
Is he
control
gonna-
taken out the gates.
I know where
Now
you go
looking
out of
likely to
that.
get themselves up to 11
Full
with ease.
5-man long. EF speeding up tunnels.
One rifle round in the second half go in the favor of a
Does Mouse go straight into this?
Previous. Otherwise, it was the pistol, the conversion. All their hard work was done within that first half of play as Madja.
It's a gift for the CTs now.
You played Flick yesterday, and I didn't see any map thoughts. Anything you hated? I don't know. I played it once.
Mouse just replenish. Replace. Oh, ouch!
Okay.
Torji's
Mid
scout
timings
finds
were a
Zentaris.
bit chaotic. It felt like hectic.
Walking through. Man just going to try and get cheeky with a smoke.
That was about
but
it. That's
good
like when I was
spacing
playing
here.
it, it felt
Jimmy's
like
gonna
oh,
cover it fine.
the sequence of events
Man
of the
just try
timing
and
ended
catch
was
the
weird.
timing. Covered nicely. Flank. Empty-handed.
But not really. I don't really have too many thoughts. It was pretty.
wrong.
I don't know.
Certainly some moments.
Mouse always seemed prepared as a unit. All these tricky little plays. Will be getting themselves up to 11 rounds. Sure, some tags, some damage.
Look how low they all are.
It would go a long way. Connect a few more of those, but can't Torji.
For the record,
Seems to be
Flom,
getting the
Chat
better
GPT says you have
as far as the
confidence,
scout
passion,
head-to-head is
style,
concerned. 6 over the last
authenticity,
7.
and good vibes. You know, I'll
Favor
take
of Mouse. They
all
found
of
some
those
confidence.
except for
They're flowing
style.
with this now. It's blocked a couple of times.
Off your head, son.
Style's kind of crazy.
Wow.
Style's kind of
Torji's
crazy.
hit a couple of bangers on the scout.
Well, there goes the final tactical timeout for Eternal Fire. And the map could be going that way as well. Sure, max loss bonus. It's going to be in play. That's going to be in their favor. You lose this, you don't save anything. You're not working with anything going into could very well be the final round. Mouse came from the group of death.
You see Flames on Twitter? No, what? Did he pull a Jimmy?
Losing to Vitality 2-0 in that seeding game.
Oh, he's shaking, bro. He's shaking. Rev it back up again.
A man can dream.
No shame in that, and no shame in that loss. Put them in the quarterfinal yesterday against G2, where they absolutely owned them. Eternal Fire. They topped their group. They took down Na'Vi for the first time ever.
Oh
and Jota,
no, Joda, dude, been there, done that. I feel for Joda.
Tunnels with Spinks just
Yeah,
away.
I've died like Joda before.
Now in a tailspin, Eternal Fire.
Who can step up? Who can make up for that discrepancy?
It's hard to dictate anything on the CT side.
Feels like so much pressure on the shoulders of Madja looking at the setup now. He's going to have his work cut out for him.
I mean, if they just end cat here, Major has to be in a position where he gets 3 by himself,
This is a
and
Watson
Watson can't go to help him, or they lose.
Lower dark. You're not getting stalled out at short. You're now able to execute however you want. Let's put pressure mid to B. Let's pressure short. Let's do late long
Oh,
pops.
that's good. I mean, this is good. They've actually managed to make Mouse look at mid B more.
This point, and now they just need to find the finish.
I mean, the B bomb site is the best chance for EF winning this.
Drops his nade onto the floor there. Incendiary and smoke gifted over to the Bianca. A lot of responsibility onto Centaurus as they look to work out mid. No crisscross, but there could be a flash. CT smoke lands. Centaurus readies himself for war. Spots the side. Whoa! Straight headshot out of Xerxes.
Man.
Straight gas charging in.
Oh,
nothing from Wicardia on the B hole. Jobs are good.
That's a round right there. Goddamn, all 3.
Told you to spam and smoke.
Why not 3 opening kills for your squad?
Puts Mouse just 1 away from that 2-0. 1 away from another grand final.
We're going into the unknown today. No head-to-head against Eternal Fire in 2025. This new look Mouse roster
looks good.
And securing yet another grand final. They are running with the momentum in the early stages of this season. Taking down Spirit in back-to-back series. That gives you...
No, yeah, that angle from Xantares was a bit rough.
Hard
I don't
to argue
know.
with that in the form we're seeing as well.
I would never play there, but that's because I'm always trying to play the fucking strongest
style of
position
play.
possible because I can't aim like him. So.
For coming up short when it really matters in those arenas, when the pyrotechnics are blazing. They seem to have overcome that. And Brolin stepping into leadership and doing so gracefully.
And the old narrative, it's going to be done and dusted now.
Yeah.
Studio Merchants.
We're doing it again?
Mouse can do it everywhere. But the brightest
This dude is ready. This dude is ready. He's locked in. He's locked the fuck in. And MP5, MP5, MP5.
MP5 means EF win this one.
Okay, well, let's see how that pans out because we're headed to a Biff at
That guy's definitely open
to defend.
a couple cases. That guy's definitely single-handedly funded a major.
Oh god, he's going to just punish straight away. Trapped on the blue bin. Madja's got to bail out his teammate. Got to bail out his superstar. Centaurus gets forced out. This is looking disastrous. 2 down.
Well, Spink's dead though.
Pushes B. Begging
They
for
did
another
lose
round
their
of
out.
play. Finding Spinks
Right,
short.
they lost map control. They're going to be boxing here, but they still have man advantage, so it doesn't matter that. Oh, they're going back. This.
Smoke from Wicardia.
Wait, Joda didn't box them in.
Joda again up to bat. They're rotating out of long doors.
Oh, this is actually strong. This is a sick move out of him.
Hold his nerve here.
Spacing is bad. Spacing is bad.
Headshot. No immediate trade. Jimmy is there. Backing away. Wants to hold that advantage. Oh, he gets fast in the open. Drops off Xbox trap though. Jimmy, can you handle it? Yes, he can. The double kill from Jimmy.
Back to long.
Then pivot back to long.
Woxic knows they're going to go back to long. Surely you just gamble A, right?
Now they could have
Surely,
gone everywhere.
No. You just gamble A here. They didn't. You don't see them come out mid after that kill. 50 seconds left. 2v3. Just gamble the long.
Prepared for this scoped up.
Easy for me to say with all like to be composed, not having pressure, but
out.
this is absolutely the right call.
Poised, ready, doesn't pull the trigger, they're pushing up, this is getting awkward. Woxic's in trouble.
No.
Hits the shot.
Oh, the molly though.
Adjustment removes the Swede and it's a 1v2 to extend play. Wicardia, he's done it once, can he possibly do it again? Can he save Eternal Fire? It looks helpless. One single bullet to his face and it's all over. It's all done! Brolin leads his team to another grand final. Mouse, the first grand finalist of Blast Open Lisbon.
Third consecutive.
Closer, though.
This team
Closer than-
is heat. They are bringing it and they are punching. They've got players who once struggled on the stages now
Three
performing out
finals
of their
for Mouse
skin.
now, guys.
And
1-1 lost
2-0.
one.
Hard fought.
Mouse bend, but they do not break. A trophy in Cluj, second in Stockholm, and now a third grand final in a row here in Lisbon.
If anyone were in any doubt whether or not Mouse is the real deal, I think I've said this before, there can be no question attached to that anymore. They're playing beautiful Counter-Strike, they're playing good Counter-Strike, and I want to argue, Maui, today they didn't play their best brand of Counter-Strike, yet they still win the game 2-0 and progress into the final. If that's not a sign of class, I don't know what is.
I see your point, Pimp. I do feel like the Mouse that we got today maybe wasn't as comprehensively destructive as we got in some of the other games that we've seen with this roster. Some of the games that they won at Cluj, for example, just smoking their opponents out of their server. But the disruption from Eternal Fire made Mouse uncomfortable in some of the rounds. People like Jota really did push Mouse in some of these circumstances. But all in all, I mean, the thing is, when it comes to Mouse, like, everybody's just doing their job to such a high level. Exertion is finding the opener. Torzi is hitting all the shots that he's supposed to after rotating into spawn.
Pal, buddy,
and
thanks for the
all in all,
14-month
I feel
reset.
like
Thank you, guys.
Zipnix talked about that game plan before, and it was executed at a very high level here too.
Vitality Spirit coming up next.
On the stage
Absolute
for a
heater.
winner's interview with James Banks.
We see it and we believe it. The comeback was real. And Mouse are your first team through to the grand finals. And Torzi, you had one hell of a performance, especially on that nuke, what we saw there. But I got to ask you, this was a tough game, right? What did it take to go through all of this?
Yeah, it was a tough game, but I'm really happy we managed to close down Dust2 because we have been losing to it versus Spirit and Vitality, and they are probably the best Dust2 team at the moment. So it's a nice confidence going into the grand final because both of them playing semis, and we know we have to prepare Dust2, so it gives us a lot of confidence already for the grand final.
Nice, a good booster before you go into the grand final, but I'm going to bring you back to this nuke. It was looking like you had it in your hands. Then on your CT side, it's where you were having difficulties. What was going on?
Yeah, to be honest, I think they played pretty smart, but I feel like we couldn't really read them in the beginning. Like, actually, they were playing with us a little bit, and we couldn't figure it out. We have to give it to them, you know, but in the end, I think we figured out how they play and what do we need to do, how to move around, and we managed to close it out because I think Sergeant did a really good job taking a lot of information. Even maybe he didn't have the best individual map on Nuke, he gave us a lot of information and he helped us a lot, so yeah.
Now, you're talking about what happened here on Nuke, right? Obviously, you guys are able to fight back on it, but then on Dust2, obviously you're down 7-5. You talked about how happy you are with that Dust2, but was it something that maybe they changed up that you were not prepared for on this?
No, I wouldn't say they changed up. Also, we expected to pick Dust2, but that was not the first idea in our head that they will pick, you know. We thought they would pick Inferno.
Yeah.
So we had some preparation for Dust2, but not too much, you know. And just wanted to play our game, and it turned out to be successful, so yeah.
And lastly, third consecutive grand final with this new team. How good does that feel for you guys?
Feels amazing. I mean, we are getting exhausted for the long travels and a lot of playing, but it's always nice to get a step closer to the trophy, you know, and I'm sure tomorrow we are gonna live this one.
Oh, I love that confidence. Let's see if the crowd agrees. Do you think no matter who Mouse face, will they lift this trophy? And you're winning the crowd over as well. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
Yeah, thank you for the cheering. It's amazing crowd, amazing arena. It's really nice to be here. So thank you guys for showing up and cheering for us.
One final time, guys. Give it up for Mouse Sports and Torzi.
What has been the biggest change for Mouse this year? So much success, and I think is partially part of that.
Showing coming out of the entirety of the Mouse squad in this particular semi-final. And I feel like we got to see kind of two sides of Mouse so far here in Lisbon.
It doesn't make it Shui's fault.
It was super easy, right? They absolutely dismantled G2, but
you replaced your IGL with quite literally a top 20, top 10 rifler in the world.
It was a back and forth game for them. Torzy himself admitted they have to find some adaptations
the
there
firepower
in that second
upgrade
half.
is just
I thought that T-side was going to be pretty hard for
unreal,
them.
right?
And I
and
think
then
the late rounding
throw
for them,
into it,
again,
everybody
it just
having a new
shows
player. It's like
how
fresh
much
start,
quality
new
they
team
have
smell,
in terms of
honeymoon
reading
type
defenses,
stuff, and then if you
finding
get
the gap,
that
finding
confidence
where they
behind you.
need to convert in the round.
And I think, like I said,
feel
I think
like
with
this team has shown
Xerxes
so
and
much more
Torzy,
composure. And I mean,
it
I
makes
don't want to. I can't throw Shuhei under the
Not that-
bus or anything like
yeah,
that.
exactly,
But something
but it makes it
about
look really
them in
good.
terms of just the way
Like
that
for
they're
Brolin, like, it's a good
communicating,
system
and
for
maybe
Brolin
it's
to walk
something that
into.
Spinks brought to the team. It could be so many different factors, but
Brolin
these guys
isn't
have just
being
leveled
asked to
up
be
in
like
terms of how they are relaying
Kerrigan or
information to each
Shuhei
other
or-
because they're so much more fluid in the latter stages of games, of rounds, than almost all of their opponents so far.
It's also a sign of class, you know, at least to me, that when
What
you
even is
see a
this res?
team
The
like
worst
Mouse,
res I've
who
seen
had
in my
a
life.
couple of
Huh?
games where you felt like they should have closed it out versus Vitality, they should have won at least one map, maybe even both against him, then the first time they get under that same pressure, even in an arena, which has been the big conversation around Mouse, that sometimes during the arena games, blah, 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 they
Brolin's
don't
also
perform
been
as well
putting up
anymore.
crazy
I think that
numbers. Well,
conversation's
yeah,
been
that's what I'm
put to
saying.
bed.
Brolin's still
But the
hitting
first
hard,
time they
and
get
you added
showcase us
Spinks.
that
Like,
they
it's
can
just-
fight their way back
it's
into
a
games,
lot.
like on Dust 2 on that T side, like we saw a bit on Nuke when they were losing grasp of the game. They're showing a mental resilience that this roster and this iteration of Mouse haven't shown us yet. So it's like every time we're watching them, we're learning something new. And I very much agree with you. This Mouse is miles ahead of the best version of Mouse that Shuhei ever put together. Now, has that anything to do with Shuhei? Has that anything to do with the rest of the players buying more into this project? Or is it all just coming together now because of what Shuhei did, you know, and the way he laid the foundation? It's impossible to tell. One thing I can say, though, that the way they're playing right now, I respect and I understand why Torzy can stand on the stage and say, I think we're going to lift that trophy tomorrow, because they're playing beautiful Counter-Strike.
Just a side note as well, on both of the winners' interviews we've got with Mouse, they've brought up Vitality, haven't they? Version up here was like, you know what, we're gunning for them, we want to be facing them, we don't feel like it's a win until we take them down. Torzy mentioning on stage, Dust 2,
Well, it's
obviously
not
that's
that
Vitality's
Brolin-
playground. We
it's
should
like-
have closed it out last time around. I mean, they're probably going to be crossing their fingers in a
I
weird
would
way that they
like
do
to
face
say
Vitality.
Brolin isn't a
tomorrow.
proper
I think they
IGL,
want the
so isn't
rematch. I think that they
fair
realized
either.
that they got
It
blown
just-
out of the water
he
the
just
last
has
time
had a
around,
better
but
support
if they
system
really
than most
believe
when
in
he starts
themselves,
calling,
it shouldn't
you
come
know?
down to player quality. It probably came down to game planning in their heads. Now, whether the reality of that is what they think it is a different story. Like, I do think that the quality of players on Vitality probably have mouths, but I think that Torzy, Brolin, Exertion, none of them want to believe that. They want to think that they're the best entry fragger, the best sniper in the server, regardless of who they're up against.
It's a win-win for Mouse. If they face Spirit in the grand final tomorrow, they beat them twice in a row. They're coming in with a lot of confidence. One may even argue that they would be the favorites in that matchup. And if they get Vitality, we get to see that rematch. We get to see them getting tested versus the best team in the world once more. So I think if you're Mouse right now, honestly speaking, you probably hope. You probably hope.
The glaive jersey, the glaive jersey, Zipnik signing a glaive jersey. I kind of love it.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I kind of cool.
What world we find ourselves in.
Also, by the way, test your pens before you get to these events. Okay, like this happens so often to us when we're like people are just shaking the pen like crazy. Like just get a Sharpie.
It's
like,
so unreliable.
I know.
One time they work, another they don't. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, aside from getting tilted over goddamn marker pens, Maui, let's talk about exactly how Mao's managed to close this one out. I think we have to give some flowers to Exertion for really powering up and having a couple of show-stopping moments in the final stages of this map.
Totally. On the long A takes, the mid to Bs, Exertion was finding opening kills into both the B and the long A spots. Like, he is in one of the, I think he's in the top 5 entry fraggers pretty easily.
100%.
It's just kind of where does he stack up there now that he's doing it on stages. Last year, he was definitely in that conversation, but then you had arena Exertion, and then you're taking him out of the conversation. This time, he's firmly in it.
He's gunning for top 3. If he's not already in top 3, he's definitely in the conversation. And I think with the way he's playing, the way he's developing, the way that he's taking so much initiative, the way that he's exploring more so being not only an entry fragger, but a hyper-aggressive entry fragger. A guy that, as I referred to a couple of times already, can involve himself in 13 opening duels in a map that only lasted for 21 rounds. If you have that ability and you're successful with it, you're instantly in the conversation to be one of the best at it.
Let's run round 22 just to give an example for the viewers at home, because this is a case of Exertion, you know, being put under so much pressure and just flourishing here.
And it's a game-winning round, maybe a little bit lucky with the spray through the smoke, and then he's coming into full fruition right here, taking down Santaris. Instant headshot versus one of the best aimers in the world. Wycadia doesn't stand a chance. A good flasher coming in from Torzy, of course, helping him out, but that's the whole thing. Look how good he is. Look how sharp he is. And to do that at 11-10, at a very crucial moment in a game, we didn't see this too much in 2024. That wasn't the Exertion that would step up when he was needed the most. He's doing that now.
And the thing is that he's doing it in just supported moments and moments where he's taking a dry fight, and he's doing it in defaults. Like, it's the full package of space taking. Some people think like the term entry fragger is dead because people aren't just running strats, but it's like, it's the essence of what he's doing. It's the fact that every single fight, he wants to be the first point of contact, and he's winning such a high frequency of the duels, and it doesn't need to be in the 5v5 state. He'll do it in the 4v4, the 3v3. He's just the guy that wants to go in first, and he is doing it at such a good level.
Just take a sidestep rather to one of his teammates, because you were putting JimFat under the microscope coming into this series. Did he deliver in terms of what you'd wished for?
I think so, in particular in Dust 2. I think he had an awful lot of impact. He was a difference maker in a couple of rounds. Can't remember the exact number, but when he came out long and got a double kill at a moment where EF were looking to win the round, looking to make the comeback, it was JimFat stepping up. He was getting a lot of crucial kills, and he kept his nerve. And that's my whole point about him. We know JimFat is a quality player. We know he can arguably contest to be one of the best anchors in the world. Right now, he's maybe not in the best shape of his life, and as I said, coming into the game as well, there's only so many frags. You know, if my teammates are running around and killing everyone, maybe I have to take a step back. But if he can develop and become even better, then this whole Mouse prospect, this whole Mouse team right now, it's hella exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think we had one tweet about Yimpat that Rabu, one of the Finnish casters that really loves him, has brought up. Just the fact that that Maus with Yimpat have made 18 out of 22 playoffs since he's joined. Wow. One of the first ones that they didn't make it was of just his rookie entrance to the team. But either way, I think Yimpat, what's impressive about him this year for me versus last is that last year I saw multi-frags in anchor positions that nobody was pulling off. This year, I'm seeing him unlock that lurking potential for himself, that he's going out at the right timing, that he's holding on to that lobby on Nuke space. All of that is making him a more complete player, whereas before, I would say he was good on the defensive side, but once you have to switch to the offense, he left a little bit to be desired. 2025, I'd say he's got it all.
I mean, it would be stating the obvious to say on the flip side of things, Eternal Fire, just a disappointing performance once more inside an arena, not netting a series win. It's also a rarity to see them actually even take a map in an arena. The fact that I say it's disappointing is because it felt like it was so close. It was right there in their grasp.
It's going to feel disappointing for them, but I think when you zoom out a little bit, and us not being attached to any of these teams, I think if you're Eternal Fire and you told them, listen, you can be part of the semi-final and you can be a couple of rounds away from maybe even winning a map or maybe even winning both and going into the final, they probably would grasp it. People need to realize that Eternal Fire coming into 2025, no one expected them to be part of a team of field, you know, where they could be in the semi-final, let alone getting into all the playoffs throughout the year. So I think, again, you know, zoom out, respect them for what they are, but also look at the player material they have to work with. I don't consider EF a team that is supposed to be top 4, top 5 in the world. I want FaZe in there, I want Liquid in there. I would even argue that Astralis, you know, on paper should be better than they are, but yet it's EF consistently getting in there. No, but that's the whole point of it. Astralis have 3 times, 4 times the budget, yet they're nowhere close to EF. So that in itself is a statement to how well they're doing.
This is just Pimp's wish list. Like, you're just going super subjective.
Like,
In a way, it's a compliment, because EF are out battling, out dueling, and out working every single one of those teams, and they're not supposed to.
I would just say that Eternal Fire are teetering on the line between elite and championship contender. They're elite for me. They just haven't really gotten over the hump and actually made themselves firmly in the conversation of who's going to be lifting the title. I know they're going to be in the top 6 or top 8 of every tournament. I just have yet to see the depth of the run.
Jordan, thanks for the 3-month farmer. Thank you.
If it's rap like that. I don't know whether this is a tricky question, but do you think Eternal Fire are benefiting from attending every single tournament? Because we look forward to their calendar. They're still hella stacked. Obviously, you know, Maj has said
I think they are,
this is where he wants to get the legwork in. He wants to be attending and playing.
They don't actually have a lot of stage experience in front of the crowd.
Is it benefiting them though?
What goes up must come down at some point, and to be completely honest, I think it's going to bite them in the ass at some point. Again, it depends, you know, because I think for EF, it's also around, you know, make the most out of it. I don't, again, as I said, I don't expect EF to be a top 3 or top 4 team, you know, at the end of the year. I think there's too many powerhouses out there. I think there's too many organizations who can attract better talent, more talent. Again, it's also a domestic team. It's a Turkish only lineup, which I respect a lot, you know, given the circumstances of the scene right now. So it's not easy for them. So yes, I want them to attend every single tournament, but at some point it's going to bite them in the ass, and it's going to be incredibly tough to keep on this level.
This might feel a little bit insulting to
like they don't have much
fans out there, but I'm not trying to be. I think that Eternal Fire right now are almost waiting to be lucky, because luck is about just being prepared and then the right moment arriving for themselves.
Sure.
I think of Vitality of last year, and they only missed a single playoff last year, but they won Cologne. because they were always ready. They just had to, the right circumstance had to arrive where everybody was playing in tip-top form. And it just kind of feels like Eternal Fire are in that sort of position, that they're right there. They just need one good tournament run, because if you're knocking at the door of every single playoffs, if you're knocking at the door of semifinals, finishes, you're going to make the leap eventually. Sometimes it's lucky. Sometimes it's because you don't face Mouse. Sometimes Vitality and Spirit take each other out on the other side of the bracket. Yeah. And there's a chance they could have played G2 today, for example. If they got G2, I think Eternal Fire win that. And if they got like a Spirit where Donk isn't showing up, yeah, you have to be a little bit lucky sometimes. But Eternal Fire are putting themselves in the conversation every single time for deep runs.
You got to be in it to win it. That's how the saying goes. They're in literally everything, by the way. We got Bucharest, we got Yala Compass, we got Melbourne, we got Astana, and then Dallas. They're actually trying to attempt to do that run.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's pretty crazy.
They better have their
right?
freaking flyer miles sorted out, okay? You need some benefits.
Maybe
at that
that's
point.
it. Maybe that's it. You know, the secret to diamond status.
They
at that
want
point,
1K status. Yeah, exactly.
Did we learn anything about Wakadi on stage today? I think that's kind of the final topic I want to end on. Was there a little bit of hope, a bit of improvement rather from him?
I think so. The mental resilience, he was not off to a good start. His first half on Nuke was abysmal, to be completely honest. It was nowhere to be found. Then he was the reason they fought their way back into Nuke. Had a couple of great moments, showed resilience, showed that he could keep his composure. So yeah, I think I learned today that Eternal Fire played good Counter-Strike. And as I agree with you, Mao, we're not trying to be disrespectful to Eternal Fire, but right now I see 3 teams in the world that play Counter-Strike at a world-class level.
Now
Obviously,
in
2 of them
the
we're going to
golden
see in a
coin
moment,
jacket on, what
Vitality and
pattern is
Spirit,
that?
and I think Mouse will be that third
Oh,
team.
wait.
Then there's
Hold
a
on.
little bit of the gap down to number 4 and 5, but EF is in that conversation. And I got that confirmed today. They pushed Mouse on 2 out of 2 maps.
Yeah.
They didn't win any of them, and they weren't even close winning the series. Anyhow, they're still playing good, proper Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for the Wycadia conversation, I would just say that he played 3 great halves of CS. 1 really bad one. That one that he played badly, the CT side of Nuke. He's going to look back at that one. Wonder.
So what did we decide? It was 0.0063, you guys said, right? Let's see. I wanted to see some shit. Wait. Fuck. I don't think they have any right now. Fucking fuck. Let's see if they have them on. Hold on.
Question, is Mythic Silver toxic? Im 1.6/Source Tier 2 Pro coming back after 16 years break. No one to play with. Just your DM. Or solo. Already using and refrag to catch up. X3/Team 3D days, much love.
Everywhere's toxic, man. I'm not gonna tell you one's not or one is 0.006. Fuck, aren't they pattern based? Oh, fucking titties, dude. Fuck. I don't see any of the 0.0063s. Do you? 0.0065, but also that's fucking stickers, man. I don't. Tits. Just hit up Bug Boy later. Oh man, could like mess around with it a little bit. Hold on, let me make sure. Let's do this real quick. Bum 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 bum. Really want this hot rod? Yeah, I do. What crazy? Well, I mean, it's all just based off rarity. You know what I mean? It's all just supply and demand. I got a hot rod for you. I fucking bet you do, big boy. I don't really like using other sites, Drell. I'm like deadass. Not just because sponsor, but because like I just prefer to work with one. I don't want to deal with people. I don't want to deal with other people needing my shit. Oh, it's over here. Why is it? What the fuck is going on? There we go. Oh shit. I'm on 4-3. Hold on. It's 4-3, not stretch right now. Well, I should play my match like this today. Be funny. All right, let's see. Let's see if any of these fucking. What does this look like? Son of a bitch, it's on the tip. I don't need the stickers, but let me see. Wait! Wait! No, that's actually kind of. Ooh. I don't think I noticed it that much. You can't see it? It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Forrest, thank you very much for the one gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, wait, my cam's in the way. Oh, wait, no, it's not. But I'll move my cam anyway. Fuck. Maybe. That's not a bad one. But I'm also like, it's because the fucking. I don't care about the stickers, bro. Is this Scratch in the room with us right now? Let me see. Let me look at some of these other ones real quick. This one's probably got a fucked up tip for real, for real. Okay, wait. This one actually doesn't look that bad. It's slightly more obvious, but yeah, it's that fucking streak right there. But you can't really see it in your hand. That's where your hand goes. So like low key, your hand's covering up the big scratch. Just get the top one, float. Well, float doesn't actually. It's not. It's a little confusing with these. Float on these doesn't necessarily mean that it's better. It's just where the shit. It's like pattern based. So these ones, you're not just going for lowest float. You're looking to see where the pattern puts the actual scratch. I'll be honest, I can barely tell the difference between some of these though. Just put stickers over the scuffs? No, no, no. Yeah, I think that pattern is literally the same at all three that I've looked at, to be honest with you. This one's different float. Let me see. Oh, this one looks hella fucked, but mostly on the barrel or on the. Oh, let's see. I think my hand will cover most of that, but oh goddamn, this one looks fucked up. Okay, I know this one's scuffed. This one's fucked. I was just bouncing around. Let's see. Wait, so we looked at 3-2-3s, 3-4. Like, let's see this one. Let me see. I'm trying to get the hot rod, but it's just like, nah, this one looks scuffed too. Fuck that. That one's scuffed. Let me just peep this one. I might have to look at the market ones and see. Nah, I fucked up too. There's a double. Wait, on the peer-to-peer page? Wait, really? Yeah, also I was gonna look at market maybe and just do it like this. Ba, 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 ba. No, I don't have a blue phosphor. No, no. I don't know. Let me check something. Sorry. Caffeine, don't tag me in Discord, you fucking weenie. Let's see. What were we looking at? The Tyler one looks good. Where is it? I'm blind. This one? Oh shit. Yeah, hold on. Oh, bro.
Pope Alpha gifted a tier 1 sub to Caffeine. They have given 22 gift subs in the channel.
It's pretty good, man. Alright, I'll save this one. Do I look the same in Walden? Bro, you need to get your eyes checked. You need to get your fucking eyes checked, buddy. You check the Dignitas one? You want me to check the this one? Low-key, this would go crazy. Let's see, I'll look at it though for you. Wait, why is it not loading? Hold on. There you go. It's pretty good. I like digi stickers a lot. But also I kind of hate the fucking I don't even know what you call those ones. What are they called? Let's see. Yeah, these are, I mean, I could just scratch those off. I like how you stand back and look at each one of these like you're about to pitch a deal on a Mazda to some chat at the dealership. Bro, I've been wanting one of these for a while. I've just been a giant pussy about pulling it. I take my time, okay? When I take my sweet time. All right, we go here just because I know. But why does it keep fucking eating ass? Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna look at this one too. Oh yeah, the 3D Max one could be kind of clean too.
$1,500 and you charge $20 per dick. How many dicks you sucking?
Match challenge: if an M4 hot rod is $1,500, you charge $20 per dick. How many dicks you sucking, dude? Well, do you know about mean jerk time, Draxman? Thanks for the 46-month primer. Thank you. Also, this one looks really. Wait, this same one. Hold on. This one looks really clean. Why is it fucking up? Why is the 6K versus the others? The stickers. The stickers. It's eating a weenie right now. Hold on. Stop eating a weenie. Why is it being a weenie? Would you ever put expensive stickers on one? Or no, probably not. No. I'm not really into doing that. Like something like this actually looks good to me because of the stickers. Like they're not just like, I mean, they are really expensive stickers, but they're not they like go with the gun. You know what I mean? And they're all Kato 2014. So like it's a lot of inspect links are broken. Oh, I got you. All good. But point is, yeah, like I'm not normally big into stickers. I usually don't care that much. Let's see if this works. There we go. This one worked. Okay, wait. Ooh, they're both actually pretty good. This one's pretty good, and so is this one and the Tyloo one are both pretty good. 3D Max stickers do go pretty hard. Where's the scratch? It's just in the same spot, but there's more or less right here. Boop, 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 boop. And then right here. Boop, boop. And then there might be some on the hand, but my hand might be covering it. Yeah, like right in here. But the hand, this is where a lot of them get really fucked up, but your hand covers it. And then they do have them here, but this one's small enough to where you're not seeing it. Yeah. I'm gonna... Yeah, let's see. Nah, I didn't do shit. Didn't do shit, G-Money. But those are pretty clean. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on those two. I might. So the Tyloo and the 3D Max ones definitely have my attention for sure. Yeah, I'll think about it. What's wait, somebody give me the API thing. I'm like hella paranoid since like that Steam shit a little bit ago. Thank you. Always like to double check, you know what I mean? No, this is not. No, this is no, not that one. I'm looking to one to see which ones they're using. No, not that one left. The other one where I can see which one it's on right now. No, I'm not using that. One, sponsor. Two, I'm not doing with people. Absolutely not. Unless you're talking to somebody else. Oh. Yeah, no, I don't deal with people anymore. I don't care. Like I'm not here to min-max my inventory. I'm just here to get the skins that I want. Easy and don't want to deal with people. Go in Cooper's chat and type API. Oh yeah, has he got it? Let me do it, yeah. Yeah, there it is. Oh, wait. I thought there was a different one. No, that's the same one he linked. I thought there was a different one where you can see where it's active right now. Alright, let's go back to the game while I'm done messing with this. Back to Blast.
How he's going to fit.
Our second semi-final teed up as night falls here in Lisbon,
Damn.
where the Hive have arrived.
Dude, look at that
and look
sky,
to
dude. What the
continue
fuck,
their
yo?
absolute
The
reign
hell? Did they got
of
Vegas
terror.
weather there?
Vitality seemingly
Hold on, that shit-
unstoppable since the addition of
Shit
Vox.
looks pretty.
Currently on a
Love that.
14 series win streak, and no reason to doubt that they will continue it here tonight. But it comes down to Spirit to be the challenger, coming off a decisive victory versus Na'Vi in their quarterfinal
And
just
when we get like the
yesterday.
storms rolling
But
through here, it
looking
looks
at
so
their
cool out here.
last head-to-head versus Vitality, Jacob, back at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, a best-of-5 grand final. I think it's fair
Rabbit,
to
thank
say
you
they
for
got
the 11-month
absolutely
primer. Thank you, dude.
Completely.
Appreciate
That
you.
wasn't pretty from Spirit. They even went into the grand final where I think most people would have had him as the
65 Fahrenheit
favorites.
in
That was when
Lisbon,
Vitality
so
for the
close. It's
first
literally
time
66
showed us how
Fahrenheit
good
here
they
right
were,
now. Damn.
I guess, going to be. I think Spirit has had a difficult tournament so far in the sense that the loss to Mouse was another
number Bison player, number one Bison player. Maturing as a CS fan is realizing that Apex is the GOAT. Even if you don't like him, you start to learn that dude is pure entertainment, you know?
Playoff as well. So I'm having a hard time figuring out how good is Spirit right now,
yeah,
and
maybe
what
it's
kind of
that.
Spirit
Let
is
me
showing
see
up
left.
as
Yeah,
Vitality
yeah.
today, because we need to see the best version.
We absolutely need to, because Spirit, with the recent losses to Maus, just feels like they're firmly third. In a power rankings, that's where I would have them.
Yeah.
Vitality 1, Maus number 2. So we need to see a different face from Spirit today. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like we're getting too many new facets to their game. Maybe some slightly just altered tactics, but it's the same recipe as it's always been. Donk number 1, Shiro number 2.
I feel like that's the face that we saw from Shiro yesterday. There was a clutch factor coming into things. We talk about the kind of antithesis of these style of players, with Donk being hyper-aggressive. Shiro normally back of the pack, but really reliable in terms of closing out some of those rounds.
I think the individual display by Spirit yesterday was great. I think Shiro, as you said, had a great game again, and he's having a fantastic tournament. When you dive into his numbers, when you dive into his performance versus
I have
Na'Vi
all
yesterday,
my,
that was
we're good.
obviously great. But
I'm
overall, he's just
literally,
been
you guys
very,
want to know what my
very
APIs are
consistently
on right
showing
now?
up as that
Prac,
second star within Team Spirit, and to me,
CS
that's
money,
a step in the right
which is
direction.
Dota
We had the
trade.
conversation. Is it Sontic,
Stats,
sometimes Magic, sometimes Shiro?
S-Portal,
I think consistently throughout this
Renown,
tournament so far,
which
both in
is
Copenhagen
weird.
during the
Wow.
group stage, and now
I think
in
it's
the
because
play
I signed up
Lisbon,
for it or
he's
whatever.
been the second best player within
And then
Spirit by
Gamers
quite
Club,
some margin.
and then Prac again.
Shiro is just hyper consistent. This guy just doesn't miss shots that he's supposed to. The clutch factor is unbelievable. The fact that he can fake out JL and Bit in a 1v2, just make them scramble and realize, oh, we're at the wrong bomb site. He's incredibly intelligent and creative on top of that. He does everything you want a player to do, and yet some people want more. Some people want him to be more aggressive. Some
Trib,
people
because
want
you're
him
not
to
seeing
get
live
into the
footage of
faces
the
of
players
his
showing up.
opponents a
You're
little bit
seeing them
more.
recorded
But when you have a
hours
guy like
before,
Donk,
and
they're
they're
so
just playing
complimentary,
it when they
I feel
showed
like
up.
Shiro, if he were just in a different rating system made by a
Similar to
different
when they're
person,
playing
he
interviews,
might
those
be the
interviews are not
statistically
live.
highest rated player on this team.
Are you one of those people, Pimp? Are you one of those that want Shiro
Not
to
trying
be
to
getting
flame
more
you, but that
aggressive?
is kind of funny.
I always want
I don't know
players
if
to
you're
improve
trolling or
and
not,
become
but
more than what they are. So in an essence, yeah, but I think Shiro has found a great balance to that, and I think Maui is correct when he's saying he's fitting well into the system. I also do think that Shiro has been the player he is now for quite some time, so expecting him to change all of a sudden, it's not going to happen.
Well, the yin to the yang, obviously, we have to be talking about Donk coming into this series as well. We might always sound like a broken record when we talk about him, but the fact that he shows up so damn consistently yesterday versus Na'Vi, no exception now.
Once again, the full arsenal of Donk moves is on
Somebody
display every
tweeted me
time
their
you
hot
see this
rod,
guy
dude.
load
Looks
up into the
clean.
server. I feel like he is using
Looks
the crouch
clean.
button in ways
Wait.
that people don't even understand still to this day. His mechanics are on another level, and Spirit set him up for success. Yes, we talk about him as the entry fragger. Yes, he's the space taker. Sometimes, though, the resources are given to him. He is put in a position to succeed. So Donk overall, the one thing, though, Jacob, is that it can be a little bit tough for him when he's against a loaded lineup like Vitality.
It can be. You know, we had
Use
that
the same warm-up
statistic
as
yesterday
Donk, or
where
you
his
guys the
average
same
rating
person?
versus Na'Vi was 134, I believe, every time he played Na'Vi. Now, look at that versus Vitality. Yes, it's only been 10 maps, and I know a lot of them have been recent, but 107 rating on average for Donk, that's not at a Donk level. So maybe there's a bit of a counter going on in towards Donk, or maybe that even 5 is more because he now wants to show that. That's been just a couple of unlucky
damn,
games. and I can
Xanter's
do much,
tweets
much better.
fucking.
Well, let's
The
check in
Google
with Donk
Translate
ahead
on
of
this shit is
semi-final series,
crazy.
courtesy of James Banks.
Last time you faced Vitality, it was back in Katowice, and it was 3-0 to them. Are you excited for this challenge again?
Yes, yes.
What makes you excited about going up against Vitality? Because obviously it's a very scary team right now.
I know it's always great to play against the best team in the world, and it's always interesting, and we just want to see what we can do against them, and can we win?
That's what we'll discover today. Now, I know obviously the preparation that Hallie does is huge for you guys. So what have you been able to learn about Vitality? Because there's a lot more games you can look at now. Do you feel better prepared for them?
Maybe yes, maybe not. Like we know more than previous time, definitely. But like in general, their playstyle we know it well. So like it's kind of the same, but you know there is a little bit more information about them, like a new roster, but still it's like some details, not the overall game.
And as Donk aptly
If you guys haven't
alludes to,
read
there's a
it, you guys
reason
should
why this
do
matchup, why this clash is
HLTV,
extra
Forbes,
spicy indeed.
Donk
Because we've got two of the
interview.
best players in the world.
You guys
going
haven't had
head-to-head.
time. I thought about doing a reaction to it, but it's an insanely long article and it's a really good read. Him being able to speak in his native language helps a lot. Like, people think Donk has like a crazy ego because he yells at people and he farms, but kid has got like the kid interviewed like a fucking 45-year-old retired or on the wrapping up his
career. I don't know where to put him
career.
right now. I just love the fact that we have the best player in
Let's
the
see if I
world
can
versus
find
a
it for
guy
you
who
guys.
used
I
to be
think
the
it's
best
on
player in the world and the
HLTV.
best team in the world.
It's 1A, 1B for me
Let's
right
see if
now.
I can
And I'm not
find it.
mad if you haven't been anywhere. Donk, Zywoo, I feel like this is going to take the entire year to decipher, to figure out who's the guy that's on top. Maybe we can find out in the short term
Fuck,
who's looking
I think
better
it
in terms
was
of
on
form,
HLTV.
But Zywoo, what more to say about him? A combination of just prescience, perfect mechanics, beautiful gameplay. Also has that same clutch factor that Shiro does too. It's all wrapped up into a single package, and it's the most really differential player I've ever seen. He's just a soldier, as Apex has called him in the past. Doesn't even have to call his own number.
Fuck,
just
I can't
plays
find
through
it.
the flow
Let
of
me
the
try to
game,
Google it
and
real quick.
everything
Let me see if
seems
I
to
can find
always
it.
come to him.
Here's the thing that picks Zywoo apart from everyone else. You know, whenever
Interview,
someone speaks about Zywoo, whether
HLTV.
it's current teammates, ex-teammates, people from the outside, or even off on the desk, try imagine you saying anything negative about him. Can you find one negative cultural impact?
That's it.
That's it. You know, well, there you go. You tried to invent something, Maui, and you did a good job. You know, but let's be honest, right? You cannot pinpoint anything he's doing negatively. He's not a bad teammate. He's actually the perfect teammate. Whereas, let's be honest, Donk is
Was it on
still
Reddit
young,
I
he's
read
still
all this
developing,
shit?
and we've seen some mental,
Oh,
I
holy
would say
shit,
mental
yeah.
issues, but we've seen some mental capitulation sometimes where Donk is losing his shit in the middle of a game.
True,
so
true.
there is a difference between the two. Zywoo is
okay.
reliable
It's on-
24/7.
you wouldn't be able
Donk
to
is
read this.
24/7 as well in terms of the defense
Okay, so
department.
this is
but
the
he's not
AI
the best team.
You know the
translation
one
on,
thing
like,
that I do want from Zywoo? I
think
want
like a
potentially an
Russian
honest
site, I
response
think?
when we talk about, do you care about being
I
the
think.
best
There you
player
go, I
in the
posted
world?
it here.
Because the race was so exciting at
No,
the tail end
no.
of last year. It
I
came
linked
down
it.
to the Shanghai Major to decide it, right?
For
then
sure.
I'll link it
I
in
feel
the
like, I mean,
website.
if any
you can
Monacy,
tell,
Donk, Zywoo would have captured that MVP right there, they would have been the front runner in that sort of conversation. HLTV might have broke down the numbers
There you go.
one way or another.
That one's-
but
it's pretty
the thing
insane.
is that when Zywoo's now on a team that is surrounding him with talent, where he doesn't actually have to be the super
There we go, I
giga
turned
hard
down
carry for them, it's almost
stream.
assured in a value system that ranks deep tournament finishes, winning trophies, MVP medals.
There you go.
Zywoo is the front runner in this year.
Is Xanter's dealing with something? Oh yeah, I was gonna read the Xanter's tweet for you guys. So this is Google Translate, so don't be mad at me if it's on.
joining Vitality. He's been a perfect
Xanter said, "I'm no different." Fuck, this shit's brutal. I'm no different than a corpse. I try to do my best, but that is all. I have a big problem with my back. I can't breathe. My stomach is constantly burning. It hasn't gone away for 25 days. I take 5 pills a day and I walk around like I'm unconscious. Please excuse me. That's the that was the Google Translate of what Xanter's tweeted after they lost. I mean, I will say, like, traveling in general, people really underestimate like how rough it is on your
So
body.
you're coming into the semi-finals as the highest rated player of the tournament so far. Would you say that this is maybe the most confident you've felt in your career so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say yes. For the beginning of the year, I would say that I feel really confident, and it's not because I feel good individually. It's also like the team I have around me. Like I think everyone could bring so much into the server. So yeah, I think having this team behind me can bring me so much confidence individually as well.
And we're seeing that on the server again and again. Now, Rops has been obviously very positive for you guys, and you've all spoken about the mood being better, but I want to ask, can you explain to me what he's done to help make that mood better? Like, can you put it into words?
I just think like just being himself. Like he did nothing else, you know. Like being safe is just, I think, the
That's
environment
adorable.
we are in the team. I think it was easy to bring him into the team. So he just joined the team with just being himself. Like, it's easy to say, but he did nothing to change. We didn't change at all. I think we are like a good 5 player now.
So it's just the right fit at the right time and it's working out. But then when it comes to the in-game side, I know you spoke about how much he likes to grind, you know, how much he likes to work on things. Is that what you put some of this success down to?
Yes, because now you can tell outside of the server, I mean, you don't see, but we are working even harder. Like, everyone is watching demos, everyone is working really hard, even harder than before, because we want to achieve like something better than 2023. So we are putting the effort, and I think Robs is putting like the work ethic. He's usually do a lead phase, and he's playing in Vitality now. So I think everyone is enjoying to see that, and we enjoy to play with him.
And we can see that you're enjoying it for sure. Now, has Rops done anything to maybe help you become a better player? Because we talk about you being the very best, right? But it must be nice to have someone like him come in.
I would say his experience, like he's bringing, because this guy he won like everything already, and he wants to win even more. So I think his experience is like the way he plays, really calm in every situation. So I think this like can bring a lot of confidence like into a player. So obviously with seeing that, it brings me a lot of confidence. Like, doesn't care that much about the player behind me. I know he's gonna do the job, so that's helping me, of course.
Yeah, you can have some extra confidence knowing that you got some backup like that as well. But it seems like the whole team can do the backup. Now, I know you don't care about MVPs, you don't care about ratings, but the battle between you and Donk, right? Do you get some maybe, I don't know, more fired up, more focused? I know you're humble, but do you know, like, okay, it's Spirit, it's Donk. Does that come into your mind at all about, today I'm going to deliver?
Like you said, not really. I mean, obviously we did anti-strat, but we don't do anti-strat against Donk. We did anti-strat against Spirit, so that's also my mindset before joining this game. Because if you are focused about only killing Donk, it put like yourself into like dangerous thing. Yeah. So I'm not putting myself in this area. I'm just focused on my game. That's it.
Okay, there's a lot to unpick from that interview. I'm going to circle back to one of the earlier questions that Banks posed to Zaiwu, saying, has Rops helped you change anything? Zaiwu said, yeah,
appreciate
kind
the
of,
sub,
the
sir.
motivation
Appreciate you
level
being
didn't
here,
give us
man.
anything
Welcome,
too
welcome.
specific. Have you seen any change in Zaiwu with this iteration of Vitality?
Yeah, wait, what the hell? They moved it back to 42 minutes? What the
In all
hell?
honesty, I think all Zaiwu needs is someone he can trust besides him. I think when he feels that he
Let me see
doesn't
what they
have to
said.
go above and beyond in order to win games, I think that helps him out tremendously. Sometimes you see star players, whether that be
Apparently,
Odyssey, Donk,
behind
for
the
that matter as
scenes, there
well,
was
they
a
almost
small
feel
little
forced to do
tech
decisions
issue
they
for
wouldn't have
Blast
made had
that
they had more
they
trust
fixed
in their
already, but it
teammates. So I think if you're
just
Zaiwu
delayed
right
things
now,
a little bit,
you're
I
looking
guess.
to your right, you're looking to your left. I think his trust in Messi is at an all-time high. I think his trust in Rops is at an all-time high. Obviously, his
What's up?
I guess relationship
Liv,
with
how you
Apex
doing,
has
man?
always been great. But if you're Zaiwu right now, you're playing your brand of Counter-Strike. You're not forced to do anything extraordinary unless you have to, because you can trust the people around him. And in that essence, I think Rops is making him better.
Damn, I could have played a game.
I love that
Fuck.
point because
Kidney for sale, thanks for the
you could
11-month
see
reset,
in
thank
Vitality
you.
last year, sometimes they came across flustered, especially in playoffs. Sometimes the going gets tough. They're struggling for answers. Spinks makes a bad push on the CT side. Everybody's trying to recover it. They're scrambling. Romps less prone to those kinds of errors. Even though you could argue in some ways like firepower, Spinks might have really sick aim or something like that. It's just that Rops is so much more of a pillar on that side of the map. So Zaiwu getting to play his brand of CS where it's just it's basically punishing opponents' mistakes. When Zaiwu has to go outside of his comfort zone, it's when he has to look for a bunch of openers in a round. He doesn't want to do that necessarily as much. He wants to just let the game come to him, read what the opponent's doing, and Rops funnels opponents into where Zaiwu wants them to go. He's going to block. He's going to stop them at his bomb site. He's going to be a pest on those lurks.
Nah, the stream's correct. Like I said, I think there's a small little thing.
Feel like he needs to go above and beyond. He just needs to execute the game plan as flawlessly as he always has.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Vitality
Small
have
little
only
tech
lost
issue
one
that they
series
fixed.
with Rops ever since he joined the team. That was versus Eternal Fire back at the Bounty Tournament. Apart from that, they've been winning and winning and winning and winning and winning. So in terms of this whole honeymoon period, in terms of
if I
integrating
knew that it
into
was
the
going to
lineup,
be
in
delayed,
terms of getting
I
Rops
just didn't
back to
know,
his best,
obviously.
you look at his statistics right here. Look at how well he's playing, back to a 1.21 rating on average. He's doing everything you want from him and more. I think when Vitality signed Rops, I think they thought that, listen, we're going to give him a little bit of time. We're going to need to to integrate him. They also bought the prospect
A
of
nice
maybe
little monster,
hoping he
dude.
would return to form, and that's something people have to keep in their mind. Sometimes when you sign a star player,
Props
you don't
over
always
the
get what you
players.
sign.
Fuck,
You don't
true.
always get what you think
Honestly,
you sign.
couldn't
Robs
agree
have
more.
given more than I think Vitality at any point expected already by now, and that in itself makes it a fantastic signing.
Major Grand Slam, going for second Grand Slam.
I don't think we have a better team to really be truly diving into. Let's circle
Honestly,
back on the
it's,
discussion about just the individual
it's actually
performance.
insane
Go back to the
how
end of the
overrated he
tenure
is.
on FaZe, because as you were aptly pointing out,
I'd
Jacob,
hate to have that
some
guy on my
people calling
team.
for his head. We look at his stats from the beginning of CS2 into the end of his CS2 run in FaZe. There was a disparate difference, right?
I feel like people are just forgetting this whole time that Rob's had, like 5 months, where everybody's like, sell the Porsche, sell the Porsche. Like, you can't keep that car. It's cursed you. And now all of a sudden, people are retconning, they're rewriting history. They're saying, oh, this was always going to be an upgrade. This was always good. It's like, you can't have both, guys. Like, I know what the memes were before, and I see what the reality
Not
is
major,
today.
though.
And so, yeah, for me, when they brought Robs along, there's two things. There's one is that I felt like it was going to be a much more stable defensive force. He was always, in my eyes, a better anchor player than Spinks, and Spinks wasn't really an anchor. He was kind of playing connector positions, so there was a little bit of a role swap, but we got to see also Flames move into positions that he was more comfortable
shit
in.
until
That's
the
something
major
that
fight,
I
mate? You
really
just shit
liked
in the
about
middle of the
addition
year.
of Robs, that he would take over a anchor on Anubis, for example, let Flames play more of the connector spots.
But
in
FaZe
general,
as a whole
let
was
him
kind of
be a
bad,
little
so it's
bit more
kind of
active, because when Flames was brought onto this
little
roster,
tough, little
that's
tough.
what he was known for.
The whole
on
team was
OG.
playing
So
worse.
in a lot of ways, this allowed other people on the team to just fall into their natural habits.
And I love that you bring up that point, because I think that's something that goes vastly missing.
Kidney,
when we're
thanks for the
discussing
11-month
Robs,
primer.
when we're
Thank you,
discussing
thank you, thank you.
Vitality. The man on the screen right here, together
It's
with
partly-
FaZe,
it's
for
why
that
he
as
didn't
well,
re-sign
they
with
have also
FaZe, you know?
elevated themselves. And it's always hard to quantify. Is it Robs coming in, giving more space, or giving new roles towards Flame C? Is it Messi?
I found
feeling
the
more
Flom
comfortable
YouTube
in his
videos this
new,
week.
you know,
Game changer. Hell yeah,
situation
man.
where he has to
Glad
be
you
a
like
bigger
him.
second voice within the team as well. I don't really know, but all I see is that Vitality and all the members right now are coming together now. Is that a direct consequence of Robs coming in and relieving some of the pressure, or is it some of those players around him becoming
These
better?
fuckers, hurry up.
I don't think anybody
Yeah,
wants
honestly,
to
Maui
admit
Pimp,
this,
can
but
you
let's-
stop
I
causing the
think this
tech
is
issues that
reality.
delayed the
It
game
is a
and
bit of a honeymoon.
start
I
game?
don't think
Thank you.
it's so criminal to say that. I know everybody wants the honeymoon to last ad infinitum for eternity, but in reality, Robs worked harder when he first joined FaZe.
Yeah.
He was finding smokes that nobody was finding. I remember he had a pixel lineup using the console to try to get this perfect way to smoke Xbox on Dust 2. I don't think he was coming up with that in year 3 with FaZe. I just don't think he was doing that. And so now that he's back on Vitality, he's got that same feeling again. He's hungry for trophies. He's one win away from the Grand Slam, actually. He has a chance to win another major with this roster. He's playing next to the best player in the world. He's playing next to the arguably best in-game leader in the world. Of course you're going to work a little bit harder. So I think it's a little bit of reaching to say, yeah, we're always going to play like this. We're not in a honeymoon. Let's see how it goes in 9 months from now. But
It's
that's
live
a
on
conversation
Wikipedia.
for another
I know
day.
it's.
We do have the luxury
Bro,
of time
I
now,
answered
so
you.
I
There
do
was a
want to
tech
play
issue,
devil's
man.
advocate
That's
with
how it
this one
goes.
as well, because that's the thing. When we look at Vitality, I think it would be unfair to say that they're not an emotional team. Apex is probably one of the most emotional in-game leaders we have in the space.
Say that.
So potentially, when we have these points where maybe Robs, is getting a little bit tired, he may not be putting the same amount of energy, the same amount of resources into the preparations. Is that going to be where we're going to see the Vitality maybe in a little bit of a flux?
But is that any different from any other team or any other situation? I think that question can be applied to everyone, basically. I agree with you. I think your point is valid, and nothing lasts forever. I think we're all guilty of that, especially the fans, the community. Whenever you're seeing something unfold in front of you, everyone thinks that he's going to be the best forever. It's like watching Messi play football, or Cristiano Ronaldo play football. At some point, they're going to grow old. Someone else will be the best players in the world. Same could be said for Vitality. Is it going to take 6 months, 9 months, 3 years?
Yeah.
Nobody knows, but nothing lasts forever.
But that's why the conversation's fun with Vitality, because it feels like, based off of the quality of CS, the fact we know the actual levels of these players over the long term, that there is era potential. So that's the conversation that we hope to start to write when it comes to this team. If they can win the Grand Slam, win the major, win Open Lisbon itself, all of that will feed into the greater picture of how long was that honeymoon able to last? Are there going to be dips? How are they going to bounce back from it? It's all the trials and tribulations that make these players' narratives so fun to watch.
Just think back 3 months, 4 months, the whole story for Vitality the second half of 24 was that they could get into the quarterfinal, they'd lose. They'd get into the semi-final, they'd lose. They won one trophy last year. Only one trophy. And you made an excellent point. When Robs came into Vitality, I think it was fair to argue that is it more of an upgrade or is it more of a sidestep? You know, Spinks is a fantastic player. It's a different player that you bring in terms of Robs. And maybe that has unleashed, you know, Saibu a bit more, unleashed Messi a little bit more, unleashed Flames.
I'm trying to think like if there's anything I could do in the meantime. We already looked at skins, but I'm not going to do that while I'm strumming. I end up going that route, so I'm trying to think.
They bring in Robs, and all of a sudden we're talking about them as being the best team in the world for the next 5 years. Just keep yourself in check with that one. As you said, keep yourself in check with that one. You can have both, but right now, as a matter of fact, heading into this game, they're the heavy favorites because they've given us no other reason to believe that they can win today. Is that going to be the same thing in 3 months? God knows.
And right now, we're going to switch the conversation to one with Apex as he caught up with James Banks before the semi-final.
Apex, we've spoke a lot about the grind and work you guys are putting in, but you had a few extra
You
days
somehow
here
got
in
Elysian
Lisbon,
your
so
premier
how did
team?
Vitality spend it?
That's funny.
Well, it was a mix between getting
Did you
some rest
win?
and playing because we are at the end of a long month, to be honest. Yeah. It's been tough for us right now, but we will use this extra energy for the tournament. But yeah, we both practiced and both took a bit of a day off.
A long month. You growing that beard out, or is it coming off at the end of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward, but with the trophy. But first, semi-final, so let's see how it goes.
Now, for you guys, you've had a lot of rematches so far in 2025 against Mouse, now
Apex
against
with a
Spirit.
beard.
How hard is it for you and Xtaz to be redefining things and changing things up in games like this?
Well, at least we didn't play Spirit for a
Looks
bit
like it'd
longer,
be
a bit more than a month. So
connected
it's gonna
at
be,
least.
A good game for both of the teams.
Looks like he
When you
trimmed his
play,
mustache.
Mouse 3 times in 10 days, I don't think it's that good. But that's the way it is, we accept it. But no, yeah, being able to play against
he
those
could rock
guys,
it.
for the second time in the year will be nice, and I think it's going to be a good game.
But how hard is it for you and Xtaz to work new plans and new strategies and change things when you are playing games like this?
Well, as I said, I think it's okay when you play against a team that you played only once in the year. When you play a team more, it's really tough because you're overthinking. You're like, maybe they know this, maybe they know this. We've done that, so how can we counter that? And blah, blah. So it's like a really mind-blowing way to prepare games. So
I don't want to be
I just
friends,
think
friend.
that,
No.
against Spirit, it's just a normal game and against a really good opponent.
Do you expect a stronger Spirit coming into the series than the one you faced in Katowice?
Yeah, I think what happened in Katowice won't happen that many times. I think it's going to be tougher for sure. They played some solid games except against Mars where they struggle a bit more. But other than that, they played a really good quarter yesterday. So yeah, I expect a good game and for sure closer and tougher than in Katowice final.
Now, I'm going to ask you this question because I know Zaiwu is too humble to ask it. When he's facing a player like Donk, can you see that he wants to put a better performance up than normal, he wants to fight more? Or is it real that he just doesn't care?
I think, of course, he wants to show that he's the best of them, but he's not showing it. It's really personal. It's really in his head. He doesn't say anything. He's not different than usual. He just, wants to kick asses on the server. So it's not about showing up. It's just about showing up in the right timing and not talking to his teammates or whatever.
I feel like when we scope out
I don't
and look
fucking
at
know,
Apex's
Seth.
career as a whole, it's matured like a fine wine, right? Because we have to remember
I got nothing,
he started
bro.
off as an entry frag, right? He was so damn aggressive. We had the luxury of having MBK join us for the group stage back on the desk last week. And we kind
Mods,
of posed
fix
the
stream
question,
delay true.
did you ever
Mods,
see
please
Apex
get to
moving
Lisbon
into
on
this
site and
in-game
fix
leader
the
role?
tech
He said
issue
he's
that
an
caused the
incredibly
40-minute
hard worker,
delay.
But just looking off his playstyle, no, he didn't actually see that happening.
I mean, Danish Counter-Strike, I was growing up with Apex, playing against him, playing with him. We played a couple of tournaments together as well, and I always thought that he was a little bit, I guess, stupid as a player in a sense. You know, he would always over-peak, he would always overdo it, he would always do something that you
You're
thought to
an honest
yourself.
man always, Jacob.
No,
we can't fault you for that.
But that was the reality. I think a lot of people back then were thinking Apex, he's a bit of a hothead in that sense, you know. He's a guy that would always be hyper-aggressive. He would always be looking at Apex thinking, yeah, you did something well, and now you find a way to mess it up. That was his playstyle. That was how he was approaching
When
the
Pimp
game.
keeps it real.
Over the years, he learned to control himself. He learned to find a balance. He also became less of a fragger, less of an in-game, less of an entry fragger that had less of an impact, almost had the same career trajectory as a Dupree, who started off being insanely good in Astralis and then slowly but surely tapered off. And then he transitioned into an in-game leader. Some players, when their careers go from being, I'm a hardcore entry fragger, I'm a fragger now, into I don't know what to do anymore, into I retire. Apex found a way to keep his career alive, relive it, and now one would argue that he's mostly remembered for being an in-game leader. He's mostly going to go down in history as one of the greatest in-game leaders the game has to offer. So keep that in mind again. You know, some of these players reinvent themselves, and some of them, you never hear of them ever again.
It's not by luck that Apex, along with Kerrigan, are two of the longest-standing players that we have in this space. It's the ability to reinvent yourself.
Flom 12 still working. I need some gear. Yep, you're good to go, bro. Send
what
it.
it is that you're doing.
Thank you.
And I'm going to say, like, when he first started in-game leading, it looked a little clunky for Vitality. Sometimes it just felt like it was step 1 of the round, attempt to do step 2 of the round, and they'd get caught all the time by better teams in what's going on in between that. Now it's so much more of a fluid system. The mid-rounding's way better. In terms of his own individual ability, he knows how to actually make the most space for his team. And it also, I feel like this needs to be talked about too, that if you're going to try to downplay Apex's in-game leading ability, why are they first picking Nuke all the time? And why are they one of the best T-side Nuke teams in the world for the last 3 years? It's not just ZywOo. It's not just people like Spinks when he was on the roster. There were good calls, there were good adjustments, they had a wealth of plays that they could run through, and I feel like some people
Wouldn't the fragging
were
IGL
holding
emote
on
just
for
be Flom?
way too
True.
long to the vestiges of what you said, that he might have been a little bit one note in terms of how he was as a player, and I feel like that people have really needed to switch their tone in terms of how much he has developed.
We love a good fragging IGL conversation around here, chat.
But you were one of the panelists for the HLTV Awards, right, in terms of voting towards who will be taking Author of the Year, Game Leader of the Year, etc., etc. And we kind of had this conversation about, you know, should Apex be up higher on that list? Sure, they only had 1 trophy in 2024, but just because the supporting cast doesn't really have that traditional secondary cooler around him, particularly last year.
Last year, I voted Apex as the 2nd best in-game leader. That's with only the Cologne trophy in a lot of people, I think, were voting for people like Alexi B, of course. He got my #1 vote. Chopper got a lot of people's vote because he won the other
The game
major.
got moved. There was a tech
And,
issue,
I
boys.
just felt like Apex had the least in terms of vocal pieces or ones that were as obvious to use, because ZywOo does not still, to this day, call his own number as much as other people. He's not really the most one-note player, whereas if I have a player like Donk, I know what to do with him every single round. Like, I just gonna send him on a mission, he's gonna get 2 kills, and then my mid-rounding job's easy. And I'm not saying Chopper's a bad in-game leader, but I feel like the reality is also, like, last year, when you had Flame, Spinks, Mezzy also beside you, I'm not sure how much people are actually
A calorie deficit? I want to eat my own foot. What should I do?
In a game. Like, yes, ZywOo can push around sometimes for you, but it's just that the entire way it progressed, I felt like I saw the
Oh man, is it late in the evening, or I don't know where you're at, Claymore?
other in-game leaders, and because I also don't know how much Xtaz
Caffeine can help with appetite.
There's 2 things I want to dive into right here. First and foremost, you're mentioning the whole support cast around Apex last year. People conveniently seem to forget that there was rumors that Spinks wanted to leave during the summer break.
Yeah.
How does that make
caffeine
you feel
can
as
help
an in-game leader, knowing
suppress
that
your
the guy
appetite
to
a
your right
bit.
wants to leave the
Maybe
team?
get a little bit
Are
of
you
food
gonna
with
give
it.
yourself 100% into a project knowing that one of the players really wants to
So you're
leave?
not getting,
if you're
you know, the
Messi, are you going
shakes?
to give yourself 100%? Are you going to die? Are you going to go into every single duel knowing that the guy next to you wants to leave the team?
QCK
People
pad
at
you
home think,
recommend?
yeah, well, the
Maybe a
professional
Monster Energy
players,
smile?
They should be doing that. They should be doing that. Yeah, but you should also be working out 3 hours a day. You should also be eating healthy all the time. We don't do that all the time.
I'm on the
We're humans
speed.
after all, so that takes away the top, which is why I think Apex was struggling.
I'm on the
especially in
speed. If
second
you're
half of
unsure,
24, 'cause Spinks wanted to leave. That was a
balance
known
is a
fact,
good
yet people
middle
seem
ground.
to forget.
I wouldn't
Second half,
recommend
you
the
said something
control
really
unless
right
like
there,
you
Mike.
really are into those
Apex
types
is
of
the
pads.
in-game leader. He's the leader. He's the moral support guy. He is everything within Vitality.
You're on
I had the
speed?
chance
No,
to
we're
catch
talking
up
about the
with him during
QCK mouse pad, you
we had
fucking
this whole
weenies.
team of in-game leaders where you hear so many conversations around, well, he's the in-game leader on the CT side, and Brolan is on the T side, and Nico is leading the CT side, Cooks on T side. Apex is everything within Vitality.
Yeah.
When it comes to preparation before the games, when it comes to in-game leading on the CT side, when it comes to in-game leading on the T side, when it comes to yelling at his teammates, getting them to get their act together, he does it all within Vitality. He's one of the few pure in-game leaders we have left, because everyone else seems to be giving out responsibilities to
I don't
someone
think
else.
anybody's ever watched
I don't
my
wanna be
stream
the
thought
CT
that I
side.
was
Well,
doing
I'm
that.
gonna
Let's
stand
be
over
honest here, guys.
BFs, jump 24/7, do nothing because I can't do anything else with my individual skill.
Which
which is
QCK have I
another
been
point I wanna
using?
bring
Once
up.
again,
Apex as an
speed.
individual have also shown that he can step up. He's still a decent player. Is he a fucking in-game leader per se? Not really. Is anyone at this time? Not really, but he's doing a good job.
Okay, if we were to categorize the kind of fragging in-game leaders, if you will, who would be up there as one of the kind of most impactful, maybe the most, apt for that role?
Well, Twist was, but not anymore.
I feel
What
like
the hell
you
about
have to
you?
reach a bare minimum level of calling
True.
to be
He has just know I'm not abusing shit because I'm not streaming fucking 24 hours at a time and looking like an absolute skeleton.
There from Blast that said Big Uzera, Blitz, and Apex are paving the way right now for fragging in-game leaders. I suppose you'd actually have to.
Yeah, I actually get tired after 8 to 10 hour streams.
As of the last 2-3 months, but traditionally, it's obviously
so
been
many
pretty
streamers are
difficult
gonna
for
fuck
these guys
themselves
who are
up
looking
long
at the
term, man.
radar
It's
for
actually so
40%
bad.
of the round to also be good with their crosshair for 100% of it. So that's why we've had the rarities over time, like Fallen, probably the best and only example of a guy that actually fragged at a top 5 player level while calling good strategies. But that's just how far and away they were when they were on that roster. Nowadays, I'd say Apex has got to be top 3 fragging in-game leaders. I mean, the calls are fantastic. And in terms of individual
what are the 3
fragging,
pads?
like,
Speed, balance, control.
That's what's most impressive to me.
I think they actually have a quiz on the site if you want to see.
Everything's going well and they're winning 13-4. I've seen Apex be a driving factor where he's just getting 6 entries in a game and he's farming pain gaming. That's why I wouldn't put Big Uzera
Only
over
Flom's
Apex
addicted to his
because
coffee.
Because Apex is just always going to humble Big Uz.
Hey,
that's a fair
hey.
comparison to make.
But
When
yeah,
you
don't
take
interrupt my
Apex and
morning
you put them
ritual,
against
okay?
who is the competition in terms of in-game leaders.
I
You look
become
at
a
guy
morning
like
person
Alexi
because
B.
when I wake up,
would
I just
rather
have like a whole
Apex
system,
output
man.
on a
It's
server
nice.
than Alexi B, especially as of late. You can do the same math for snacks in G2. You'd rather have Apex and his
I love
individual
making my
output.
own
I think Apex is
espresso
up there
and
in the
my own
conversation,
coffee in the
but,
morning.
You know, saying he's a fracking in-game leader.
Should we
I
talk
think
more
that's
about fragging
a bit
IGLs, please? No.
far-fetched in a sense. I think it says more about the in-game leading role in modern day and age Counter-Strike that it's very hard to frag consistently if you're also the main voice of the team.
Yeah, we did have a quote from Wikidia. Let's bring that one up.
Waking up at like 7:30 in the morning is perfect, you know?
More of them in this new meta.
Make
Do
my
you agree with
coffee, have my breakfast by like 8.
I mean, he said that when Madro started playing pretty well, but I feel like if you're always depending on your in-game leader to put up a 1.00, that's too high. And that's kind of what you would expect
now that's
for an average leader. I don't know why we're showing Snacks. He is clearly not an example of a fragging in-game leader. Brolin might be right there, but yeah, this is yeah, I mean, there's been guys in the past that have had like pop-off games, and I feel like that's, for me, it's still just about, can you get yours effectively enough to not be a hindrance to your team? And that's why I like Alexi B as a leader, because even though his rating is pretty low, I've never really watched Alexi B and been like, wow, he failed the eye test as an individual. Like, he was set up for kills, and it was just, he didn't get them. And that's why people drew a lot of ire to Hooksy, for example. He was sometimes in a position he should get a kill, and he doesn't get the kill. And then the Reddit would go crazy. Twitter would go crazy. Everybody starts dogpiling on him. And that's why I think Chopper,
I can't keep
Alexi
up with
B,
all the rules.
Apex,
I'm gonna be
the players that
honest.
just Kicksan even for that matter, they don't generally embarrass themselves when they're put in a situation.
I can't keep up with all the rules of what a fragging IGL is and what isn't anymore. I'm out.
Leader, you don't necessarily have to be a fragger. I don't agree with Wikidia saying that has to be a new meta. I think Twist is a great example that it doesn't matter how much you would frag within Liquid, that was never going to work out to the level they wanted to.
Yeah, I saw the
I think
Xanathar
also
tweet.
you just don't have to be a liability. It's kind of what you're describing right here. You just need to hold up to your own. I think there's certain in-game leaders, and I'm not going to mention any names because I can't stand all the fans anymore, but there's certain in-game leaders, to be completely honest, that is a liability for the teams. In terms of the output they have on the server, they are a liability. And I know the other teams don't want to say that we're targeting this guy, or we know heading into a game against this guy that may be a liability, that's something we can execute on. No one wants to say that because it doesn't sound nice, but trust me, that is exactly what the players and the coaches are thinking.
But when you're going B Inferno against G2 for 10 of your 12 rounds,
why did you have to do that?
You might be targeting Malps and Snacks in that game plan. You might be.
I did not say snacks.
Oh my god. It's just, oh my god.
You can't escape it. You might be
I'm
eliminated.
Playing it.
Still here. We had a nice lower third there. So there's
I use
fragging
exit
in-game
lag?
leaders,
Nah,
there's
I
more
have pretty good ping
traditional
everywhere.
in-game leaders. What would the definition of that
Chicago
be?
can be a little hit or miss, but it's just because I'm far away, not because
First of
bad
the game,
routing.
I'd say
Exit
Apex,
lag
you
is
know,
for
the guy who's
routing,
actually
not
the
for
in-game leader
you
for
can't
the team,
fix
you know. CT side,
location, you
he's the
know.
main voice. He's involved in the preparation. He also strikes me
But
as a guy
when I
that
get
would
decent
overrule his
Chicago
coach
servers, I'll get
sometimes.
40
Obviously, they
ping
work
from
together with
Vegas,
extras,
which
and
I'm
he
chilling.
even told me that they have analysts, and it's not always they use them, and it's not always they take in the input. Kerrigan said the same thing as well.
Yep.
Kerrigan, a man
I
that is in
basically
charge
get
of his
30
team,
or
both
40
morally,
to every
mentally,
look.
but also
Or
in terms
if
of the
I
T-side,
get Denver
CT
and the Denver
For
isn't
me,
shit,
an
which
in-game
is
leader
really
involved in the
50-50,
game. I
I'll get
personally,
20.
This is my personal take on it. Don't know about you.
20
I don't
to
like this trend
Denver,
that we see more and more in-game
35 to
leaders placing
Dallas,
themselves as a BA
40
on
to
the
45 to
out of the
Chicago.
scope. I don't like having in-game leaders who cannot have an effect. Apex said it to me as well in Copenhagen. I may not be the best.
If I ever play an LA server in Premier, I get 5.
Can have a higher output, but I can support the players around me even better. So maybe I'm worse in connector, but I can help my A player to function better with flashes, with utility, baiting, helping, etc., etc. So it's all some of the parts.
Sleepy, I have, you stupid fuck.
And that's the meta I want to
You have no excuse anymore. You told me you're not even you know partaking in other streams. Tech issue.
Idea from Apex, and I feel like he has.
Are Denver servers worse compared to others? I think it's because they're high.
Rifle outside yard on Nuke too. For example, like he takes control.
Denver servers in every game I play are shit.
Yeah, we've heard what G2 talk about where other people are having to in-game lead because Snacks is usually on just some site anchoring it. They stuff him in a corner, and I've actually said on a recent like just desk recently that I would actually want Snacks to just become an outside yard rifler on Nuke, because if Malbs is having a little bit of trouble there, if Snacks is just playing the A anchor, just put Heavy God at ramp, put Malbs at ramp, put Heavy God as the A anchor on Nuke, and put Snacks as the outside rifler, because he's tricky, he can be more vocal, and I feel like that instills confidence in him and everybody around him, because you're gonna just
it's just rougher, basically. Frostbitten has like more texture on the control.
They will have plans. They'll have more ideas. They'll be able to play off of you better.
I don't know if this is too controversial, but I'm getting out of a limb right here. But let's be honest. My issue with that whole thing with the in-game leaders, as we're describing it, I don't want to use Snacks as an example. Take Kixon. Kixon in Falcons, right? Kixon is playing the same positions on a lot of different maps as Snacks, be anchoring on Mirage. My issue is that I can sometimes, pose the question, why are you on the team? CT side is completely led by Nico, 100% led by Nico. So then there's 50% left of the game. The gun rounds, the pistol rounds, they're planned pre-game.
I like this take.
How many buy rounds are you having on average on a T side in any game of Counter-Strike in MR12? We're not playing MR15 anymore, we're playing MR12. Let's say that on average, because certain games you're not playing a lot of T sides because you're not, either you're winning fast or you're losing fast.
Separating gun rounds from force rounds is crazy.
So in 4 of those
actually
rounds,
crazy for MR12.
He can be the guy making the difference with his mid-round calls. Now, in those 4 or 5 buy rounds, how many times is he calling an out-of-spawn tactic that anyone could call? Maybe a couple of times. So you have now left, 2 or 3 rounds where you can be the sole in-game leader, where you as an in-game leader make the difference.
You can make this point, but the idea that you're not calling on gun rounds or it's not as important is crazy.
Someone else could do it better.
Impact could do it better. Make way. And just put Nico as the IJL. I mean, in all honesty, I mean, I've kind of like.
Yeah, I kind of don't like that take. Also, the IGL is usually the one creating a lot of those pre-game plans at the start.
In CS2, when it's MR12, like you said, and many of them just relegate themselves to B apps or something like that. If you're gonna script half of your rounds anyway,
always has shit takes. No, he's just trying to stall for fucking 40 minutes for a tech issue that he didn't create. So you got to kind of start going through.
They point at the strat and they say, "This is what we're gonna do." So
you're picking something out of your head that's like.
Mid-round voice, but we've seen from examples like
he's just cooking. That's fine. He's got me yapping at least. That's fine.
About saying this. He's not always doing the mid-rounds for them. It's up to all of the individuals like Exertion, like Spinks, even Torzy, to just call what's going on their part of the map and then come up with a finisher. And if you've programmed the players and instilled those kinds of ideas into their heads already, okay, I'm lurking Palace, guys. I hear one guy rotating off. We could probably end A. That's why the in-game leader role is in some ways it's becoming a little less valuable. However,
how do we know Pimp didn't cause
I think
tech
issue?
He's a sneaky
one. Kerrigan is very important.
Yes.
I think Apex is very important.
Fucking Pimp's like, all right, if I just kick this fucking PC here, I can talk for 20 more minutes on the desk.
I want them in the middle of my team. I want Alexi
fucking walks by the stage, just
Apex.
fucking.
I want guys that get fired up because they can.
Everybody
can just build off of that. It's the moral part of it that is important. I know a lot of nerds out there are like, call strat does this, numbers this, number crunch that. It's like, dude, emotions are at play, and it's great to be around a guy that's fiery.
The best way to describe that from a player perspective, and I guess a lot of people could maybe anticipate what it would feel like whenever you're playing with someone you trust. Whenever I play with
in
you,
CS2 though, like as somebody that's yapping for our squadron and in general, I just don't know how you can ever separate and just say just gun rounds, as if like the amount of full saves that happen in CS and like MP9s 5-7 on the CT side, pretending like those rounds are easy to call is fucking crazy.
So it's more about leading with conviction and not necessarily
absolutely
about
nuts.
Just calling the strats that we got. I also had times, I used to play in Team Liquid. We didn't have an in-game leader for 12 months. We didn't have any point during 12 months where we had the same in-game leader for 2 months, and that killed that team. That killed that environment, because whenever someone would call something, no one trusted in that call. So I don't care whether you call yourself an in-game leader, whether you call on the CT side, T side, as long as you trust the guy making the call, then you're halfway there.
It's a byproduct of number 12 mostly. What? No saves?
Right?
That was kind of
I don't know.
What was the best thing about Glaive back then?
honestly, that he had the best sixth sense for the game that anyone have ever shown me. He was like Flusher on steroids, in a sense. You know, whenever he was making a call, whenever he was saying something, you just instantly believed in it. And one of the best things about Glaive, and one of the things that I remember him for the most, and I think some of the older Astralis players have, you know, talked about
Gone
that
camping!
is that he would sometimes
What's up, 5
dissect
gifted
the
subs?
game
Can we get some
mid-round.
nice
You would
ones
be
in
sitting
chat
on
for
a position,
camping?
let's say Banana on Inferno, and he would make
Thank
a
you,
mid-round
dude.
call where you would think to yourself without saying it out loud.
No saves, a positive or a negative?
Awful
Positive.
sense. Why we're not doing that, you know? But you
Don't
would
let
never
anybody
come
tell
up
you
with an
otherwise.
idea
Watching
yourself. You never
people
come up with
fucking
that
just farm
solution yourself.
USPs
So
is boring as
having
shit.
a guy that would think on behalf of you in the middle of the game, and
But it
having
also
a
makes
guy
it
where
like so
his
stressful
call
as a
I trusted
player.
more than my own thoughts. I've only tried that once with an in-game leader, and that was Glaive.
Any notable in-game leaders you've played with, Maui, over in the NA region?
Didn't you used to call a bit yourself?
I mean, I did up to the ECL level.
And now you're here. Yeah,
yeah,
Look at you
exactly.
now.
I didn't really play with too many great in-game leaders at any point. I mean, I've played with Valens, I played with Semphis at times, so hearing their veteran presence and just kind of ideas behind it, usually it just, I think the Semphis approach is the simpler the call and the more it makes sense off the rip, the more likely it's just going to work. And I think Valens would want to play with just fakes a little bit more and things like that. And I feel like, in a weird way, Pimp, I think in terms of calling, fakes, I feel like, have kind of fallen out of meta a lot. I feel like
'Cause you
in
can need a
early
smoke.
CSGO and even Source and everything like that, people would be like, okay, 3 smokes here, and now you just go to the other bomb site. We saw Madger try to do that, sending 2
You can
guys
need
up
a smoke,
cat.
though.
He takes
That's
the
why.
bomb B by himself, and it just falls
It's harder to
completely
sell
flat.
fakes. Like, you
I don't
can
know. I feel like that's
see that
probably one of the
shit
funniest
instantly.
developments, because the only teams that I see bring fakes to the table are Chinese teams now.
That's true. I mean, I can't really
But like, even if you don't,
the level of Counter-Strike,
But when you-
it's just on another level. You can't do the fakes anymore. The
But you
classic
also
call,
have to
everyone
maintain
see,
pressure
I
on the
take
map.
bomb, I go B, everyone else rush A on Inferno, and then I'll win the round first. You know.
was
We
that
had that in
Jones
pro
C9
games
when
back in
Shroud
the
was
days.
on it? Sean
We don't
Gears.
anymore.
Well, we're going to head things to a bit of an extended break whilst we fix the tech issues on stage. But when we are back, it's time to dive into our second semi-final. And this
Oh,
one
fuck
is gonna
me,
be
dude.
a
I might not
fun
be able to
one.
watch this
Spirit
full
versus
fucking game
Vitality
today.
Going down in just a few.
Bro, no. Show returns in 8 minutes. Dude, what
no,
happened?
I won't remember anything, man.
Oh, it's an old one? That's to be. It's train, it's forest, it's MIBR. I know the time range when it was.
I don't remember this clip. 100% it's not 2014, it's not 2015.
Well, I'm gonna run an ad because I don't know what the
because
schedule
Velocity
looks
was
like,
still
so I want to make
exist
sure we're
at the
good.
time. So it has to be around like 2017, 2018.
It should be 2018 or 2019. Yeah, it's 2017-18.
Okay, let's say it's 2018, yeah? What major you had in 2018?
Boston.
Can you give me any guess?
I don't know why. I'll just say the E-League Atlanta 2017.
It's I'm Katowice, yeah.
Face it major? Face it major, perhaps. Okay, nice.
Face it, no, London. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, 2019
Everybody
was
wants to
ESL,
forget
please.
London, though, guys.
That was the only one I knew from 2018. Civics against Astralis, not against NIP, or Astralis, obviously.
100% they won this major.
Let's see what he does. I don't seem to remember this from the top of my head. But it was in 2018 then. Has to be 19.
I think the guy has pretty good movement. There was Blast Paris.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Let's say it's 2018 Face It London again.
I'm not sure, but this one. It's 2019 Star Ladder Major in Berlin, maybe?
It's IM kind of this 2019.
Of course, man. I don't know.
Oh, there was Major in Katowice? Yeah. Got the year at least. Well, if it's Perfecto for Navi, there's not many options.
He's gonna kill 4 guys in long.
Oh, I remember that play.
I don't know. BGL Krakow.
I think it just has to be 2021 PGL Stockholm Major. Stockholm, 2021.
This is PGL Stockholm 2021. Navi won this major.
So that's why they won the major. Only because of that play.
At least I know this. It's new generation, you know?
Oh, I remember.
Oh, it's Jame. It's Jame.
Okay, yeah, it's a good one.
Jame overpass. Okay.
Was this Rio then?
I actually do remember. Missed the smoke and he's winning the clutch. Oh my god.
What I didn't say a Berlin major
This was, I think, fairly recent. Could it be 2022 IAM Rio Major?
Rio Major. I have my answer.
It's, I'm telling you, everything what I remember, it's like 3 years ago. It's 2022 IAM Rio Major.
Everybody was so in shock when Jay went for that clutch, dude. Literal fucking shock. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, I can tell you guys I'm probably going to have to not be able to watch the full games today. But at least it looks like I don't know, even internally, like their community, I'll wait until they say something on the stream, but looks like it's going to be not enough time for me to play a pug or anything, and just enough time to make it later. I wonder what happened. I wonder if they had like a stage tech issue. What do you got going on where you can't watch it? I have my own tournament, bro. I'm playing in the qualifier for PGL. Yeah, the game. Honestly, I thought the schedule would be sick, but Blast has had tech issues both days. But this one's pretty insane because the game was scheduled to start at 12:30. The first game ended at like 11:30, so they had an hour to get everything ready, and then something I guess broke. I'm not allowed to stream the qualies. But there will be people streaming it, yeah. I think Trota's streaming it today. I don't know if Floofy's is. So, man, that's kind of frustrating. How long until I gotta turn the stream off? 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours, maybe a little bit longer, depending on the situation, if the boys are cool with it. So if it's a 2-0, I might be able to watch all of it. Maybe. I don't know, dude. I don't think Vitality... I feel like when a team beats the shit out of another team, like Vitality beat Spirit somewhat recently, I feel like that is unlikely to happen again. Right? Like... Yeah, we're not allowed to stream the qualies. I literally don't know why. It's just the rule. But we've been turning I've been uploading the clip on clips and highlights. Although yesterday's video of the comms got buried super hard. So because of that, we're waiting until the Blast games are done today to post the one from yesterday. Because, yeah, I don't know. It was weird. Nah, there's no official broadcast Hyperbeam. Today might be a Chipotle kind of day. Actually, I think we have some leftover chicken. Maybe I'll do that. How the fuck is I'm not sponsored by Chipotle now? You know who I'd rather be sponsored by if I could pick one would be Taco Bell. But if I get Chipotle, so like Nori is a little under the weather today, so she's sleeping. But so like if I get Chipotle, she won't be mad because she's not really a big Chipotle person. But if I get Taco Bell, she'll be mad at me. You know what I'm saying? So this is a tactical I'm gonna get this while she's asleep, so that way also when she wakes up, she's not mad. Look like a smothered burrito kind of guy? Nah. Taco Bell made sense when you get a whole ass meal for like $3. Yeah, Taco Bell's more expensive, but all of them are Feeney. Dude, honest, I have not been. I've been going out for dinner, but like Lori and I don't really get fast food too often anymore. Like, especially delivered.
That turned out to be one of the most one-sided best of fives I've ever seen in my life. We got to hear some words from Apex saying he doesn't anticipate it being as one-sided of an affair this time around in the best of three, though.
What happened? Why are we booing?
From Apex point of view, however,
damn, they're really posting the stats from this last one. Holy shit! Look at this.
I would expect this game to go all 3 maps here as well today. I think Vitality, and as much as we've been praising them for saying they're the best team in the world, they're playing fantastic Counter-Strike, I don't get the sense that they're unbeatable right now. They should have lost to Mouse in Copenhagen in the group stage leading into this tournament. I think Mouse played better. I think Mouse lacked a little bit of that clinical finish, but overall, it felt like Mouse were the better team in that matchup despite losing the game. So
it's crazy that Messi ended up on the bottom, but he was like, he was fragging out. I think it was, right? Was it this series or maybe it was a different series? Messi was actually going insane, I think.
Is why it's hard to predict against Vitality.
Yes.
When they're consistently getting the better of teams at the end of series, at the end of maps, when everybody's making all the adjustments, that's why we praised Apex so much already. That's why we tout Zywoo and Rops as both some of the best closers in the game right now. So for Spirit, I feel like they have to rework the game plan entirely, though, because it can't just be a little bit of Zontix here. It can't be a little bit of
best place to watch our match tonight will be probably Trota's stream, is how you say it, or Trota.
And that's the problem.
It's on HLTV. If you see the match.
Maybe 2-0 if you want to count Shiro and Dog.
Oh wait, no, Nori doesn't like sandwiches either, really.
I want to throw a question to you, Maui, that I posed to MBK during the group stage.
I'll get a
we did
sandwich.
Get the one game that he covered Vitality on. It was talking about the utility usage for Vitality. I kind of posed the question to him privately in the green room, saying, "Are they the best at using utility?" He kind of raised it up a level, saying they're the most efficient at
bro's
using
risking it,
utility.
getting DMCA'd for that
the first
shit.
time that I was kind of really cognizantly noticing that was during that grand final versus
Still weird to me that he does that, but hey.
I feel like that's an interesting point where I would need to dive into demos to really see what he means by that statement. I feel like every time they need to throw that extra smoke
Sandwiches
or flash,
are one of the main
I'm not
food
gonna
groups,
say
true.
it reminds me of like 2018 Astralis where it's changing the game or anything like that, but it's definitely, yes, it's efficient. They're not missing any nades. They're not, the flashes are usually assisting people. I mean, Apex himself, despite the fact that he runs in a lot pretty early, he's also always one of the best at flash assists too. And I feel like that's instilled in so many of the people's minds here. And I feel like it's also a huge boon when you're in a honeymoon. Everybody's flashing for each other. I've seen entire tournaments where Rops has 0 flash assists. An entire tournament. I don't think that's really the case on Vitality because he's just in this mindset where he wants to be the best teammate possible.
It was a best of 5 last time around. Now we see it in a best of 3. So it's time to find out what maps we're going to be playing. Any expectations, gentlemen? What do you think is going to come into play?
I'm very curious to see what Spirit is going to pick. It's no big surprise that Inferno is being removed right here, but their map pick is going to be interesting. No Ancient, we haven't seen Vitality play that in forever.
I feel like Dust 2 is generally what they've been doing versus some of the top teams. But Anubis, okay, this is a map that a lot of people are trying to punish Vitality on. It hasn't been working, though. And for Vitality, this is no surprise.
Yeah, Vitality's actually pretty good on Anubis lately.
3 years as an in-game leader.
And now the handshake between the middle. No train coming in. I would suspect Dust 2. A map
Yeah.
that Spirit loves to play, a map that Vitality loves to play, a map where both teams feel comfortable.
Okay.
There we go. Vitality. They're flexing the map pool a little bit right here.
Wow,
Removing Dust 2. I'd argue they're the best team in the world on the map. They rather want to play Mirage.
I kind of felt you there. I kind of felt that they would go for the Dust 2 decider in that both teams have shown that they want to pick it first off, but I feel like if you're Vitality, if you feel like you're the better team tactically, then why go to a Dust 2 where Chopper can just say, okay guys, take Cat, rush Cat. Like, it's not the most complex map, but instead, Mirage is one where the teamwork between so many of the individuals, the variety of defenses that Vitality have up their sleeves, they can really, really flex that.
It's a really fun pick coming out
getting a
of
sandwich,
Spirit
Chad.
on the side of things as well, because just yesterday, Na'Vi tried to punish pick it into them. We've heard time and time again Spirit say,
Chicken bacon ranch.
like the map in terms
Gotta.
of the geometry, maybe of it, in terms of you know, the visuals, the aesthetic, but they're pretty damn good at playing it, right?
Super good, you know. They won, I think it's 7
I haven't
of
had
the
a
last
chicken
8
bacon
games in
ranch
the
in
map,
I don't
and
know
the
how
one loss
long.
they have in that period is against Eternal Fire, who many think are the best team in the world on the map. So yes, they're super efficient on it. We saw
Feeling
Zero
very-
having a fantastic
feeling my
performance
roots
yesterday.
today.
Donk doing some ridiculous stuff on that CT side, and that's the name of the game. Spirit CT side on Anubis is very, very scary. So that Apex versus Spirit CT side, T side, that's gonna be interesting.
I'm so excited to be diving into this one.
They're wrong every pick. I love it. It's tough, man. Like, vetoes are tricky because you don't know how teams. You can only look at it from like a win percentage perspective as an analyst. You can't look at it for how the team really feels with the map.
Lisbon, are you ready?
It's a tricky one. It's tricky.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do something special for this one.
So let's do this fast. We need your energy to the maximum. Everybody take your cell phones off.
He's got the drum, dude.
Phones out, put your lights
and
on.
put the lights on, okay? James is gonna make a rhythm. And when he raises his right hand, you raise your phones, and then you hide it. When he raises his left hand, well, I'll do it. You raise your phones, and then you hide it. Everybody agrees? Everybody's ready?
You ready?
Hide the phones. Everybody hide it.
Everyone down.
Hide. Let's go. James, he's the rhythm master. Okay, this is the rhythm. Ready? Let's go. Go.
It did it on the right side still.
Now everybody.
Average matchmaking
You ready,
teammates.
James? Let's go. Another one to both sides. Let's go. Right side. Get ready. Do it again.
Right side's wasted.
Everybody.
Everybody.
And there you go, Lisbon, a round of applause. Are you ready for this? Last semifinals. Who's joining Mouse? Give it up to Spirits versus Vitality!
Right side was just fucking getting lit, dude. They're like, hell
We're
yeah!
always confident to make the playoffs. We have to defocus it from the first second.
Vitality untouchable, unbeatable.
I don't have some special mindset for them. They just want to play our game.
We know we can play really good CS. We just won 2 tournaments.
We just want to play our game, and we know that we can beat them.
You can't avoid Donk when he's happy to run at you no matter where you go. He's got a double kill.
Oh, that's dirty.
Oh, ace.
Playing in front of the front gives you goosebumps.
It really does feel like Spirit are coming out in full force.
We are comfortable against anything. We have played a lot of games, so I'm very confident.
The way his optics is so soft-spoken, but I'm very confident. It's just how he is, but it's kind of funny to hear him say something like that for the hype up. I still wish Spirit had their old jerseys. Am I the only one that feels this way? I don't like the t-shirt jersey thing that they got going on.
They love a
It looks like they couldn't get a jersey in time, so they slapped their jersey like onto a t-shirt. I think that's why it fucks with me up.
In Katowice. The game plan is set and adjustments have been made, but now it's about showing up and handling business on the stage. This
And then they spilled some mustard down the middle. Yeah, pretty much. Friendly reminder that the Vitality logo is actually a lobster. It's not a bee.
V is for Vitality, and it is truly for victory so far in 2025. It just took one change for them to find their winning ways. The dominance is clear.
Tell me right now. Look at it. Look at it. It's a lobster with no tail.
Steps ahead of their opponents, but how long?
The claw, bro.
This is Vitality!
Friendly reminder, Flom knows it's a lobster because he's a foodie. All right.
Vitality versus Spirit, Zywoo versus Donk. This truly is a showdown for the ages.
Damn it, Flom, now I can't unsee it. Good.
To be claiming revenge.
Hand sanitizer, group up.
That denied them back-to-back victories at IEM Katowice. But the question is today, Jacob.
Flom, it's a Rorschach test. You see lobster, I see a bee, Mezzi sees beans.
That's a very good question for you. I'm not too sure about it, to be completely honest. I think Spirit started off the tournament a little bit slow. The loss versus Mouse in the group stage didn't necessarily give me too much confidence that they're able to do that today. However, ever since they played good Counter-Strike,
Bruv's trying to literally just put beans on literally anything.
So is Shiro. The one thing that we always point out, Maui, is who's going to be that secondary star? Who can we rely on next to Donk? Well, Shiro so far has had a fantastic tournament. So if both of those are showing up, then Vitality is going to have a lot to deal with.
I'm just curious how the other puzzle pieces are going to fit in for Spirit, because going for this Anubis pick here to kick things off, not the usual Spirit pick. They've been vocal about their disdain for the map, but now I have to trust Holly. So Holly, you got to take the
Okay, but does anybody else see Spirit's logo as a dragon with a gun in his hand?
Yesterday, Donk being one of the best Ewoks players in
Or is
the
that
world.
also just
Anybody
me?
else that you're going to be fixating on when we do move to that defensive half?
Of course, it's got to be Zontix too, responsible for such a big portion of the map.
I see it, bro. He's got a pistol in his hand, man.
Towards A main at times, he's going to be trying to be a disruptor, and that's something that feels oftentimes against Zontix's nature. But the way he locks down that side,
sorry. I get like
is
this.
able to find one here and there. Sometimes even rotating towards mid. He's mobile. He's not just that stationary.
That's an American
That's
thing.
what I love about this matchup.
Say some shit.
Touched upon it already. Donk playing E-Box, arguably the best player in the world at doing so. Guess who's playing E-Box quite often on the Vitality
Look at it, bro.
side?
Just underneath his
Apex,
head.
Right? In the center of everything, trying to steer the ship, trying to be the support element. The man on the screen right here. Now, if we go to Mirage, third deciding map, guess who's playing Connector for the CT side of Spirit? Donk, guess who's playing Connector for the CT side of Vitality? Apex, man, on your screen. So it's two different teams that does things in two different ways. One is very team play oriented, both would be, but Apex is at the center of everything.
I feel like in this season, we've already asked so many
I'll be
questions.
watching this
but
Pro
the one
CS or
thing that I
analyzing the
think could be
logos.
answered at the end
Okay,
of the
I
day,
just had a
who the
15-minute
best
delay. Let
player
me
in the
cook.
world is. If Donk and Spirit upset Vitality here, I feel
All right,
like
let's
it's
go
almost
up.
undoubtable that current form he would lead you to believe Donk's the best. So all in all, this game has so much in terms of implications for these teams, for these individuals,
My hair
in
is
terms of
so
the
long
stories
right
we
now,
tell
man.
about
Look at
them
this shit.
later on in the year too.
Now,
Actually
here's the
crazy.
reason why I think Vitality is going to win
Oh.
this series and win this game. And it may sound a little bit simplistic, but in its
what do we
essence,
do?
I don't believe Spirit can beat Vitality unless Donk is playing at his superstar level. But if Zywoo is having an ordinary game, I still believe Vitality can take down Spirit. And knowing that going into the game, if you're Zywoo, knowing that you can still win because you're looking to your right and you have Rupp sitting next to you, you're looking to your left and you have Flamesy and Messi playing the best brand of Counter-Strike they've ever played, it must be super,
All right,
super
so
nice.
who's winning?
While on the Spirit
A
side of things,
lobster
if you're
or a
Donk
dragon
and
with a
you're not playing
gun?
well, you're not winning.
It truly is the
Why do I
clash
feel like
of
the
titans
lobster
in
wins?
the arena tonight. It's time for Team Spirit versus Vitality.
Aren't like lobsters like the cockroaches of the sea? That's
you
probably
sound
why.
good tonight.
Lobster gives
And
him the
yesterday
fucking
you got
claw, bro.
robbed of a good match, okay? But right now we've got Spirit, who are normally
Holy
a
shit, it
glass
just got so
cannon,
much louder.
finding consistency, and against them Vitality. who
Last
appear
audio
to
guy
have a
low-key
tight-
right?
resolve. Yeah, a resolve that nobody can seem to shake, let alone defeat. You know, this head-to-head.
Sorry,
this
audio
is what
guy, you're chill.
could end up being very special this weekend. This matchup, right? This is a treat when it comes to Counter-Strike. This is what 2025 has
Everything
to
just
offer.
evolves into crabs. Oh damn. Okay. Okay.
Holy fuck, it's good to be back.
Shall we? Team Spirit and Vitality, the finest Counter-Strike has to offer, and it's in your house tonight.
It's a bold pick, man. Anubis here.
Scarlet's gotten really good at this, I'm not gonna lie. Oh! Well, I've been there, Chopper.
Not a blip of damage here on Vitality.
Great flash doesn't
Oh!
matter.
Oh!
Zontic's there to support Shiro. Oh, clean as can be.
Damn, they tried to bamboozle him, but the stack was just A. Oh.
Said it yesterday, I'll say it once more. It's
Zontix with the 3K.
And we'll see what he can
Wait,
do if
Zontix
they
at
get back to
3?
that A site,
Shiro
but
only got
hold your
1 there.
breath,
What the fuck?
Because you are witnessing one of the best. It is Zywoo in a 1v4. And this room believes it's possible.
All right.
Donk's got other ideas. The two best teams, the two best players. That is what it's all about tonight.
In case you missed it, man.
Zontix
over on
headshotting?
A main, just
Look
like
at this guy.
yesterday, from this
Zontix
exact
headshotting?
pillar, was immovable every round. Played these
This
angles
is bro's home. Holy
perfection.
shit. Guys, Zontix is aiming higher today.
In his career, he put that together on stage. It looks like he might do that again versus a step up in competition. We're talking about Vitality, who are 28-3 in their last series.
You know it's a
so
bad
far,
sign when
15
YouTube chat and Twitch chat complain about the same thing. Also, did they just have a filter on? Why did Chopper's nasal strip and nose just jiggle?
To be going up against
this game here versus Spirit.
That's all.
It looks like he might be movable. Anubis, one of his best in his career.
Dude, am I fucking high?
He put that together on stage. It looks like he might do that again.
I'll go back
versus a step
forward.
Up in competition. We're talking about Vitality.
What was that?
Who are 28-3 in their last
Okay, no, I'm high.
series so far. 15
Dude, what was that? Wait, no, I
match
saw it
win
again.
streak if they win this game here.
Wait, it
versus
jiggled
Spirit.
at the end. What was
horrifying
that?
record to be going up against if you're Spirit. The thing with Zontix is not only Mohan did he have
What
that
the fuck
phenomenal
was
play
that?
on the A side, he's having his
What?
best event. That is the piece. That is the
Y'all
third
thought I
prong
was
to the
crazy.
Spirit hope. The trident that's meant to just dismantle this Vitality hype
What
train.
happened?
If it all comes together,
I even
do it.
thought I was
That
crazy, and now I
truly
saw it again.
believe.
Now I'm fucked.
Zontix 3K in the pistol is a sign of good things to come. Of course, you
I'm
gotta
sorry,
convert
I
it.
had one
You gotta be
cookie.
able to
I'm
hold
kind of lit
Vitality
right
back
now.
Round after round.
G
You
Money,
gotta
thanks
be
for
able
200
stop their
biddies.
momentum once they get it, because this is truly a squad from across the board.
That was crazy.
It can believe in itself and believe in one another. There are no doubts.
Wait,
for
Zontix
Vitality
is still
so far this
headshotting.
year. Zontix singular frag as Flamesy's going to clear him out.
He was allowed to do that because Shiro was here. Chopper right behind him in camera.
Little utility in front of the commitment. They're going to go trudging forward into the bomb site. They'll attempt Zywoo to bring it back. He gets his one, as did Flamesy, but no follow-up from the others. There's the bricks.
Oh, he wanted to maul that guy, but
Difference yet once more, and it's a Mezzy Desert Eagle to try to get this Vitality Force buy over the line. Not gonna happen.
You're always getting lit. The problem is I'm fucking stone cold sober. Also, yeah, why are we just getting left ear audio of one woman screaming in the stands?
Match. Donk has said this himself. Now it's time to prove it.
I'm actually gonna be deaf by the end of this, just in the left though, and it's just gonna be like,
tell yourself what you
oh
have
god,
to in order to step forth into this opportunity with a true belief.
it's like not even their fault. Like it's just wherever that mic is
If it was
at.
a shaky team spirit, then maybe I'd have still doubts. But the way that they absolutely shredded Navi yesterday.
The special thing about this head-to-head, especially with Zontix on A site showing us some great stuff lately, is that Rops is the kind of the
Imagine sound guy is just like got a soundboard and is just fucking with us, because that's low-key what it's like, actually perfect pitch every time, the same.
It will be Rops going in to try to fight him on some raw duels.
Imagine being told to stop the excitement. Somebody's like, you were enjoying this event too much. We need you to stop.
We saw what the absence of Rops did to FaZe. We saw what it's
It's just wherever that mic is at. It's just picking it up perfectly.
Thing is, you get Zontix with Shiro, second highest rated player for Spirit, obviously behind Donk. It's not a defense anybody really wants to go up against, but here Vitality find themselves again with just their pistols.
Okay, yeah, actually, we should do a comparison.
To just stick that M4 barrel around the corner, frag grenade support.
Who is it? Shiro or person in Blast Crowd?
This is looking like a bit of a brick wall over on the A side. Yes, it's in the face of just pistols, but usually Vitality.
We have to try to guess which one.
At least shaking up their opponents. Apex takes the long road around from the B site. Want to make sure you die before time expires.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
They're going to look for his exit route.
And if he's not careful, he's going to die. And now after
They're
time.
waiting.
If he dies after time.
Oh, no.
That's horrendous.
They actually went to look for where he would go. Running back through the spawn. Oy, that is a rough way to start here.
I'm back, PVT. I clicked live again. I might be a little bit behind, but it's because the YouTube stream is always a bit further behind, especially when I watch in 1440p. More bitrate type moment. It's all good. You're also watching a stream of a stream, so yeah, it'd be like that.
I mean, they went to save because
also, if you're watching on YouTube, YouTube has a longer delay than Twitch. So like you're like stream of a stream with higher bitrate on the one with more of a delay.
Found a gun for Apex.
So
just a matter of getting it back. Shiro not going to keep that deep angle forward on main. So out of the gate here, round 4, Vitality.
Yeah, I
had a
did.
little space to work within.
I don't think anyone else does that to Zontix right now.
okay, so mid 119.
Part of the way that they've been able to hold a main and look so good is because of Zontix, but it's also because Chopper keeps eyes on mid throughout the round. Different times he comes back in and out. It's not a place that you can post up and stay, but it's somewhere you can come back to get info. He finds all the right times to do it, but this weakens the map tremendously.
It's a beautiful mix of team spirit players constantly kind of blending up.
Why don't you just try the Blast Sites one? The Blast Site one is literally just a YouTube player, if I'm not mistaken.
The intended target. Magix leans back.
Also, watching in 4K on a 1440p monitor doesn't really do anything.
Flamesy's got other ideas.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Blast Site's just the embedded YouTube.
B feels like a foregone conclusion. But Magic still just kind of
So
keeping
it's
himself
just
pressed in.
same thing with extra steps.
He's going to fall victim to this flank, you'd think. Arounds the corner, and sure enough, connects to the head of Magic. So nothing that Team Spirit can do about
They just kind of walked forward relentlessly, and Spirit just...
Here's your reminder.
They just kind of let him do whatever. That's like the Anubis gamble, I guess. I'm surprised Spirit didn't want to be more proactive in this round.
The free canal exit. Vitality won't waste
Spirit
much
said,
time.
"Well, beat us
Round,
with a hit," and Vitality said, "Okay."
I don't know what does. Vitality used every piece of utility. They get the flank in place. They kept 5 alive up until this moment.
Spirit said, "We're not pushing shit. Beat us straight up." And Vitality said, "All right."
To the end of the round, you never stop working. Some extra damage done.
Prime example of the nitty-gritty that this game is going to boil down to. Spirit may lose that bomb site for free.
Maybe Terry. I mean, technically different codecs, but I mean, it should be the same. It's like it comes from the same source, so.
Screen just now. This duel.
You might have different volumes though, Terry.
In front of the flash. Even if it was aiming at him, wouldn't have mattered. Instant first bullet to the head.
The Hive is in the house.
Oh, sorry for swearing.
It's okay.
Hi, hello.
Life comes at you fast. As will Vitality. You think it's all going to be methodical. Don't let your guard down. This one's got a quicker tempo. Famesy just wants to be let off that leash.
Oh, nice flash.
Will reveal Shiro's position. And an immediate volley of utility to come forward here. Blocking off tempo, which means blocking off Chopper. Which means it's going to boil down to the Zontix Shiro A site hold. If there is a commitment to come through, which there is. Down through the camera smoke, they'll go. Shiro
ready for that, though.
Flamesy, he's going to be heard, so that turns around the A main play, but Mezzi comes out through smoke, catches him off, third player.
Damn, Mezzi just ravaged that on that timing.
They had high hopes for that hold, and then Vitality flood forth regardless of the early deaths. And they come out with 4 players strong.
That's terrifying. I missed it, but that camera smoke, was that a T or CT smoke? Because there was a gap that allowed Apex to get out a little bit more quickly.
I want to say
have to wait it out. And if it was a T smoke, it was also very aware of Shiro to get the first kill when he was playing up there from heaven. But Mezzi makes the move. Just as they're splitting, There's a third
Crazy to see a British player at the top of CS.
That
Simmer
would be a
down,
play
bud.
that on its own
Simmer
wouldn't
down.
make much sense. Probably wouldn't scare Spirit at all. But in this
Apex
spot,
is screaming
because they're on
British
the
player
inside of the
people.
smoke, they have stuff to watch.
Imagine
They
you're
cannot be watching that smoke as well
IGL
as
captain of your team, just saying British player as an insult to the other team on your back.
It's just such a prime example of how in this moment, in this hot
That's
streak,
fucking wild.
14 match wins.
It's mentally tilting to know that.
This is a checkmate position, right? You spend any time staring at this with your gun out, you're wasting time.
And it doesn't take long to get Hallie on the mic. This is something we saw with Hallie versus Blade yesterday. Constant early pauses to try to get momentum rolling. Spirit obviously 3-0 start. They want to get their hands back
Who's
on
the
that.
British player? King Mezzi, dude.
Vitality have solutions.
There's a fire in his eyes.
Yeah, there is. I mean, he's excited to play the best team in the world. I mean, he's somebody that when he says something...
So crazy that Spirit says best team in the world already, right? Isn't that kind of nuts? Like, I don't even disagree, but isn't that kind of nuts? How fast this year has already evolved.
He is in it to play the game. He's not in it to achieve any one goal. He just wants to keep winning for the sake of winning. He's addicted.
So it propelled him to world's #1. Doing it his way as well. He will be featured inside of this B-bomb site yet again.
Is Yanko still thinking Shiro's in the top 5 hopper? Did Yanko really say that?
Moments of their attacks.
I feel like he didn't say that. Did he say? Yeah. Maybe he did. I don't know. Hard to keep up with Yanko.
From that platform, you force him to use the smoke. Apex comes in with an entry. That's his first kill of the game. And once he's online, that's the thing with Vitality. The floor has been rising. Donk emerges through smoke. Zywoo clips him. Then in
Wow, dude. There's so many ways to kill Donk right there. Like, he died to the heads-up fight, but like he was gonna get traded by Apex either way, which is nuts.
is undisputable.
Dude, they're finding new routes that people aren't trying both on A and B. This is like Death Stranding.
He did on talking counter.
Just to ride on it.
Yeah, I
Two
mean,
these smoke pushes off the back of a kill to weaken the defense.
I'd personally take Shiro over
very hard to
pretty much that whole
anyone
list,
angle
except for
when
like
you have to
Wu or
float
Monacy.
between Donk and Magix behind default. It's another sort of checkmate play. Again, if you're watching that and Apex is inside of it, you're probably going to get shot in the side. So not much you can do about it. Vitality tie off that round. For a second, it felt like this game was going to go up 6-5.
Shiro's very overrated.
Like in favor of
I think quite the opposite. I think most people don't like him because he's passive.
Catching Chopper with his head on a silver platter.
Literally, we're talking about an analyst not even putting him top 5.
Jail jump up.
Didn't want to let
Insane,
Apex get too many
actually.
kills. But that was
He
his
just
no
gets a
matter
lot of
what.
hate because now that James gone, everybody realizes how passive he is.
Heroes ops a little lonely. You have Zontics at least with an M4.
But if yesterday you weren't watching the game, like you don't see like why Shiro's so insane. He's not just a passive opera. He's a fucking closer. Dude is so good in the clutch, man. It's not even like
teams. If we go down the list, Donk is Zywoo. You've got Shiro to counter out Rops.
he baits with an op and barely delivers. Dude is like the second highest rated player in the tournament, and yet he's supposed to.
Down to whether or not Magix can pick it up.
This is what I mean.
Versus
Is like
Navi, he had that incredibly poor performance on
that's like, dude, you don't entry with an op anymore. This isn't 2015.
Yeah, he had 5 great kills.
So Magix
Like
Chopper
you can in
versus
some rounds,
Apex
but
Flamesy. I think that is where the difference, or excuse me, Apex Mezzi, that is where the difference could boil down to this evening, in this instance of this head-to-head. There is no room.
When we say the ceiling is limitless, we talk about the major grand final.
Sure.
But then
you don't
see
enter
where
a Donk on
it
your
doesn't
team.
exist,
Well, that's
where
why
the
he's like
floor
actually probably the
falls
perfect
out.
pairing with Donk,
Definitely
is
can
because
be
Donk
Magix.
is so fucking aggressive.
Sometimes
Having someone
you
like
see how
Shiro
well
is
he can play versus anybody.
really nice.
Well, sometimes he can be absent as well.
Works really well together.
Flash to warn Shiro of what's coming. Remember, not a lot
Ooh,
of
whiff.
guns, but still in the right position. Shiro
Ooh,
under pressure.
Shiro's
The
washed.
utility down beneath him. Flamesy on an absolute tear here. He drops the
Personally,
two
I
guns.
think I. What the?
What a flick.
Nice flick over from the 5-7. There's one for the road. Give him something to think about.
9-10 kill
We just
ace
talked
is
about
there.
Magix and his pistol prowess. Beautiful
And
P250
Torji personally knifes the
highlight
first guy and no
versus
scopes
Navi,
3 of
but
them.
Doesn't look like he's going to get anything going this time around. Again, just try to rack up a price tag on the exits, perhaps. Vitality, again, I think this is a great moment where if you're letting them get close to the bomb sites, it's once that execute comes, look at the conviction that they're throwing behind it. The utility's superb, the trade frags are great, and you've also got these like multi-frag moments coming from across the board. This is a triple for Flamesy. You had Apex with a double when they were hitting over on that B site. There's also been a varied strategy to this attack. It is very difficult, in my mind, to put a pin.
Tell me the brand of those nose strips.
You can't reduce them to any one thing right now. They have so many good things.
Tell me right now.
The fact is, they can go off game plan to get creative as well. That's the scariest part, and that's why they have such an amazing winning record. A streak to kick off the year. And also a team making a debut. As impressive as Mouses have been, here is Vitality, undefeated on 2 maps.
It was a hiccup back at Bounty in their opening debut, and even that was just sort of the T side, and a lot of the conversation then with that one loss, their last loss, since they've just been picking up trophies ever since. They highlighted their shortcomings, they knew what they had to work on, and by God, they got right to work. Now we've got this off floating around in middle. Shiro will be flustered back
good flash.
by the utility in the presence of
Does he go back though? No way, right? That'd be fucking crazy.
But again, it's just the posturing. A little positioning, damn well worth the struggle here. The investment in utility.
He's gonna hear that. Chopper's gonna hear that. He might push it.
This is a good setup here for Spirit. They maintain mid. They're not scared off of this. The entire time Chopper could have left, but he had Shiro behind him.
That's so interesting that they did that.
Not getting prodded again. Again, they know.
Does Chopper go all the way though?
Very often.
Chopper can't get back though. That's
oh my, yo, that's actually fucking.
Notice, but he just steps back into the
that is actually so. That's so slimy out of Vitality. That was definitely some prep. Yeah.
This is creating a squeeze. So
yeah, that was some prep right there for sure.
Meanwhile, another smoke goes down in front of Long. Apex playing with his grenades. There's good cover here from Donk.
Wait, but that's not. That wasn't Apex.
Could be Apex to try to reclaim this. Down to 30
I think it's usually Apex, the D-box guy.
Oh, come on. He's able to exit. Here's the off of Shiro. It's a 2v3.
Oh, through the snow.
Samu connects into Temple. And then that final rotate
what the fuck?
in Zontix at half health against 2. We've been talking about his stellar A defense. No clutch offered up. Flamesy fired at the fingertips. Hot off the press and no signs of slowing down.
The ante and the no, just the sheer conviction of knowing what Spirit was going to do in this scenario is crazy.
For Vitality to kick this off, but
the fact that they backed off of mid that loudly, knowing that Chopper like they want, dude, that's slimy. That is some slimy shit.
Economic tatters for Spirit once again.
That's just like
now it's Donk's rifle.
Say what you want, but bro, that's I imagine that has a lot to do with Apex and the coach X as that round. That was a nice round.
See ya, Chopper. Or at least 85% of Chopper. If that's not a gut-wrenching feeling, suddenly
there's levels to this shit. I guess like maybe Spirit has a tendency to keep Chopper nearby and re-aggro like on rounds where Shiro starts op mid, and then what? Because they clearly knew, right? They never saw Chopper, but they knew, or at least guessed, right?
Again, a few rifles or weapons rather for the play. Single M4 on Donk.
Good educated guess.
Otherwise.
Vitality are always respecting the map when they have a full buy. Every round's going A first, mid, and then B.
Ooh, ouch.
Oh man, that's so rough.
All that is here for the B site are these 2 players that were tagged up by all the nades. Easy pickings for
Flame said hello.
This guy's just got killer instinct online tonight. Off to a 9-6.
Dude, Vitality's looking sharp. Oh, we didn't hear him. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Apex little early there. Wait, donated a gun.
Piece of Spirit here in round 9.
I almost wonder if that makes them want to save.
Get a little closer, but they know that the time's against them. They don't have the kit, and honestly, with how much
bro, it's kind of funny. Apex pushing and dying actually kind of encourages them to save because they have another gun instead of going for it.
Some utility. I guess they missed that nade slightly.
They're like, shit, we actually got something for this. We should save now. Actually, genius play out of Apex. He totally knew that. Can't believe he did that. Wow.
Every molly is
I'm gonna do that.
Out of position. The getting shots through smoke. We haven't even started talking about ZywOo. He's having his best year start ever.
It is Flamesy taking over. You know, there was once upon a time, Flamesy, every time he stepped forward onto Anubis, I knew he was going to have a star-like performance. Going back to OG even. It felt like they, played this map.
Holy, that guy's locked the fuck in. Flom, you don't need to feed post plant. Your whole team does already, bro.
It's a lot of timeouts gone.
That's
I
what's
can't
up.
blame Ali though. This is a spot where like they've needed an idea. They've needed to figure out what was going to happen next out of Apex, out of Vitality, but it's been a comprehensive game plan for Vitality. All the X factors there.
Wait,
Mezzi's
fuck,
only
I
two
gotta
kills
ask
got them
Luca
around.
something
Rob's
to
only
do
kill
something
got
for
them
me.
around. Sheer impact.
Shit.
I mean that truly, with all due respect. Like the kills they've
Oh,
gotten
really?
have
Oh, that's
all
cool,
led
Carrier.
to
I
better
appreciate the nod. So
positions
he's
each
a
round
Portuguese streamer? That's
and
sick.
have mostly simply converted.
Dude, the fact is Boost is already in position, and Chopper, he's been trying to
Man,
get in that corner.
he's
Remember when he crossed back without the smoke?
Chopper not having a good time in mid right now.
Ahead of that smoke. He was boosted before
He's getting
the
worse.
smoke.
Oh, he just gave up on this thing. It's crazy. Oh, nice shot. What the fuck? Oh!
Through the fire.
And so man advantage established.
God, dude.
Down into that bomb site, but they don't do it in the murder.
Dude, it's so
a
quick.
Smash of the defense. Donk hot on the heels of the wrap back round.
God
one,
damn,
and met
bro.
by Flames needs to wait. Man advantage for Vitality with the bomb ticker already going. Utility to try to announce the retake. Magic's also still working with the full belt.
Worth a shot.
There is a world where suddenly they pressure this post plant, but we'll see if Donk is able to pull on any kind of thread. Magic's maybe first. He's got Mezzi right here on a silver platter, looks away. That distraction offered by Donk creates the moment for Apex. Headshots is.
Oh my god!
He rips the
What
guillotine.
the fuck is that?
Who is this?
He pulled out the fucking smoke. He mauled two of them and he had a smoke out. Holy shit.
Pow. And Spirit in one of their better moments in these
Holy
last
shit.
few rounds.
50-year-old peak right there.
Leave Hallie Arthur fisted standing behind them. A buy still comes through, but Spirit nearly put that together.
Why can't you do that? I mean, he got a bit lucky. Okay, nah. No, that's actually insane, dude. What? What is that? What is happening?
I don't think Vitality are.
Nah, dude, check all their PC. What the?
Shiro?
Yes.
Shiro was not even holding wide. He was
Yeah, hold that,
for
Shiro, your
that
ass.
peak.
I'm actually kidding. I think Flames is cheating. What the
Chopper
fuck?
just tries to get an inch closer to this bomb site. This bomb site
What
that's
the
already
fuck?
lost.
Nah,
There
that's
is no hope of a
crazy.
hold. You can drop ZywOo.
I don't know if they know the future or they're just creating it every situation.
Unreal.
But they know
Props
they're the
isn't
ones
even
holding the
playing?
pen,
I mean,
writing
bro,
the
he's
story
just
at the
chilling.
moment. This isn't main character syndrome. This is main character.
And there is no player two. Wild scenes in Lisbon. As what's supposed to be the two best teams lock horns, and it could not
I don't
be
feel like
more
Vitality
lopsided.
actually really is like as tacky as it sounds. Dude, I feel like they're just.
Dude, like a bug on the windshield.
I feel like they're just like actually playing a different game.
Yeah. That's earned. That's a great crosshair placement.
That's rounds.
Like, dude, it looks like they're like they're just like
You let them
here
have
to
the pistol,
collect what they know is
go
theirs.
ahead and convert,
dude.
And then you rock their worlds for an entire T side. Spirit's hopes is they will switch sides after this round. The question is, are they non-existent? Anubis, the Spirit map pick. flabbergasted at the perfection that this T side has shown us. Dunk awaits them, and Apex is able to strike the first one down.
Information flows both ways. It could have gone either way. They were looking at Dog. They were looking at Dog. But the old man got him, dude. The old man got him. Apex knew what was going on. Dog didn't get it.
Some sort
oh
of
my God.
Attempt. You've got a flash for Zontix. You've got an incendiary. The tools are there, but the pressure remains high.
Wait. Nah, no way, right? Maybe? Oh, the Molly is crazy.
Like the free round.
Flames,
on site.
don't touch it, Flames. He said fine. Flames said, somebody said Flames, don't do it. He's like, okay.
That was what it was all about.
He's like, bro, it's last round. Just like lock in here real quick. There you go.
To crush them. This is not a gap. This is a gorge.
Bro, they actually haven't lost a round, by the way, since the start. Jesus, dude. Chat, I'm running an ad. Heads up. I say we just.
Me and Zayu are really bad at anything related to holding a pen. Gonna do our best.
Oh, fuck. Sventon, thanks for the 15-month primer. Thank you.
C4? Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
What the fuck? Karambit. Yes, thank you. Let's go.
No way. How do they understand each other so well?
Question mark? No, it's like
I was gonna say banana.
I mean,
shit.
Only 3 days. Molotov. Yeah.
Nah, this is insane.
Yeah, but it's
Smoke, flash.
What the fuck? Kit? I don't know.
Is it kit?
I don't know. Window? I don't know.
What? How does it?
Flash maybe? Flash? I did like a flash, yeah. Thank you.
What? You said that? You can't.
I think it's a smoke grenade.
It's not,
Glock.
Pistol.
Actually, yes.
Oh, wait. Okay, well. I guess, yeah, it's got to be more specific.
What the?
Deagle.
No. It's a really long pistol then. ESP? No. No? Yeah, it's really simple pistol. Like, it's really easy. You click on it. Yeah, thank you. One of the best pistols ever. Deagle? That's a Deagle? Yes, that's a Deagle. Yeah, we are really bad at it. Hey, already. That's a bomb site. I'm so bad at drawing. This is it's like a big site. No. Ah, yeah. I get it. Inferno, yes.
Oh, fucking A.
So this is...
Of course I don't recognize Inferno. I'm glad I don't.
So Mateo, when you enter the site, you have a box to your left. Yeah, okay, I get it. See, you get it? Yeah. I will do one that I think will be easy for you. Here. Entrance. Okay. Then B. Why are you drawing this way? Like, boxes really far, because I cannot do here. You have like a huge box. What? Here, people hide behind it. Here is the bomb site. There is a block here and a box on top of the box. A window.
Mirage? Is it Mirage?
The window. Think. Oh, I
don't know. B? I guess it's B. Yeah, you're right. It's tunnel and then B. You guys are right.
Yes. There's a lot of window, Mirage. Okay.
Yeah, he said window and I just saw Mirage.
You can enter. Those two? Yes. B side, those two.
Bro really put smoke on grenade and said, "Can you guess what it is?" He really wrote.
Short.
Come inside.
No!
Nice, boys.
Let's start
Anubis.
A flick of the wrist and a wave to the crowd. Apex just smashing Spirit alongside him and his squad. It is not about Zywoo, it is not about Rops, who only has 1 kill. Tonight could be about Flamesy. 12 frags on that first half.
Those entries, man.
What a T-side from Vitality.
It really started off so well for Spirit to at least
get a first or second rifle round. That's what it felt like they were gearing up for. Now they got to fight for this T-pistol.
Zywoo's Berettas.
Ooh, he actually killed Zontic so quick too.
Mezzi looking for a triple, denied it by Chopper.
God damn, King Mezzi. Dude, this might be his best bomb site.
Both remaining members double up.
I feel like whenever I see Mezzi on B on Anubis, he's always hitting his nicest shots.
Nothing feels impossible, but Chopper has that bomb and more than a minute to work.
I feel like Chopper, it's going to be hard for him to get out of here safely.
British player! I'm not French enough to say it like Apex, but goddamn.
I think Chopper's got to hope that there was some long flank that he's avoided, but that would be a little bit unnecessary on a round like this.
Why not take free dualies? Honestly, dude, I'd rather have a Glock. Yeah, personally. And I say this as the guy that gets the dualies for my team. Much rather have a Glock on this round.
You could play middle, and then you're not in either site, but at least you're playing together. And here, they're still kind of going off of reads and actually worried about a flank all the way through spawn. So Chopper has the best
Is Apex actually
to get this bomb
British player as an insult to another team? Yeah, Mezzi popped off and Apex got up and screamed British player at the other team. It's so good. What do you mean? You haven't seen that clip?
Right, well then, shall we? Let's believe in him. He'll have a chance to reposition first. They're not wasting a moment here. Look at the confidence, vitality come into this retake with. They stomp their way.
He's planted on the other side.
Down past camera and beyond him. He gets the first onto Flamesy. Now it's just Rops. It's Rops' second kill. Or Chopper clutch. And he waits it out.
Oh! How does Rops do that, man?
Single bullet out of Robin, and that is vitality.
He's so good
with a pistol in their back pocket. That is all Spirit had to work with in the first.
He doesn't
half.
even have like any kills, but he does that.
Off of the conversion. The second half will not feature even the pistol.
Don't look at.
That's all. Sheer impact. Sheer impact.
I love the way in that sitting on bomb site doesn't tap the bomb again.
Yeah.
He just went so silent. At that point, could have been climbing up, could have been behind Chopper.
The one thing was, with where the bomb was planted, if Chopper decided to peek from the other side, he would have had to jump onto the site to actually stop Robs from defusing. So there was a little edge to Robs there. The edge that Chopper gained was that he appeared to not be up in heaven to get the first kill. Tough situation to distill. Robs figures
Somebody
it out.
linked the British player clip in chat already. If you guys look up, it's a Reddit link. Oh, I think you saw him.
See if Spirit can just suddenly pounce into sight here. Ooh, Donk shaved down to 80 HP as the utility comes in.
As he got that info very safely. Won't be the Tech-9 Storm they're looking for.
Can always redirect it. Minute 15 to the clock. Didn't lose much on that one. Wasn't even a heavy utility.
Oh no, lots of utility.
Lean back, reset, come at this again. Now, scout shot rings out. There should be a slightly larger alarm bell ringing for vitality. Chopper gonna dive down into the canal. And then wrapping back around
Reconfigure for B?
Got pressure on the A site in the form of utility, but no bodies behind it.
Feels like because they have better utility here, they're
Chopper trying to slide into mid. Oh, they're look at this A push. Look at this A push.
Sketchy for sure.
Definitely.
They're gonna canal crunch. Yep, smoking behind.
The potential for that.
And it just made him turn because of that. It literally just turned because he heard the smoke.
That player turns. Zontic's not able to do anything about it. Donk's AK,
Oh my god. Flames literally fucking fell and it made Donk miss. He's so mad. Donk is actually pissed.
At his Tech-9 in hand with players inbound. These two teams
Flames fucking just like fell forward into like on accident and just. What? Nah. What the fuck is that?
Second player banked on Magic's being
No, that's actually crazy, man.
Unreal clear out of Zywoo, man. He knows that someone's holding him from the site. Magic's on an off angle.
What the fuck?
That's first bulleted. 11 rounds for vitality.
Bro, what?
Like a good boxer, they were
no, this is like, bro.
Fight, right? They let him have space when they wanted to, but they had another plan. Even
with
when
like a sliver of health.
At that moment, they had met them on B, they had met them in mid, and then decided to go for the long flank just to seal it up. Even if it's the B site, as Apex was standing
what
there
the
by
fuck,
himself,
man?
he knew he would have help eventually.
You know, some ridiculous fragging going on the map when it's dude. It's just like I'm trying to think of like what you like. If you're Spirit, it's like that feeling of like feeling like you need to start making stupid choices because just playing what you would consider the right way is getting you killed.
A real testament to
like,
the talent across the board of Vitality. Here is his chance.
And then you just leave with like you're left with like this outclassed, hopeless feeling. Like it's insane, but it's
now down to the 3v5. Spirit are gasping for anything in these moments. Magic's
there you go.
delivered a gift. Apex steps forth. And that could be an upgrade offered over. Sure enough,
it's just such a defeating feeling, you know? Ganja, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you. Pearl, thanks for 15-month primer. Thank you.
Of Vitality for only the moment. Shiro steps in, loses his head.
That was a great risk out of Flamesy. I mean, especially for how the map was going, but more pushes come through, and they're not expecting this. 30 seconds for there still to be a prong on the other side of the map.
You hear him? You might have heard him.
But Chopper has not gone through yet.
Yeah, because Chopper's thinking, why the fuck would Zywoo just walk push through that? And it was Zywoo, not the A player. Oh, he saw him. He saw him.
The timing, and now that Mezzi's here, he's going to be bolstered by it. Magix gets dinked. Chopper denies Robs anything else.
That clock dry.
It's another chance for Chopper to put a clutch on the board. Wasn't able to do it in the pistol. Came damn close.
Dude.
Oh, and Mezzi's not even going to let him make a move. That is the 12th for Vitality on the board. We're talking
British
9
player!
points.
Player quality, man, it's so high. Like individual moves, there's no macro going on in some of these spots. Just really great decisions being made.
Guys, are next to the 85-month resub. Hey, beautiful. Welcome back.
All 5 players, one at a time. If Flamesy finding this opportunity, you know, you can only beat the right side.
I mean, on like one hand, I would like to say that Spirit
had shown them some info. 2 players pushing A main, 2 player pushing mid.
Real shit.
He thought that was free to try.
Spirit CT side got abused because they got comfortable in versus other teams that they've played sitting on the sites because they were just winning in their crossfires. Vitality's too good. And even though this is one of Vitality's weakest maps, Apex has talked about working on it a lot, and you can fucking see it. So Spirit gets lured into thinking that they can play that way on Anubis on CT side, and you can't do that, and Vitality just beat the shit out of them for it. Not to mention, they were just abusing Chopper's tendencies in mid. They clearly game planned to fuck with Chopper in mid, and they found him 3 different times on key gun rounds. And on the round, then when they weren't finding Chopper, they always had map control, and Spirit just sat in the sights and waited to lose the round. So Vitality is absolutely ravaging them, but a big part of it is Spirit on that CT side. Oh, there you go. On that CT side, we're just incredibly too reserved, like for a CT side Anubis. There you go.
This one's looking better.
There you go.
This one damn near flawless. Shiro barrel to the back of Rops. The first sign of life from Spirit since the 3rd round of this map.
Took the 3rd time out, but ended up being perfect. A morsel of success here for Team Spirit. Very late into the game. Early by the number of rounds, but they're going to have to hear that match point sound every time they start. And it's great from Dog.
I don't know where you got the stat that they've won it 7 out of 8 times, but that's absolutely incorrect. They lost to Eternal Fire, FaZe, and MIBR on this map this year.
In those do or die situations,
I think you pulled up the wrong map. This is the only map where Vitality's win rates on maps, they have a 100% win rate on Train, they have a 100% win rate on Inferno, they have a 100% win rate on Dust 2, they have an 80% on Mirage, and they have an 83% on Nuke, and on Anubis they have a 57%. This year? Yeah, I'm also looking at this year. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They lost to Eternal Fire at Blast Bounty to start it, also, that's tough. They lost to FaZe in Katowice 2025, and they lost to MIBR, so I don't know.
You know, at least he didn't do it in front of a packed out arena.
You just wanted to let him know.
Yeah, you just pulled the wrong stats entirely. I don't know if you clicked the wrong map or something, but
the 5-7 giveth, the 5-7 taketh.
That was so props though. Yeah. One tap, then turn around.
Oh, I'm turning to that guy. Well, no, he said they won 7 out of their 8 games on Anubis, and I thought I fucking took drugs.
Clearly not enough. Mezzi though, ooh, I was gonna say.
I think he somehow clicked the wrong map. I don't know what he clicked.
So fixated in on Apex that they.
Wait, the bomb is here by itself.
Curious. It's got the cover. He's gonna dive it.
Oh no! No way! No way! No! No! Okay.
Denies him. Nay. Not like that.
Let's see. What map could he maybe do? No.
7.
I literally don't know what map you looked at for
It's all
Vitality.
mental at this point. And in a sense, pressure's off here for Spirit. You know, they might even be writing themselves off.
Not to flame you
He
too much,
actually-
Jez, but where did you get the
He
numbers
actually
from?
probably thinks he's being toyed with.
Bro, I just literally went through all, like, I don't even know where bro got his numbers from.
No. Trying to shoot him in the back.
I thought the analyst said that before the match. My bad.
Pistols win before.
No, I don't think so. This. Okay, no, you're good. I was like looking for like if you click the wrong map or something. Why is Spirit picking Anubis? It's the only vulnerability in Vitality's map pool right now.
And that would have been a free M4. Could have ran back into that bomb site.
Vitality, quite literally, guys, has 3 maps right now in the last 3 months that they have 100% win rate on, and the other 2 are 80%.
Getting into that position, so valuable, but you can't.
The problem is right now is Vitality put tons of work into their Anubis because this is their only like Achilles heel in their map pool. So, and nobody's really willing to test them on train because they're all a bunch of weenies, and I think that's helping them a lot.
Again, no steps to
So
be skipped.
because Vitality bans Ancient as their perma, and because nobody's really willing to test them on train,
And Magic's
it
just
just
out.
and since they focus on Anubis, you're just kind of stuck.
Anubis actually came in off those kills. Look at the CT scrambling the wrong way. Uh-oh. Apex doubles back. Suddenly there's more than what he left.
We'll see, we'll see. C-side Anubis, we'll see.
Side out of Spirit, and that will indeed net them their 6th, only halfway to Vitality's 12.
Maybe Robs only has 4 kills because he hasn't been spraying.
I don't know if that's it. Just feel like with Flamesy
That
on
was
this
3-3. What the hell
there's not enough to
happened?
go around.
After Spirit got the
is
first 3
more what it
rounds,
feels like.
Vitality won 12 rounds straight.
Score at the top. I don't think he's thinking about his.
Now they're
kills
getting their
so
money
far.
right, and we're going to see what it looks like here in a second after this round.
So Spirit will have to show us now why this map is T-side.
When was the last time Vitality lost a
Can't put one
series?
foot in front of the other.
January. I think it was open, right?
They know what they
Blast
can do
open? Or Blast Bounty? Yeah. It would have been.
As unbelievable as it feels in the moment, it does have the makings of a magical comeback because
The
that
last
would be both
time-
CT sides with a pistol and 3-0
Last time that Vitality lost anybody was to Eternal Fire 2-0 in the quarterfinal of Blast Bounty.
And the talk of the town is that Vitality seem untouchable. Spirit looking like they were informed to do it. And if you're gonna walk the walk, you gotta talk the talk. You gotta be the next closest thing to Vitality.
That's my food. Oh.
All the other teams,
Shit.
Mouse, put
Oh, shit, that
Spirit
broke.
up on this special pedestal to take a swing at the world's #1 tonight. So far, a swing and a miss.
Vitality did great on pick plays in that first half, where they had Zaiwu waiting mid-rounds, the boost on middle. Some of those openings were just those raw flamesy duels towards A main. But one pick play in the other direction, that could be night-night for Spirit.
All right.
Chopper gets close.
So we got to be a little careful here. My mixer froze up, and I'm not going to fuck with the audio right now until after the game.
One misstep, one missed shot. A
The
missed
fucking little
chance.
mixer thing is
Keep it
frozen.
rolling, and this one comes crumbling down around you.
Oh,
Doc will
man.
not double dip. It's damage on Magic to deal with. He
Oh!
will handle Apex.
Oh, it doesn't even matter, I don't think. Nope. All right, well, Nuke coming up, and this has been Spirit. Spirit plays Nuke, but this has got to be Spirit's weakest map versus the top teams.
Easy run to the grand finals, it seems.
Vitality arrive with Venom, and they are truly looking vicious. They go
Boys, we got a
supersonic
sub.
on
Perfect
Spirit's
timing.
map pick, no less, with a monstrous T-side, and Flamesy truly igniting in this arena tonight.
That was a
Wait, did we
gigantic
see
show
Tony?
coming
Was he
out
on
of
the
Vitality.
stream?
Again, Spirit picking the map into Vitality. You must think to yourself, they have a clear game plan, they have a clear idea what they wanted to do. They win the pistol, they go up 3-0, and
Oh, I
then
know you said
Vitality
Bonamont.
just
God damn it.
completely
You said
take over the
Bonamont?
game. One of the most
And then I
clinical,
saw
one of the most
Plum,
well-polished
and I thought we saw
T-sides I've
Tony.
seen
Damn
any
it.
team play at this level on Anubis.
Just so many great aspects to the Vitality game here. And I feel like for Spirit, if you're going to pick Anubis, you got to realize that, yes, that CT side is difficult, but you would have thought that they would have found some method to control the madness that is Vitality. There were no answers there. There was that 3-0 start, and then really, it was just Vitality in the driver's seat the entire way.
Just looking at the scoreboard, right, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually won the game, in a sense. I know Vitality obviously dominating from start to finish, but the kill distribution right here, there were so many times where Spirit were forcing into saving, where they were forcing out of the bomb side, where Shiro weren't even participating in the rounds. It was just one clinical side take after another. I want to give an awful lot of credit to Apex for the calling, the pacing, the system. They went A, they went B, they went A, they went A again, they went B. They were all over the map throughout the entirety of that first half.
It was just an absolute clinic put on by the side of Vitality. Let's look at one round in isolation from that T side. We got round number 6, and
Does
just
the
prior to
chicken
this,
bacon
Spirit
ranch
actually
get
called a
5
timeout
big
themselves.
booms?
How did
Absolutely.
Vitality answer back to that?
I just wanted to show this round 6 to give people a sense
Still
of
upcoming,
what it is
MF,
we're
on the 5th.
praising Vitality for. We could have picked any round to be found that T side. Again, a very clinical side execute. No smoke right here. Saiwu gets a lot of information. Apex finds the first duel, and then they swarm the side, and they do it with style. The trade potential is always there. Again, Donk gets 1 kill, instantly traded by Saiwu. Apex is already pushed in behind the enemy lines, finds a nice kill. Great opening right here. And look at the time, Maui. It was only 25 seconds into the round, so Spirit are playing a game of chicken where they don't want to use a smoke towards the main entrance. They're trying to save utility, trying to save nades. What does Apex do?
What is Vitality's form a testament to?
I've heard
Chicken
people
bacon
try
ranch.
to define the Apex style before, and I've heard the term chaotic floated out there because he has had rounds that have just boiled down to the last 10 seconds on a side hit. That one with 1 minute and 15 seconds left as they're trying to approach. It's so hard to read. It's so difficult to game plan against. I feel like Holly was just the entire time looking for answers, desperately trying to find something. Do we push mid? Do we make an A main aggression? What do we do? Do we hold nades? Do we try to use them early? It doesn't matter. There's so many different ways that Apex approaches these rounds that you're always left scrambling.
Yeah, and Apex not only stylish in terms of cooling, but in the server as well. Should we talk about that clutch in round number 10?
Why am I seeing 1150 viewers but only 206 likes? Because YouTube chat hates me. And until I shame them to fucking like the stream, they never do it. And they don't subscribe.
Left to himself, there's only so much he can do. Trying to stay alive. Another trade frag coming in for Saiwu that, by the way, switches over to the AK as fast as you've ever seen before. They don't want to give credit to Donk and Magic for actually finding their way back into the round. Donk taking an awful lot of attention. Magic's coming in from the side, getting a multi-kill. Now, if you told me that Apex would win a 1v2 versus Magix and Donk, I would say hell nah. Now, if you told me he would do a spray transfer like this where he, let's be honest, gets a little bit lucky, I would say hell nah. But it summarized the game. It didn't matter what he was doing. It worked out.
Is he moving? I think he's moving.
Oh, he's moving.
He's moving when
Yeah.
he takes that shot. That's just ridiculous, yeah. I mean, it's a blistering speed in terms of the flick, but the fact that he's moving too, it's like everything was blessing Vitality in this one.
Absolutely crazy scenes, not least when we look at Flamesy and his impact individually as well. Connor was kind of framing it really nicely. The head-to-heads go very handedly between Spirit and Vitality. Flamesy really showing up in map number 1.
If you erase my memory of both of these teams before today, I would have said Flamesy, clearly the best player in the server with Saiwu and Donk. Yeah, his entry pathing was just phenomenal. The way he's getting into these bomb sites, the way he's just carving them up every time, creating so much space. And also, I want to say, maybe it won't show up in the highlight reel as we're just going to see his perspective, but the way that he plays off of teammates too, with their timings, when they're pushing a smoke, he's sure to swing around at the same time as them. It's like everybody on Vitality has such great macro awareness to what their teammate is doing and how to support it as well as possible. Flamesy, no exception.
No, I just look at that highlight reel right there as well. I was paying attention. The first 7 highlights, he didn't get a single kill without a flash assist or without an assist from one of his teammates.
Oh, wow.
You saw Apex.
Okay, I like the stream now, Flam. You happy now? Yes. But it's also, I'm really happy right now, mostly because I have food,
and then
but
in the
like,
second
that
half,
helps
you saw it
too.
as well on the kill feed distribution. He just took up straight duels where he was single-handed winning it. So when we praised Exertion for being involved in all aspects of entry fragging, we can do the same here for Flames.
Well, after absolutely speed-running Spirit's map pick of Anubis, I'm curious to see how Exas is feeling after that one.
Serge, if that's not bait, I think
Is it
you have a
fair to
really
say that Anubis is not
big
really a weak spot
misunderstanding of the
anymore?
game, personally.
I mean, we're
Like
really
super far
happy
off.
to play Spirit on Anubis, just to see if we are good or not. So yes, it's good for us.
The confidence must be very high right now, and even here on the map pick of theirs, they weren't able to really challenge you. Does it feel like just game after game you guys are in flow state? Is this going to be the same thing going into map 2?
No, because they are good on Nuke. Okay, we beat them in Katowice, but It was always close against Maus, so we had a good idea how to play against them, and I hope it works on Nuke as well.
Have you had to change up anything specifically from what you've seen from him so far on other teams facing him on Nuke?
Maybe, we will see.
Respect to Extaz keeping his cards close to his chest, but fair play for being cautious of Spirit. You never know.
Yeah, I
what
call him
they're gonna be bringing
Extaz.
out.
That's how I pronounce his
In this
alias.
one, though, in this Anubis,
Somebody's
clearly
asking in the YouTube
whatever
chat.
Spirit had maybe seen as a weakness for Vitality.
Why is the best
just
bait
wasn't
always
a
in
play.
YouTube
Wasn't
chat?
a play tonight.
No, and that's why I wanted to give even more credit to Apex and the rest of Vitality. I think Spirit have shown
just a lot of
throughout this
meth,
tournament
you
that
know?
the CT side on
It happens,
Anubis
though.
may
It's all
be the
good.
strongest weapon they have to offer on the map, and it was completely dismantled. Donk had a couple of moments, a couple of occasions where he was trying to make the difference, but overall on the CT side, he didn't have that same impact he normally has, where he gets a double kill and then almost diffuses the attack coming into his bomb side. It was just so clinical from Vitality and from Apex from start to finish.
And that's why certain teams have taken a bite out of Spirit before. I'm thinking like Maus, how they've been able to defeat them. Just great spacing, trading, putting Donk in a blender where he's not sure where the next fight is coming from because everybody's just swarming him. But Vitality does that, and they have shooters too. It's ridiculous how mortal they make Donk look when we know how transcendent of a player he is. He still did actually pass in terms of being able to find some impact, but there's only so much he can do when he is really the superstar of the team, whereas Vitality, any single player can pop off on any given round.
Yeah, how much can you really read into numbers like that, right? I know it's nice to have those kind of head-to-heads, but I feel like the impact of the intangibles for ZywOo was just having so much more impact in the server today.
ZywOo was part of a well-oiled machine, you know. He played his part in that role. He had a couple of moments, a couple of rounds where his trade fracking were winning them the rounds, giving them the advantage. Donk had a couple of moments where he was keeping Spirit, I wouldn't say alive, but where he gave them a chance of winning the round, but the teammates around him didn't capitalize. So in terms of the raw impact, it's not Donk's fault that no one around him is not picking up on the work that he's doing, you know, picking up on the space he's creating. Whereas every time ZywOo did it, he was
Pip and Malik come from brunch to
I mean, I'm not
analyze.
trying to take away anything from how great ZywOo
Low-key,
played
going to
within
these
that
two at
Vitality system,
brunch would
but
be
at the same
crazy.
time, I feel like if
Either
you put
dream
Donk- this
rotation
almost sounds
of
salty,
Belgian
I don't
waffles
even
and
care.
mimosas
If you
or
put Donk in
Nightmare?
that system for Flames, he would do as well as Flames, if not better. Too. It's not like comparing the win-loss here is unfair to Donk when ZywOo had such a great wealth of teammates around him.
So to wrap up, is there a bit of a sour taste of Team Spirit left in your mouth right now?
I think so. I think this is exactly what they were fearing. I mean, coming into the game, we knew Vitality were the favorites. We knew they're playing Counter-Strike at a higher level than anyone else right now. If you're Spirit, you would have hoped that you, on your own map pick at the very least, could have pushed them, maybe even steal away a map. But the fact that you were never even close getting into the game, apart from winning the pistol, converting, that's about the worst possible start you could have imagined for Spirit.
Unfortunately, they just couldn't enact their CT side game plan whatsoever. So unfortunately, this is kind of an L in the Holly column where I put so much emphasis on him, how he's going to try to disrupt the flow of the T side of Apex. And this is a win for Apex, win for Extaz.
Absolutely steamrolling Spirit on their own map pick of Anubis, and Nuke is going to be laying in wait. That is the choice of Vitality going down after this break.
Oh, that sucks, Tony. I'm sorry, bro. Imagine asking for someone then not responding when someone says something. Imagine being on mobile delay and thinking I ignored you, Tony. Tony, focus on the stadium, bro. You're literally in the event. Enjoy your time there. Stop giving me a hard time, you weenie. What'd you eat? Chicken bacon ranch. Wait, hold on. Take this, Sonori. Hold on.
Vitality with their heads held high, and for good reason, after absolutely dissecting Spirit on their own map choice of Anubis. Now we move on to Nuke, where we're going to be seeing Vitality starting on the T side of things, if I'm not so mistaken, Jacob.
Yeah, it's game over. I love that posture from both Messi and Robs right there. I feel like they're walking with a purpose, want to get back on stage, want to finish this game. In all essence, in all honesty, I haven't seen anything from Vitality so far this tournament that doesn't give me utter confidence in them heading into Nuke now, feeling super confident to end this game 2-0. I think every member right now is shining. Every single element of this Vitality is looking good. So I don't even know what to give you. I think Vitality's got to take this one 2-0.
I love the two camps of Vitality that we get, or kind of three if you're excluding Cyber just at the back of things. The fact that, you know, the players walking in together, and then Apex with Xtaz, with the assistant coach as well. We talked about this. We talk about how Apex is orchestrating the pieces around him, not only in the server, but all the research, all the insight that goes on outside the server as well.
Of course. I mean, he has such a great grasp of how to call on this map, and I feel like every single time he's going up against any single team, he slightly tweaks it. He's not going to rethink his entire formula for outside control on Nuke or anything like that, but he's going to tweak whether he's going to be going ramp a little bit more, going to A a little bit more, the tendencies in the mid-round. Apex has been in the minds of so many different defenses on this map for the last several years that, no offense to these players, but he made Kyojin and Masuda look incredibly serviceable on Nuke. Like, he's done God's work on this, and so Spirit, already have been clearly trounced on their own map pick, they're in for a world of hurt.
Now I'll give everyone at home a silver lining to how this game could become
I feel like anything that comes in tinfoil and a brown bag is going to hit different.
You have Donk, who is centered around that area of the map on the T side and on the CT side.
Yeah.
And you have
Also,
Apex,
the place is a one of one around here, so
and T side will play Yacht. Now, if they
usually could be shit,
if that
but
becomes the duel within the game, then obviously Donk is going to win that far more often than Apex will. However, what I've seen from Apex is that he's very good at and becoming very good at staying alive. Like a year ago, I would always critique Apex for taking duels he wasn't supposed to take on Nuke. He would sometimes let his team down. Nowadays, he's smart, he's staying alive, he's playing with the smokes, and he's calling for backup. Whenever he feels pressured, whenever he feels that, maybe I need a bit of help to shut down Donk or shut down Shiro, well, guess what? I'm just going to call Saivu, and I'm going to, you know, make sure he helps me out in this essence. So I think the yard control, yes, you can argue Donk will kill Apex more often than not, but Apex is not going to give up that fight, and if he is, then Saivu will be there to help.
I mean, despite you saying the silver linings there, I guess in a way,
for the
side of Spirit, you really did try there. Already saying you feel like it is GG, good night for Team Spirit. Are you agreeing in the same vein, or do we see 3 maps in this semi-final?
I need to see Donk improve on this map because it feels like it's the target pick against Spirit for teams like Maus, teams like Vitality as well. Yeah, they like to pick Nuke as their first pick regardless of opponent, but they put even more hurt on Donk because it's one of the few maps where he's left to his own devices towards outside yard, and when he's just facing off against a line of smokes and has to guess where people are behind those, can't always guess right. He needs some help there. I feel like, if anything, Holly should be coming up with a game plan where you send more people to assist Donk, or at least have some different looks. Send him secret a little bit more. Take some fights into lobby a little bit more, because
I'm just going to be honest with you guys. If this goes map 3, it's cooked for me.
I've seen the world win too many times at this point.
I'll give you another silver lining, a
I feel like
small
because
silver
of that,
lining, and I think the
you
man on
should
the
get a map
screen
3.
right
You're
here,
welcome.
Somtex could be the key to open up this matchup. If
Right,
there's
I
one
think
thing he's
Vitality,
good at
it's
on
hard
the
to just,
T-side,
like, say it's
actually
not
his
Vitality
lurking
right now.
out the door. I think he could have a lot of impact.
Why?
I know
I
Trouble
play a
likes to
PGL
call
match
inside explodes as well. We've seen Donk
in
rush
about
out
2
of
hours,
HUD,
and
get
me and the
double
guys
entries,
are going
etc.
to yap a little bit,
comes
and
down to this man and his
even if I
lurks
tried
out of
to
the
stay
door.
for the
If he can
third
find
map, I would
success,
like
if
have
he
to
can
leave
take down
like
Messi, if he can take
first
down
half in.
Apex, if he can take down whoever is rotating down that vent, that could be a way of opening up the map. So focus on you, my man.
Yeah, the hour
Whilst I
tech pause
appreciate
really
your
fucked
rare
it.
optimism, Pimp, I don't know whether I'm sold on that prospect, just seeing how dissected they got on the first map.
Come on.
It doesn't seem likely, Freya, but if Donk really is going to be everything that we all say that he can be, he needs to prove it here. He needs to even the score line with Vitality, whether that's just putting up a monster performance himself in a loss, or even carrying his team to a win.
I will be uploading the PGL match on YouTube, the one from yesterday,
to take every single trophy
after
and
this
hand him
series.
an MVP.
Well, one more map separates Vitality potentially from making it to the grand finals, and Spirit from elimination. It's going down on Nuke.
You guys will get to see the mauled on map 1 into a full reset, full fucking
Vitality and lose 13-6.
beautiful
on
Counter-Strike.
Anubis.
It was actually crazy. Lando there with the 2-month primer. Thank
fast
you.
Days, it feels like maybe that all ends now though on Nuke. Surely
there's going to be something for Spirit.
20.
If there's
clips from
anything
the
for
casket.
Spirit,
Oh,
you'd think it comes
so.
by
It's
way
already
of
done.
Donk. Maui
Floofies.
Snake wants to see him step it
We're
up.
just not uploading during blast because yesterday YouTube literally scat all over that video.
This is a rare treat. This game, this head-to-head, it was supposed to be the delivery
This was
of
destined
Counter-Strike
greatness.
on its finest platter. And instead, Spirit gave you that.
More kills than the other team, and you know it's not losing by 1 round. 13-6. It's such a rare sight. I mean, I can't remember when
the classic
I've ever
guy
seen
will
that.
walk outside
I'm no mathematician,
P250.
dude, but I don't know how that works.
I can tell you, it's the right kills that Vitality got. And what
Zayu then fake, ran back up, and then cut noise. So if somebody was big garage, would have got a little debated. Oh, is it just going to be Zontix down here?
Led to a round. Apex's 1v2 led to a round. It was only impact.
Just round-winning plays across the board for Vitality.
There was no fat, no cartilage, no bone, nothing. Just meat.
Give me the marrow.
Little marrow.
Zontix.
It was like Yoel Romero.
Ooh.
Just meat.
Sure, just
Hanging around in
fucking
the
pop
backside. Got
Apex.
Sheer to help him out. We didn't get to see that Beretta kill. Sounded good. 1 bullet out of the Berettas. And it finds Apex's head, who was running rampant back on that opening map. Zayu obviously pressing his face against the glass. Now all of a sudden you're in the cage with the beast. Zayu tries to get a little more pressure going. Zontix hasn't moved a muscle this entire time. No surprise that he catches the ball, but he doesn't capitalize until the gun is now empty. Oh, and Zywu's going to clear him out. Beretta's back for Magix 2 versus 2. He's able to even it, and then out of the corner, here comes Robs.
They're everywhere.
And Magix is sent spiraling back into sight on his own. If he can deny the plant long enough, maybe.
Got by.
They're going to get that cover, though. Zywu's hands busy. Magix tries to charge him down, and Robs is going to cover. Oh, they rip it out of Spirit's hands. They take it from Zontix.
Wow. Not the easiest shot. Crouched, planting the bomb. Yes, he had the perfect position, needed to get the kill.
Decided on the hot rod, I
will
think
say
so,
not
yeah.
the easiest shot to get the headshot, and then if it's going to be body shots, that's obviously going to take a little longer with USD. Sure. But then Robs in the 2v2 watching the flank as well.
Yeah, just sat there. You know, things are spiraling out of control all across that bomb site. And Robs,
you're still watching flanks at the perfect time. That was hype.
Zayu content with that one.
The way they play that 2v1 post fight as well, both getting in the same line of sight behind the bomb. Able for the double P is pretty much impossible for Magix to pull that off. Once he let it go. Let him cross. Robs won that last map with 30 ADR. Just not needed, man. Just not needed.
Would you say that Vitality's at the level of Straws from at the top right now? Oh, they're way better. What do you mean? No, the game is way better. It's like
too many good teammates.
Are you saying are they as dominant? I think it's hard to say. Like, I don't know if we'll ever get the Astralis there again because I think teams have just
still played all right, but not
excelled to a point where that's to do what Astralis did now would be you'd have to be something that we haven't seen before either.
Will do so with ease.
That's
and
how you
the
scale.
cover up into heaven bodes well for Vitality, but they turn their
Oh,
backs.
the timing, the timing!
Oh, he finishes it! Zontix with the double kill, single clip, spray down from the heavens.
Love
Spirit
that.
forced by right
What about
back.
CS Classic
The
or whatever it's
SMG
called?
show
What about
right
it?
here, man. That was great to see from Apex running and shooting. One of the advantages of the MAC-10, you're incentivized to keep it going, and scaling at that pace helps them get a second player reloading. But just the same from Zontix, quick up into heaven. Medium to long range on that MP9.
30 bullet spray, never let off that left click.
Yeah.
Am I gonna be rank 1?
Great
I
distraction
don't
as
think
well
there's
for
gonna
Chopper
be
over
ranks in
towards
that game, and if
Vent
there
side.
is, probably not. No.
Touch of revenge.
Vitality hit a hiccup early. And the rumblings of a
I
Vitality
missed the left
chant
ear lady.
out there in the crowd for the first time.
Oh.
Zayu heard
Oh, wait,
your
wait. Good timing
calls.
from Chopper.
Not ready for this.
Chopper's got a great chance to blindside him, keeps that one clean. Good. Don't give him a chance to turn
Oh,
on you.
no.
Apex with
Oh,
the
Shiro gets
deagle,
one.
But Shiro
Oh, damn,
leans
that was a
back
nice
on this
pre-fire.
comfortable angle using the A4. All 30 bullets down.
Oh,
Now
he
Rox
stuck
is
around
able to
way
seize the
too
chance,
much. Damn,
jumps
I
on him, grabs
really
the
felt
gun,
invincible there, huh?
and leaves Apex to go down to the B side alone, but that reload would have been heard. Magic's auto shotty.
Oh, wow.
Enough, But a second
I
Desert
love that he
Eagle kill
actually
comes out from
knew he was going to
Apex.
die, but just tried to survive, and it gave Apex that window.
Anubis.
I love
for a
that.
second 1v2.
Battle of the IGLs as well.
We've got the split the difference play here for Chopper.
You think Apex
Staying by
and
the
Silent
vent,
Drop?
close
I've
to
never
it.
even actually practiced it.
Apex takes his
I
first
wouldn't
sight
go to
line
do it.
into the site.
I think I just need a little bit of practice on how to
Nothing
do it.
home for the time being.
It's interesting.
I've
'cause
done
they
it on
both have
accident
so
a
much
bunch,
utility.
but
sure.
It's just going to be less useful for Apex to get out. We'll see where he puts the smoke down, though.
First and foremost, bomb. No hesitation, no fake. Onto the ankle, and he
Oh my
Keep
God.
it simple.
He just played it for the fight.
Clutch to
Yeah.
clutch.
Ah, damn, Apex
No
was
util
not
out,
scared.
man. Had the right read to exactly where Chopper was going to be. And I call that the split the difference because when you're there by the vent, you stop the squeaky option, you can get involved in the A play, you can drop vent if it's lower. It's just the best place to be if you don't have a commitment, you don't know where they're going to go.
As someone who wasn't
by that
watching
same
CS
token,
during that
that's
time,
why Apex
what
Park
made
clears
Astralis
it.
so unstoppable? Being completely honest with you, without trying to sound too grand, they basically invented and created the modern meta for
He
utility.
can hold for the squeaky walkout if it's really slow.
At that time.
He can hold the cross. He can hold anybody coming
They were
in mini
really
at
good
the same time.
individually already.
wild
They
to
were,
see all
but
of
they
Vitality from
really
top to
like
bottom
at
in
a
the
certain
flow.
point,
Rob's off to
their
a better start
nades
this
were
time.
kind of like, as a team, pretty much
You know, we've
more
seen a
put
few
together
clutch
than
attempts
everybody
from both the
else's, which
in-game leaders.
is a
Thing is
pretty big
Apex wins his
simplification. But
Chopper
to explain it,
hasn't.
that's the easiest way. Oh,
That's
Zontix.
Zontix from CT Spawn, the only M4 out here on the field. We're going to go back and forth, it seems.
Let's go.
5v3
Oh my
recovery
God,
is-
Zontix? Okay.
Revenge and a half.
Not even looking close here.
And
Hell
then
of a
the other
moment for
thing that then,
Zontix to
once
step
they
it up
did
with the
that,
triple kill.
they
Magics
basically had an
with a
untouchable
sitter
map pool.
on Mezzi. As he strikes him down off of top hut, Rops tries to inch his
So
way
they didn't
closer
play
to this A
Mirage,
site.
which was huge because at that time that was everybody's, you know,
Magic
everybody
goes
fucking
right
played
back
Mirage.
to where it worked.
And then
That's confirmation.
Astralis was most
Spy
known
to
at the
Force
time for
Spy.
having a
Nuke
perfect
goes
nuke
back
streak
and
for like
forth.
13 or 15 maps.
You
But
see-
the bigger
seeing
thing
Spirit
that
do
people
is
overlooked at that time
excellent.
was they had a
Obviously, a lot of this
90%
just
win rate
has
on
to do with
Inferno.
Zontix. I don't
And
know
they
how
played
he got
Inferno
vision on the
of
first two
every
kills. The
series
cross smokes
on
came
that
up at the
run,
same
pretty
time as They
much.
were turning a corner on mini. But I didn't see that it was smoke shots specifically.
So
in the kill
Astralis
feed,
would
He's over towards
basically,
CT, just sees him
if
jumping
you let
through.
them get
Far enough
nuked, they
out.
beat you, and if you let them get Inferno, which you never really wanted to ban it, they'd beat you. In a lot of cases, they get both and beat the shit out of you.
The third one, Intuition.
Also, they kind of ruined Inferno.
All risk for Rops right here. But they're in no position to chase.
Not to mention, individually speaking, they were some of the best players in their roles at that time.
I don't want to jinx it, but we could have the makings of a tight second map. No runaway train of vitality out of the gate.
Strauss's win streak on Nuke was 34 before it was broken. Yeah, it's even much higher than what I fucking remember, to be honest with you.
Mouse fight, the closest game.
But yeah, the tricky thing was everybody kept banning
third
Nuke,
iteration of Blast in Lisbon.
and then like they would ban Nuke, and then Astralis would just always have Inferno in there, or they'd always have it as third too. Sometimes they do that to you because if your map pool is
Scout
weak,
for
they'd flex it on
pistols
you,
across.
and they would guarantee
saved
Inferno
Galil out of
third.
Robs.
Oh god, shit was brutal.
Nature of the first 4 rounds, though, better stay on your toes. See if Zywoo gives us something to talk about as the approach outer moves forward.
Flom, who dethroned them? I need my daily NA copium. It's not an NA cope. They dethroned themselves.
Yeah, before they even tried
Astralis
to blow it,
management
I mean, there's no
dethroned
one
them.
watching this at all, man. What a moment. for-
The thing that takes out everybody,
Apex
the
hears
mind.
the stomping of a
They just
player
burnt
outside
out.
that
They
door.
burnt out, and then instead of
Shiro's
getting a
gonna
full
back up,
reset,
and, I
the
mean, his
org just
Eagles
kind of
being
cooked them.
clean. It's not going to get away from him. Great moment here for Apex to seize the opportunity. Jumps onto the AK-47. Backline compromised.
What was the perm at the
Almost
time?
able to
Mirage.
double down. Now, all that damage could still be damn well worth it. We'll see how this one unfolds. Zywoo still scouring outer, waiting for his contact. Doc slips down. They're worried. If Apex was able to get all the way up into CT, then could they have gotten lower? That's the question. Spirit haven't answered yet. Mac 10 is going to
did?
deal a good
Nah,
amount of
your
damage,
timeline's
trying
wrong.
to set up Zontix on the rifle.
Astralis got cooked in 2019.
Vitality just waits.
Yeah, they show some trepidation here. We've got Zywoo
Yeah.
getting in to a new spot. Oh, he's in patrol. Can't really commit.
Yeah, it just didn't help.
Jumping on Magix again. already so low, and the scout shots just won't connect. Nice. Rock solid stuff from
End of
Magic.
2019? No, it was the start of 2019, boys. Start of 2019.
Spirit break the trend of the back and forth.
Astralis was already kind of done. And the team that they kept beating in the finals, that blue team that's from North America, that kept losing to Astralis in the finals, and that also beat the shit out of everyone at the time,
runs that risk, but also
then
knows
got
that
to just
Giro's
run rampant.
watching it with an op.
High
And
res.
that would definitely catch him off guard.
Look at res,
To be
bottom
honest,
right, dude.
It looked like a play where he could take that to heaven, slow it down as long as he wanted to, and then go from there, but damn near kills Zontix as well.
12 health makes the difference on that one.
So 2 rounds now that Zontix is saved.
It's him and Magic's to the top of the charts early on.
Can't let Chopper top frag every map.
You know, we've seen recently Donk kind of get isolated by Mouse particularly. Somebody finding a way to just get the better of him. You just outnumber him. You mute him on the CT side of this map, and then wins can come with it. He's sitting at the bottom of the board, and luckily for him, his teammates doing the early lifting. The desk was calling for him to go superhero mode.
Well, that was
to try and
ambitious
keep
drop.
them in this semifinals.
Oh, all right, all right.
Sheer numbers thrown at Shiro. Eventually
That's
push
what
him
Astralis
over the
reunion. It
line,
wouldn't
and
have worked.
Apex not going to find anything else beyond that. There he is. One for the road out of Donk. Spirit up 4-2.
One thing Brolin said was with Donk, don't give him space. And he said other teams just give him a little bit too much space, and that makes the peaks even harder to deal with when he keeps swinging on you. Well, as the other crowd.
That's cool. I didn't know Gauls was that. That's sick.
And maybe that can be said as well for Vitality. Spirit are kind of the underdog of the situation. We had Zipex on the desk, and the thing about Zipex is back in his heyday, 2018, 2019. If you got into a 1v1, you lost before it started because you hit tab EC at Zipex. That's sort of where Vitality are at right now. You expect to lose most positions. You think you're going to.
They won like 6 events in 2019. Yeah, that was when they started skipping events, though.
It's quiet behind those smokes.
That's what I mean. They were absolutely like they were starting to skip the events, and they were prioritizing the blast events and like certain events.
To a minute 15, no glance.
And then instead of
even
giving the
despite
players a
Spirit
break,
having both Donk and Shiro
that's when it
out
all
there.
started.
So suddenly Chopper doesn't know what's on the other side of this. Could have an inkling, but how many remains the question. And they start to kick it up a notch. They come running at him, but then they pause. The Vitality just kind of stall out for a moment.
It's a very awkward moment for Chopper because he hears them running. They know someone could be down here.
So they overworked
that
him.
info was given on purpose.
Well, I just think like when you're at the top and you're winning as much as the Astralis guys were, I think at a certain point they just want to like
I think Spirit
chill, and
they
they
want
just
to believe
couldn't
it, but at the same time
chill.
they don't want to overcommit.
Doc, thanks for 3-month timer. Thank you.
Down to 40 seconds.
If Donk stays here, he can't really help out.
Especially not with utility in front of him, so Chopper will have to deliver.
Oh, now he's just trapped.
Flamesy gives him the tease. Oh,
Nice.
but he stands the test. And now that
Well
single
done.
door
They're holding
maintained. Magic's
strong.
kills lost
Oh.
elsewhere. You've got footing in the bomb
No
site
way, though,
here for
right?
Vitality.
Let's see, 3v4.
Zywoo locked in over
Manageable
towards
for
control.
Spirit.
What part of this bomb site gets
Control
pressure in
side,
the
though,
retake?
makes us
That's
really
now what Vitality
ass.
have to figure out.
Oh, great move from Apex, man.
And all the while, you still have Chopper over towards single. Just
They know he's over
looking
here.
to be the thorn in the side of the post plant.
Oh,
Zywoo
Zontix
given a
solo.
gift, and then
Yeah,
Apex
they're just kind of
cleans out his
sitting.
Counterpart, man advantage, stolen back by Shiro. And as that op gets ever closer to the site, he's got to figure out exactly where they're at. One's above, one's below.
Magic's is saving. Like,
Shiro
it's
doesn't
just-
know.
it's over.
Time ticking
It's
fast.
literally
He's
over.
gotta try to
Magic's
get
left.
in here, and Magic's is already
It's
on the
just
save.
here. He's
to
just trying to
1v2,
kill him.
but he's not.
Yeah.
Oh, not going to
Wait.
be able to win.
Nah.
No kid, no time. Just a price tag, but a round
Delta with a
of Vitality
57-month
by
reset. Thank you.
nonetheless.
Good job,
Too many
though. I
players
mean,
are
good
playing
job
well,
killing
man.
all
I
of
hate
them,
giving
to be
more
fair. That
compliments here
actually
to
is really
Vitality, but look
smart.
at what
But
Apex does.
that
From the
retake
bomb
was just so
plants
slow.
to flanking decon. Getting out to control side could have been enough. In this spot, they knew that Chopper was in
Zontix,
here.
right here.
But this is a
Zontix
problem
is
for
going
Spirit,
window.
because again,
Magic's
there
was
was a bit
ramp,
of a
but didn't
fake.
go
It was
with
way
him.
more subtle.
Shiro's
But the
solo with
fact
the op
is,
can't come in
Apex
secret
ran
early, and
across
Chopper's 1
lower
HP.
after
So like the
they
ramp
secret.
hit had to be
Spirit hear
together,
this,
and they
go,
just looked
well,
so
they're giving us
scuffed.
all this information, so is this going to be a default leads back upstairs? Do we actually want to commit down right now? Because that seems a little bit too obvious, but there's a full commitment coming. So in that sense, it almost serves as a double fake inside of Spirit's mind. And that leaves Donk in purgatory. He doesn't know whether to get into it dark, get down in to help Chopper, for Chopper to open door, get in the site. No one's playing clock.
They need
No
to
one's
step up
playing
on the
dark.
clipboard
No one's
game.
playing a
Imagine they had a
scary
clipboard
position
for
on
their
B.
clipboard.
They're
Holy
both playing the
shit.
perimeter. So this works
The
out
money is
beautifully for Vitality. I think
absolutely
they had
fried
three
on
down to
Vitality right now.
Sort of frozen in the headlights.
They have all those kills. There are 4 go. They only have 1 AK.
Really played with the tempo that round as well. I love that. A start and stop and start again, and then all of a sudden commitment. Oh, dangerous game here for Roxy. Flashes out, and Magic's able to find the head. Donk also kills Apex.
Oh, dude, if Vitality loses this round, which it looks like their money after what Shiro just did to them is legitimately fucking cooked.
Happy to fight fire with fire in round 8.
I thought they were going to get so unlucky here. I mean, they got a little lucky with the opposite vent. They ate that full flash.
That was
drops coming out of the smoke.
Also looked like Magic's bullet
It's
was a
actually so annoying when the CTs build up their money a little bit as a team. You win a round, and then you just lose everything.
First kill
Bro,
of
switching
Nuke.
Galils for Galils.
No kidding.
Does the first come with 3 more?
Flank is coming in slowly here for Chopper. Technically, ramp is open,
No,
so they have to
they
be
do
worried
not.
about it. Mezzi has not made any noise just yet. It's too early for, I think, Chopper to play into this.
Exit
but
frag impact, yeah.
You can take his sweet time, and Mezzi, like you said, still cautious about the ramp. Has to go ahead and double check it.
People undervalue it a lot. It depends on the scenario. Sometimes it's fucking worthless. In that scenario, it's insane value, especially because
too much time to get back
when he
downstairs.
dropped the op,
Already
he
think
could
about
still
saving,
buy
but now
another
his
one.
exit is blocked off.
Yeah, writes this one off. And
Oh,
Chopper,
okay, all right.
little labored, but he'll get there.
What up, Manlet? How you doing, man?
For Shiro, AK's saved.
And the money now
Team
for
Spirit
Vitality
up
is
to a
literally
solid 5-3
fucking
half.
scorched.
Yeah, we watch back these trades. Robs, he gets a straight bullet after Magic gets blind.
Yeah, that's
Magic
crazy.
knows that's a small doorway. Someone's running through.
That inaccuracy is actually a gift for him, but we'll call it even after the Apex clutch. 1 and 1. Tech9's and a scout here for Vitality. Going to try to come forward with a force buy. They've got to get something going here in the 9th. If you're going to make investments like these, a little jump spot for Donk puts him on high alert. There is presence behind this smoke.
Yeah, I guess they literally have to do this buy. Dude,
Shiro
that's
on the
actually
railing tries
insane.
to take the perch. Apex got away with this last time.
Oh my god. Well, when you have this guy,
Because of that kill,
you
doesn't
think the
know about
economy's
Apex, which means
unbalanced right now?
Donk, oh! He could have gotten caught off, but
Honestly,
able to
no.
keep his head on a swivel.
It's just brutal because MR12.
Versus ramp. He knows if they go secret, there's a chance that this is going to be
Like,
a ramp pop. He doesn't
it
know when to
feels
push.
bad as a player right now because you
Robson
know what it is,
is
and
so
why CS
patient.
players don't
He's gonna
like
have
it
his
is you
guard pulled
legitimately
because his
get
teammate to die
fucking.
first.
If you make bad
Coming
choices
downstairs,
economically
finds
now,
great timing,
you
feels
really
the
feel it.
flamesy entry off the front of that pack.
Like,
kind of just leaves, right?
Before you had enough
Takes up
rounds
the
where you
ramp,
could
and
kind of
because
like
Rob's
get away
delayed
with like a
timing,
couple rounds
that's
where you
just gonna
really
allow
kind
for
of maybe
Zontic to
shouldn't have
really
done what
lock
you
in
did.
down here on the B site. So
In MR12, you fuck around, you will find out.
presumably phenomenal scout shot to kick this one off, but the repositioning
I think
of
it's
Team
less that
Spirit
the
has been
economy
good
system
so
is
far.
bad, and more so that
Ooh,
it's so
but there's a
punishing
little
that
life
like
left
it
in this
feels
one.
really
Vitality
frustrating
able
when
to
it
plant.
happens.
Donk is hot on the
The only thing you could say is like the 1400 loss bonus. Ooh,
won't even be able
but
to get the Tech9 shot off. It is
I don't know,
Spirit
man.
to 6.
Yeah, that ended up being great rotations once they got Donk over to Turnpike. They had Zontix allowed to leave safely.
Isn't it too punishing,
He delayed
though?
just long enough to create a
I don't
timing.
think
Didn't
so. I
overcommit
think the
to
idea of
trophy
it,
push,
like,
and Chopper got that peek in to get a kill
if a
from Ben. That
team
was
kills
really
every
clean.
single one of your players in a round that you win and
Very
maintains some
sharp,
guns,
very
isn't
small
that
gaps
like?
that Vitality are able to
Shouldn't
find,
you
but
be
everything was
pretty broke?
much sealed. After a moment like this, man,
Right?
it
Like-
could get scary.
Good heads up awareness from
Just
Donk,
because you win the
starting
round
to
doesn't
find
mean you
his
should just
groove
get the
here
full buy
on
like
the
the
second
next
map
one.
of the
Like
series.
Sick replay. Nice
losing
transition.
second round on CT feels so shit. Yeah, but it
Dropping
also gives it that
Vitality like
razor edge,
flies.
right? Like that feel, like it's intense, dude. That's what I mean. Is MR12 makes it so like
Here's the lead
there's
that I
no
thought they were gonna get
freebies.
on
Like
Anubis.
the,
And they
every
had to
round
fight
is
even
so
harder for it,
important.
man. First 4 rounds going back and forth.
And
looks like we've got a game.
it can be very frustrating feeling as a player and almost like feels like it's the economy, but really
Inevitable Spirit
the reality
T-side
is
awaits.
it's usually the source of your own choices.
rounds
Source,
left out to play,
usually
and the
I
half buy
fuck up,
comes out of
you know,
Vitality.
my team likes to lose those rounds as well,
Apex
including
saw what
myself,
Zywoo could
and
do
it
with that
feel, you
scout,
feel the
says,
weight
"Give
of
it
your
to me.
sins and your economy
I'll go one better.
crushing down on you. It's not fun.
Can he?
Oh. Okay. Now it
Those
seems
go
it
through?
does damage. I think it should.
Do those go through?
I know. And
yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Just double checking, because those fell pretty damn on him.
Yeah.
That scout entry, not quite as impressive as ZywOo's, but you'll still connect with the Desert Eagle, because it's ZywOo. Player up top on the shelf.
Wow.
Donk slams the nade on him, and that is Spirit leading by 4.
Wow. Respect to Spirit, man. This half has really gotten away for Vitality now. Hard-fought battle. Spirit put themselves in a great spot. Again, we see some great rotations. A lot of these rounds, it's half buys that they have to survive, and Vitality make them close. But it's key moments, like we saw in Anubis again. When it came to kills, they were pretty much even. When it came to impact and which rounds they won, Vitality were outscoring them almost every single time. It's not too late to recover the half.
You think
here for
Diffuse kit should be
Vitality,
lowered to $200?
I want a third map, so
I'm down for it. Yeah, I don't know why it. Oh, it does actually go
Look at
through.
these shots, dude.
Wow. He's just
Bro, what
his
the fuck?
ballet.
Oh, that helps.
Oh, the door.
It's like enough of that.
But how did he know every which way he was walking?
Well,
He's
you
cheating,
know,
dude.
Apex. Suspicious.
Cheating. Sus.
Quick reminder that our
I
new
think you
sponsor,
said it, right?
Underdog, will give up to
Yeah.
$1,000 upon first
But
entry with
Vitality,
code
especially for
BLAST.
picking it T-side and how
got
they
you down.
started in this, they need 5.
Guys, finally, Vitality have been waiting for this. 2 rounds of Tech 9s, having to bank on a scout entry. Can they grab a couple for the road? You can see Hallie
You need 5? True, actually. 5. Yeah, 5.
trying to keep this ahead of Vitality.
I need 5. True. True. 35% off all gifted subs right now, guys. 5 or more. Come on.
Not that it feels like Spirit are on thin ice or anything, but one sudden change up from
Instead of kits, should
Vitality
they do like Valorant have to
cost you these last
kit
2
shit?
critical
Absolutely
rounds
not.
of the
I
half.
actually think that system is so fucking lame.
Chopper gonna let Donk know someone's up above him. Flamesy, what's the move here? Jump around with flashes? Yeah, he tries to get positioning, but behind Unbreakable sits Donk. He'll wait for another chance to strike, tethering perfectly off of Zontix and giving nothing over to Vitality. He beckons them in. Come get it! And Apex will step up to exactly that. Now, you know Zontix is back here, sitting on half health. Chopper emerges out from the smoke, and Vitality,
It's looking good
despite
for
their
Spirit right
best
now, man.
efforts, still not able to truly puncture through until
All right,
Rob
Rob's got to do
finds
some
himself
crazy shit.
1v3 in
Spoolmaster,
35
thanks so much for the
seconds
5
with
gifted. Can we
Bomb.
get some nice ones in chat
A
for
little bit
Spool?
far out there to do something. I think that's too tricky. Like getting lower would be unlikely. Spirit
Radioactive
in this spot.
Chinchilla at the 5.
They're
10
split up
gifted.
1-1.
Exquisite Willie, dude.
Be
Thank you,
harder
guys.
for Shiro to move than anything else. Rests on Magisk. He's probably nervous.
Smooth reposition first. Magic's
Did we
just
hit the
turns to
goal for
watch
today?
heaven. He just put his crosshair on this approach, and he's going to give Rops a chance to come down into the site. Does he commit at 8 seconds? Yes, sir.
Impact
That off.
grenades.
Now right behind him. It's going to have to be clean here from Robs. Missed
Oh,
chance
the
yet
nade.
again. And
Can't
up
hear
along
that
this
well.
wall, the 2
Oh, you can.
CTs could slide.
Ooh.
Magic's lets
Dude, I
him
always hate peeking left.
step
Actually,
forth.
one complaint I have with
Keeps it
Nuke is
clean
the
with 2
visibility on
alive
upper
and
with some of the
8
lighting. I
for the
feel like
defense.
my
I
eyes
saw
just
that,
kind of
man.
like
They had to do that
move past
probably without
players.
communicating. Magic
That
staying
Nitro
far back,
wall area,
holding one side of the site.
around like
Hell yeah.
Asian
Hero
vent, like
making lots
everywhere
of
around there
noise,
with the lighting
knowing that
coming
that's
in, it's
gonna
almost like a
elicit peek
glare
out
on
of
players.
Robs goes for the full commit as he should. But why this round is won right here is because the smokes are gone and Donk is still at Unbreakable. And they still have that big garage. We've got Zontix, I think it was, playing a Liege in that position, didn't move. This is a spot that Vitality worked very hard to try to excavate. They really at least wanted to push
Please
CTs
stay
out
for
of
map
the
3.
vision.
I can't, man.
and
I would
nobody
if
left.
I could. I would.
That's a spot and
It's
a
really
moment
unfortunate,
that
but
only Donk can play.
if Coop's going to be taking time off to stream,
That explains why he's there.
because the games are
That's
in the
a good
middle of his
reason for
stream,
him
the
to
least
be
I
there,
could
in
do
fact.
is miss one singular map.
Why would you clear it if it's not safe for anybody else except Donk?
What's the meaning behind this shoe? I've been waiting 3 months to figure it out. I simply realized if I put a shoe on head for money, I get more money. I will be speaking
There's also
soon
extra
at the
credit due
Harvard
to Magic's
School of
throughout the
Business
CT side.
about this new technique.
has been ready for all of the attacks whenever they happen to come his way.
Whoa.
Vitality not able to put the clutch together on this A site, but they'll try again to get through, and this time he goes down with nothing.
They can't fuck this up. They can't fuck this up.
In the form of Donk.
They need this so bad. That's insane. That's unreal.
He keeps them on their toes.
Oh, man. Mold.
And it's 9 rounds on a CT side.
Well done. Well done.
In a sketchy spot. Maybe this semi's not so easy.
For the people asking why I can't watch the third map, I have a PGL game in about an hour and 15 minutes. And got to do vetoes and just like get a little ready, warmed up, all that kind of stuff. Where can we watch this PGL match? I think Troda has it, right? You streaming after the PGL game? No. Why do you play versus the guys you lost to? What do you mean, what? No, we're not playing. We don't play them. Last night's game will be uploaded after the Blast series today. No, Cooper's playing. So if you guys are big Cooper fans, aka if you're bold in my chat and you're gonna be watching him later, just make sure you guys take advantage of that 35% off for him. It's Troda? Okay, Troda. It's on HLTV if you want to see who's streaming it. Liquipedia has you playing Vagrants? No, we're not. We're playing Super Evil Gang. I think Troda's streaming M80 vs Vagrants. I don't know. I saw him on HLTV on there. Are you streaming it, Floofies? Well, Floofies or Troda will be streaming. I don't know. What? No, Flom Game 3. This better end. Oh, HLTV has them both. Okay. Sixtum might too, unless he's doing a different game. Gotcha. It's kind of funny how, like, I feel like Floofies and Sixtum covering all the games is pretty wholesome. I have a stupid question. I mean, you've read Twitch chat, Floofies. I think you're fine. Lore behind Troda? Not sure. I think he just streamed and I think he got the rights for the PGL stuff, so he's taking full advantage of that. Good for him. He's fucking farming. I think that's pretty much it. Skinny Bone Jones with the 84-month farmer.
Their
Thank you,
backs
thank you,
against
thank
the
you.
wall after a dismantling on Anubis.
What are you getting me,
It looked
Skinny
like
Bone
the world's
Jones? Come on,
number
bro.
one was untouchable, but
We are
Chopper
not
put
allowed
his
to stream the
hands on him.
PGL game,
And the calls and the
guys.
setups, and on an individual level,
I'll
topping
finish
the
this
charts
map with you guys,
as
though.
he steps forward. I got a question. Mayo Arena, do we need map 3? It's a head-to-head that damn well deserves it. And I'd say it's a crowd as well that's been waiting for a close matchup. Spirit trying to give us that entertainment value tonight. Apex lets Beretta
that's
shred.
all right.
Magic's
Are they
head
gonna go through
on
still?
the approach to ramp. Missed
Oh.
shots.
Okay.
And that opens up a door.
Wow.
For options. Dink out of Chopper cleans up on Flamesy.
Okay, now the kills are adding up here
Yes,
for
sir.
Spirit. They're resulting in more rounds.
Well, yeah, if you're
Vitality
asking
getting
here,
washed
they're
away
probably
here.
going to say.
So they actually find setup over towards ramp, right? You had Spirit coming through a smoke. That could have been a position where Rob shuts down too. We don't even talk about this from the Spirit perspective. Game is totally different if Vitality pick up this pistol.
Sure.
The comeback, if it happened, could be almost predictable based on their recent games. Now they're going to have to work overtime.
Pistol round's lost, but we'll see if ZywOo gets some kills for the road. Ooh!
Oh, yeah, he'll have
All right.
two.
All right.
And
Oh!
that's enough for Shiro if he wants it. Hey!
And the bomb drops the other two. Thank you for the payday.
Not bad.
Got his ass.
Sell that
Reaper,
scalp.
thanks for the 40-month reset. Thank you.
Surely he doesn't buy it, though.
Do it. No.
If this was a... Because, you know, he's going up against the CT side. They planted, and that would be crazy.
You'd have to be an ass to give an op over to ZywOo CT side nuke when it feels like the comeback's impossible.
He's just too good with money to make that move.
No, he's actually such a good teammate. He buys an AK and then drops it over for the Galil.
Actually,
He'll
based
set
out of Shiro to do
Donk
that.
To be the
Bro
star of the
literally had
show
enough
here.
for an op armor, and he fucking buys the AK, gives it to Donk, and Galil's. All right.
Well, I guess that makes him Sanji and James at the same time.
Yeah,
That's a
and
hell of
he's
a mix.
better than both combined.
Wild scenes as well. You know, the tone that was set here and online after that first map was like, we're just watching this team take it to a whole new level. Some of the best Anubis play a world-class team has ever put forward. That is what the desk said.
Do they know? They know what they're doing, though. Actually,
taking outer or this?
Yeah, because look at Apex's position. He went here as soon as they saw the smokes outside.
Okay. I wouldn't put it past Vitality to have a read.
This is the most perverted angle I've ever seen in my life.
Just Apex things. Magic says, perverted, you say?
Bro said, take that, you
Jimmy would've
pervert.
got him too.
Reaper, thank you very much for the 40-month reset. Thank you,
Spirit will
dude.
keep those guns out just in case Vitality have any other tricks up their sleeves. 3 players floating around
He's on
that
a
upper floor.
gooning angle. All right, man. Chat, simmer down.
Rops is pushed
Official co-stream,
forward.
guys. Official
And it looks like
co-stream.
they're going to knock on this A bomb site. This is a curious situation. Sure, you've got the
Also, I've
heaven
never
players
seen Jimmy
set
play
up,
there
but the
once,
bomb
so I don't know how
drop,
you could ever say
things
that,
could
chat.
get
Let's be
weird.
real.
Here, all of a sudden, Mezzi turns around. We're talking about a guy who had one
If
kill
Jimmy
coming
hasn't
into
played
this.
there, he can't have that
Ross
title,
gets
and you know
caught
I'm
off,
right.
though. This sudden drop in from Zontix catches him off guard. And what felt like Vitality could have thrown a wrench in the works, they get slapped upside the head for Spirit's 11th.
It was a little bit scary from the perspective of Vitality knew what they were doing from the beginning, as you can see from Apex, but super carefully approached out of Magix. He's also in front of the stairs, not going up them. Apex clearly wanted to line up the headshot to get the full payoff from the info he got.
God, what a bleak picture this paints for Vitality without that second pistol. 3 measly T rounds. Non-consecutive. All they had to work with.
Honestly, man, it's that second round. Spirit able to win that force into them. I really feel like that just
like Spirit's 12.
because Vitality then won it,
You never
right?
know what's gonna
Back,
happen in a
and
game
then
like this.
remember Zontix at the 3K on the ONS?
What an awesome turnaround though from Spirit map to map.
He actually had phenomenal impact. Like,
Surely you had to know that mental resilience was going to be one of the
chopper on
elements
upper looked quite good
of
though.
this matchup tonight.
Hard to overstate.
It's almost as if Apex is onto them again in the same sense. They're going for a wrap. He sees Magix. No kill again, though.
Magic's elusive while his teammates clean up.
All right,
and there's still
12-3.
a couple CTs walking around trying to be cheeky. Donk not going to fall to their games. It
Excellent.
is flawless from
Wow.
Spirit. And for all we know, we're on the brink of sending a message back the other way. Vitality come off of Anubis feeling like gods. Welcome back to reality.
Would you guys prefer I don't raid anyone so you guys can just keep chatting in here if you guys would like?
Vitality on their 14-match win streak. Their last loss.
Last bounty.
The Mongols.
Yeah, you guys can just chill
at
here in
Pro
mods.
League
Just
of
like give them a. I think you
16-14.
can still do predictions while I'm offline. So
Donk's already found it, Mohan. Screw Scrub
Raiders,
in the net.
whoever's streaming the game, well, it's either Trotta or Floofies. So
Looking like Vitality gets swept under the rug on Nuke. Looking like.
can you keep the stream up without me on? No.
Robs leans away from the
Also,
run-out.
even if I could, I don't think Blast would appreciate that. I don't think they would
It's only been MIBR so far that have given them a single-digit loss. This is by far their worst loss this year. This one map from Spirit.
Just a great sign for the series.
And it's going to be crazy to add up the kills once again, once these two maps are done.
Donk's approach not made any easier with that damage. The other 3 Spirit members right here for Rops. See if he's able to hang on. Shadow advantage, cues him up, and it is clean with Simon right by him.
All right, overtime.
Donk is still alive.
And win for Vitality.
Well, they missed their alarm, but they still got the flight.
Then I can't. That'd be wild.
Donk wants blood, but nobody here to give him any sort of duel. So he's forced to walk this one away. Go ahead, buddy. Save that AK-47. Bring it to the next. The 9-round Vitality CT side comeback. Does anybody believe?
I switched PCs for that Portal shit in the end. No,
It's a
I've just been
hell of a
dealing with
run
it.
to
I've
make
just
when
been
you've got
dealing with it.
Flamesy and Mezzy, Rops struggling as they are. The gun round looks good. They shut him down on ramp. One portion of the map, at the very least, closed for now.
Genuinely, for Spirit's confidence in the series, they want to end this without it getting too close even. It's really even the idea of a full comeback. Of course, Vitality are thinking about that. They have the self-belief right now, but Spirit have the opportunity to absolutely crush them. Indignation is on the table here for Team Spirit. Because they could stop this before it gets to 15 series in a row for Vitality. With the grand final at the same time. And another chance to play against Mouse.
Yeah. Get some revenge for a team that seems to have their number.
I wonder if Mouse is out there cheering for Team Spirit right now.
Surely.
Why is fist bumping important?
It's wild how these
I
two
don't know. I'm
teams
not a
have their
sports
head-to-head
psychologist,
so
but I
skewed.
met when all the sports psychologists came in, it became a thing. So
The enemy of my enemy.
something for the mental,
Mezzy.
blah blah blah.
Fun spot. We'll see if it nets
camaraderie.
him much.
Probably some sort of mental aspect to it.
Donk comes at him. First casualty of round 17. Hot-handed trade out of Magix. He's been great.
Yeah, he has. It's been a two-way game for him, man.
Oh, and he gets Saiwu, who even hit him with the first headshot. That is Magix's 16th frag on Nuke, and that is a 4 versus 3 established here for Spirit. A chance to shut this down before it has any chance of getting close, before Vitality can bring any level of confidence.
I'm sure there's some sort of
back
mental
up.
thing that I can't really answer for you, but I
Deny
also
them self-belief.
It's for Chopper to do.
I would go with the experts,
A lot of round
you know.
To play with.
I also think that the players don't actually notice they're even doing it anymore. You guys just notice it while watching, which is always the funny part.
Necessarily the solution.
It's a weird one though, because Apex is hanging out on the ladder, so at some point he's going to have to jump off it and make for an awkward moment. We boil this down to 20 seconds.
They're playing Robs in hell as well.
Mhm.
3 players who can peek. Oh, heaven, excuse me. 3
Climbed
players
up.
who peek instantly.
Still, no contact at 10. Finally, somebody shows skin. Sliding up along the wall, denied. Yeah, they weren't sure if or when
God damn,
get the
okay.
jump
All
on
right,
him.
well.
This 3 versus 4 comes forth.
Man.
That was a little
They
too
starved
cooked, I
them
think,
in this
here.
round, and Spirit ended up playing it down to the wire. They wanted one more kill to make that happen. That is not a great
That
sign
was
for Spirit.
the most fucking underbaked round I've
It
ever
feels like
seen.
they have a bit of imposter syndrome in moments like this. They're up 12-5.
I think they just
got
expected
those 2
Vitality
kills.
to make
They're
mistakes
going
into
for a
them, and they
play
just
where
held. And
either split can work.
I don't think
Lower, upper,
Spirit had.
whatever. They have
I think
man
Spirit was
advantage.
expecting something out
They
of
have
Vitality,
map
like some
control.
sort of movement.
But they still just chose to move very slowly into their death.
How come Mythic doesn't fist bump? Oh no, I do.
What did they need for that to work?
Just to move. I think they just needed to move more quickly.
Yeah, I just keep
Move
a
more
trash can
quickly
next to my
to the
desk,
front
so I
entrance.
feel like when I'm
Then
fist
you can
bumping,
take your
it's,
time
it's like
inside.
we're at
You
their
don't have
land.
to run to the back of the site because there's 10 seconds left. When you have
I do the
45
same for
seconds
me.
to get there.
I make sure they also have trash cans. All of Mythic
Maybe
has
caught
one.
off by the ghost town.
That's me.
3 players in that bomb site. Nobody showed them presence.
Mythic
That's
sponsored
Sonic
trash
down to half.
cans, dude.
Dangerous game here, but obviously better hardware offered to Vitality in this one.
When we do a little bit
misses
better, I'll get them all
exposing them.
bedazzled shoes though.
What level of a threat do we have right now for lower? Because you've got a lot of bodies on this secret steps.
Yeah, but we've got no one at ramp.
We've only got Robs leaning into the control stairs. He's shown us good multi-kill potential, but now fire falls down on him. He'll send a frag up. Oh, yeah.
Dude. This is kind of brutal for Spirit. I mean, they don't have a lot of guns.
Man, that's also such a huge audio cue. Not even the nade is huge, but also the info that they just got from the crowd is crazy.
Well-seasoned pack of
look at the
Spirit
rotation.
players.
There's 3 down here.
Zywoo should be able to keep his attention towards single. We'll see how this jointed attack ends up coming out for Spirit.
Oh.
He loses support. Top player dead first. Mezzi's the third, though.
Oh!
Of course, with the headshots every damn time. And it's a fast plant with it. Can he somehow catch another? Absolutely!
No way. No way.
Turns it
That
back around
donk
to
is
Flames.
actually unbelievable,
Single door
dude.
exits his for the taking. Shadows lets him know.
He is
Smashes them
unreal,
and their
dude.
hope of running back Nuke. Vitality, see mortal.
The Spirit Clinic fully in session and Vitality crash back to earth. We finally
Damn,
get a
bro.
3-map affair.
They're
and
throwing
this
haymakers at each
semi-final
other.
will
Fuck,
be
I'm so
settled
sad I don't
for
get to watch
Mirage.
map
It
3.
was such a commanding CT side to come out of Spirit, and Donk taking matters into his own hands.
Dragon with the gun. I'm
If
telling
you
you,
didn't
look
know
at
any
it.
better,
Do you
it
not
almost
see
feels
it?
like the two team had
Bro's
switched
got a
around
pistol
from
in his
map
hand,
1
bro.
to map 2. Again, Spirit dominating fashion
The
from start
Spirit
to
Dragon
finish.
stays strapped with the
Every single
Glock.
member, every single player chimed in. You cannot point towards one guy who didn't have a big moment or who didn't have a very impactful showing in this map. Whereas for Vitality, I mean,
Ignore
I said coming into the game that
responsibilities,
they were
watch map
beatable,
3.
but I didn't
No,
expect
I
them
know.
to be beaten like this.
Oh my goodness. No chance.
Nah, 'cause it's gonna be a 20-minute break, so,
in
like,
this fashion. We ask
they
so
do 20
often
minutes in between
who's
maps.
going to be the third guy to
So it'll be
step
like
up for
3:20
Spirit
by the
behind
time the
Dom,
map even, like,
behind
starts.
Cheryl. Well, why not everybody? Every single person on Spirit had
Can we
their
share prediction for
multi-frag
map
moment,
3?
had a point where they had to lock down whatever they were holding, and they did just that. Vitality looked like they were red. This was a rare time where
I
I
think
saw
Vitality
Apex
has
T-side where
a
he was behind
stronger
the ball, where the other team was
win
the one
condition,
that was the
and I think
shooting the
Mirage
shots,
has
making
gotta still be in
everything
Vitality's
miserable
favor.
for them because they were shooting them through smoke. They were reading them with rotations.
What's
This
my
was
excuse and why I have to
finally a
leave?
good Spirit game plan where they
Oh,
just
I have
knew
a match.
everything that was
I have
going to
a
happen.
match.
I think you're totally
And I'm not
spot on
allowed to
that,
stream it
Choco
either,
was
so
just
it's like
reading them
I'm
like a
super
book
cooked.
at every step of the way.
My excuse
particularly
is
during that
Blast
first half.
had a
Let's dive into
over-hour
round number
tech
8
delay
and see what
today
the story
that
was here
caused
in terms of
me
that CT
to
side from Spirit.
be
A
scuffed.
great showcase of something that we're going to talk about from Spirit. You know, a great start to the game, them being in control. I feel for Donk to be in this
I'm not going to
position.
host
It's
anyone,
great
guys,
now
because
for us
it'll
to
move
see
the
round
chat.
is even
So
better.
I'm going to leave the
Magic
stream
here
here.
finds
I'm just going
a
to
lot
end
of,
here, and if you guys want
damage
to watch
towards
together,
the
you guys
smoke,
can
and then
watch
you see
together. I
Dom and
know
Magic
not
shutting down
everybody will
whatever
stay
is
here,
coming
but
into them. Now, what I wanted to show here was Vitality trying to change up the pace a little bit. Early on, they want to
whatever,
execute
Ringer
it
replace you,
towards
better
the inner
chance
bomb
to. Well,
site.
that's not very
Only
nice.
15, 20 seconds played, but you see Spirit,
It's
they're ready
Saturday,
to
you
deal
could
with
be
it, they're
nicer.
coping with it, and all over right here. Magic's maybe a little bit lucky getting that kill as he's falling back, but the fact of the matter is that even though Apex were trying to change up the pace a little bit, it felt like Spirit were ready for it.
And Magic's that single shot that he hits right there, that's the life of being an anchor in
3,800 people
2025.
in
You get
offline chat is
an
nuts.
inkling of a feeling
Yeah,
that a guy
maybe.
is
Damn, we have
pathing through
3,800
smoke
people
in
plus
a certain way, and
the
you have
homies
to
on
nail
YouTube.
him
God
right
damn.
on the corner of it. And I'm going to tell you, the Magics we saw today gave Rops nightmare flashbacks to the Shanghai Major Grand Finals. This was a possessed Magics. I don't know what happens 1 out of every 5 maps, but
Mods,
Magics just ascends to
Pay out the
another
prediction
level.
for me.
That shot on towards Apex in CT's
Well, shout out
form, he was
Floofies,
holding
because
the
I'm going to
angle.
assume
That was
Floofies is doing
disgusting.
it.
With that
For
Galileo
our
from
match,
that
if you
distance
guys want to
as well,
watch
that
it,
doesn't make any sense. You're spot on. You know, Magic's has
there you
a
go.
crazy aim. We don't give him enough credit for it.
Give
It's not often
Floofies a
enough
follow if
showing
you guys want to see the
consistently, but
game
once in a while,
later today,
he's
okay? It's in an hour.
A little known fact I feel like about Magics is that for, I think it was
Thank you guys for watching today. I apologize for dipping out early. It's a little unfortunate, but if Cooper's going to be potentially missing almost an entire stream day, I can miss one singular map. You know, I can do that for the squad.
Smile.
So, legit, thank you very much for the 47-month reset. Thank you. So, if you guys enjoyed this co-stream, please don't forget to follow the stream. And if you guys are watching on YouTube, please don't forget to like and subscribe. If you guys did not see yesterday's match, or if you guys haven't seen the matches, this one got completely fucking buried. Oh, I eventually got some views, I guess, but holy shit. This is our first match. The one that we played yesterday is going to get uploaded after the series today, okay? Mantex, thanks for the 33-month reset. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm not hosting anyone. You guys can watch here in offline chat together. Mods will pay you out. I will see you guys tomorrow for the final, and I will be able to watch the entire final. Okay? And make sure I add my streams for that tomorrow. All right. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, morning, afternoon. If you guys watch, thanks for supporting. And yeah, I'll catch y'all later. Okay. If you guys check HLTV to see who's streaming it, because it might change a little bit, but it's all on HLTV. You can track it there. All right. Later. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the final, no matter what. Bye.